2026 Asian Games Esports events, MLBB, or rather Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers. Today marks a historic chapter in both esports and Mobile Legends history. As Mobile Legends Bang Bang celebrates its 10th year anniversary, the title reaches yet another incredible milestone, taking its place as an official medal event at the Asian Games, one of the most prestigious sporting competitions in the world.
What began as a game enjoyed by millions across Asia has evolved into a global phenomenon and now stands alongside traditional sports on the contingent's biggest stage. But this tournament is far more than competition.
Across the regions, the finest players have answered the call to represent their home. They arrive here carrying out only their own ambitions, but also the hopes and expectations of their nations. For these athletes, the journey takes on a whole new meaning.
Yeah, they are no longer competing solely for their organizations, their teammates, or for personal accolades. They're competing for the opportunity to wear their national colors and stand amongst Asia's elites at the Nagoya 2026 Asian Games.
At this point, every draft matters.
Every objective matters.
Every victory brings them one step closer to making history.
Yet before the medals, before the opening ceremony, and before the world turns its eyes to Nagoya, the road begins here. The path to 2026 Asian Games starts with qualification.
The participating nations have now been drawn into 4 groups where they will battle through a demanding series, very demanding in fact, of matches for the chance to advance. However, only the strongest team will continue their journey and keep their Asian Games dream alive.
So, how does the road to Nagoya look? Let's take a closer look today as what it will take for these teams to earn their place on Asia's biggest esports stage. As I'm your caster, Momad, joined with me is Abstract. As we head on to today's games, we have match 1. It's going to be Team Saudi Arabia versus Team Oman. Next up, we're going to have Team Iran versus Team Oman as well. And last up, for match number 3, Team Sri Lanka for Team Pakistan. But stay tuned, we have more. We have more.
As now we have for match number 4, we have Team Kazakhstan versus Team Tajikistan. Match number 5 with Team Indonesia versus Team Laos.
Yeah, these groups look extremely scary as we go on as well. We have the headliners for the day, Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines, and also Team Indonesia going up against Team Vietnam. The best of the best are gathered here in Resorts World Sentosa right now, and we're ready to watch a lot of good Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
That is right. We have a total of 7 full best-of-3 games that will be drafted today, and that is what we mean by demanding series of matches. As such, we do have different teams that has been separated in different groupings. As such, take a look at Group A. These are the teams involved with Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Vietnam, and Philippines.
I know what you're thinking. This might seem like there's a lot of teams, but 5 of these teams will go through.
Yep.
And of course, for Group B, we have Team Iran, Team Saudi Arabia, Team Jordan, Team United Arab Emirates, and also Team Oman. So 2 of these teams will go through from the side of Group B. Now, looking at Group C, we are going to have Team Kazakhstan, Team Uzbekistan, Team Kyrgyzstan, and also Team Tajikistan. 2 of these teams, once again, will go through as well.
Now, on the side of Group D, we do have got Team Nepal. Team Nepal, Team Sri Lanka, we got Team Hong Kong, China, we do have Team Mongolia as well as Team Pakistan, whereby the top 2 will qualify while the 3rd team goes into the last chance qualifiers. Good for you guys to know as well, when it comes down to Group B, the 3rd place also goes to last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, that's right. So on the last day itself, once the standings are set, we get our top 3. The 3rd place of B and D will battle out for that final position. So we do have a bit of a last chance qualification as well. But of course, since we are here, we have to thank the people that have brought us here so far. And first of all, I would like to thank the Singapore Esports Association and also Zenway Productions for being our co-organizers here.
Of course, in support of sports promotions, we do have Sports Singapore in part with us. Alongside our official integrated resorts partner, we've got Resorts World Sentosa, which is where we all are. Oh, hold on a second. There we go. All right. And of course, our official partner comes down to Moonton Games, My Republic, and Secret Lab.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here. And of course, thank you so much for watching, for all the audience that are watching right now, and all of you guys that are gathered here at the live arena. And I do feel, right, today we're going to have a very good standing of where all these teams are at, especially in terms of placements, when it comes down to, you know, just feeling each other out a little bit.
Exactly. So at this point in time, it's all about feeling for each other. You know, in boxing, you always kind of test distance. This is the kind of day that we can expect coming in, especially for match number 1.
So we have Team Saudi Arabia, very familiar faces here. We have El Rashidi, we have Karaba, we have El Khoraini, and we have El Sulaimani, and also El Karni as well. And of course, these are their official names, but they do have their monikers in-game, right? When you think about their in-game monikers, these guys, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, the best from MPL MENA, just gathered over here.
Yep. As much as we have managed to dug out based on their names, well, we do have Sanji, Troll, Coffin, and Sano from Team Falcons, while Ashvin is actually from Twisted Minds, and if I'm not wrong, currently a free agent.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure of whether he's a free agent right now, but we know there might be talks. There might be talks.
You know, maybe Team Falcons.
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point,
Looking like he's wearing green right now.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the Falcons, might be the Hawks, might be, you know, some other birds out there in the nation. I don't know what's out there, but you guys pretty much get the idea. We have 4 out of 5 of these players that are from Team Falcons after all, so maybe there will be some developments. In the meantime, for the side of Team Oman, we do have El Rakadi, we got El Karusi, El Ghasani, El Breki, and El Alawi that comes in to the team. Now, we don't particularly have much information from them. As much as we try to dig out from them, doesn't really give us a very good idea, you know, if whether they are veteran players or, you know, starting new players.
So coming into this stage, right, going up against experienced veterans such as Team Saudi Arabia, when it comes down to Team Oman, do they have that competition experience? Can they handle that on-stage jitters? When you're playing on that main stage, it's a completely different experience from when you're just playing at home, you know, when you're just doing community tournaments, online qualifiers, very different when you're representing your nation and your team.
Yep, you have a lot that is going to be on your shoulders, and we have people all around the world that is watching. After all, this is the Asian Games after all, right? And this is, after all, going to be the qualifying stages where there is very limited spot where you will be able to head over to the main event there at Aichi Nagoya. So you're going to have to show your best hand. Perhaps not day 1, but at some point in time, because we have a total of 4 days of Mobile Legends Bang Bang games for you guys. Every single day are chock full of games where I believe that is all 7 series, or rather 7 games of best of 3 series.
Yeah, and of course, all the group players will be happening at the same time. So there will be concurrent games going on. So we'll try and update you guys as much as possible with the standings from the different groups. Once we finish one series, once we finish second series, as soon as the information comes in. But of course, at the group stage and also at the main stage itself, the games that we'll be watching, we have already announced. But looking at all these games, it's going to be best of 3s. And now going into the map, veto, map selection, map randomization, we're going into Broken Walls.
Yep, it's going to be Broken Walls, so we should definitely be able to expect some, you know, lot dances that are going to be extended a lot longer because of the resets that we can expect to see. These kind of normal talks that, you know, when the new map just came out, you know, we had a lot of talks about it. But we have come down to the point where the meta is not really defined by the maps all that much. Maybe a small little inkling. Maybe, you know, one hero is great for the map. Everyone else just kind of don't care about it.
Yeah, well, when you talk about Broken Walls, right? When you think about ranked gameplay, you think about Grok, right? Having the ability to place that barrier, having the ability to just wild charge through the walls as well. So that just gives you another setup option as well. But now taking a look at the current meta, as you said, the map doesn't really matter in terms of meta-defining characters, meta-defining heroes. And we just had a hot patch just coming through just yesterday. So there's a lot of changes.
Yep. Speaking of that, right? Everyone should have realized by now that the patch just dropped in yesterday. As such, Hirara is available for play, but not for competition. Because as per normal, right? Every time there is a new patch, a new revamped hero, or, you know, a new hero, new revamped heroes or whatnot, there will always be, you know, pseudo-banned for the first 2 weeks. And unfortunately, Hirara is not gonna be an excuse for it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to play Hirara at the moment.
Hey, she's a baddie. Okay, she's a baddie.
But she's kind of bad at the game, too. So I would say, I mean, having piloted Hirara yesterday, I would just say not too impressive so far. Does need a little bit of work. A very greedy hero, do require a bit of micro as well, very micro-intensive character. In terms of resource management, you got to be on point as well. There's just a lot of things to juggle in the current state where the game is happening so fast right now.
There is also a lot of questions if whether it's going to shift anything when it comes to the meta, for example. Are we going to be looking at a meta where it's going to be similar to what we saw in the previous MPLs in their very specific regions, or are they going to be trying out something completely different based on the new patch? So what kind of theory crafting do we have here?
Currently, we do have the Ruby being one of the top few in terms of the buff nodes, right? In terms of just damage, in terms of just pure damage alone, Ruby has been buffed through the roof. And I feel that with that Ruby just being in that top tier, the healing meta might just be on the cusp of coming back. We might see Matilda again, because Matilda has technically had that damage buff as well. Also, at the same time, it just makes for a great time to play those healer characters right now. We talk about the old school, right? We talked about maybe Fredrin into that. What's that called again?
No, unless I can read your mind at this point in time.
Yeah, the lady that heals. Not Angela.
I can literally just give you everyone. Estes.
No.
No, is a lady, Rafaela?
No.
God damn. At this point in time,
Sanrio. Has a
Angela?
Has a Sanrio collab.
Florin?
Yeah, Florin. There we go. Okay, now we got that mental block out of the way. We are heading into the banning and drafting phase. We do have the two Sin, the Cho, and the
creative block at the time as well.
Being banned out. Marcel, of course, now one of the strongest 100% ban pick heroes.
We should expect that.
Even stronger this patch.
Oh, okay. So at least for now, we do have got a pretty solid start coming in from Team Oman. I do love the Baxia first pick. However, looking at, you know, B2 of that Faramis is not something that I really expect to see, but it's still going to be completely fine in my honest opinion. But Yves, Glue, and Guinevere does seem like a very crazy start. Pretty good for Team Saudi Arabia for now.
Yeah, Team Oman just taking a playbook out of the sustain meta, trying to just extend the team fight as much as possible, playing with that Faramis into that Baxia. And now with that Guinevere pick, looking extremely good coming out from the side of Team Saudi Arabia as well. They have extremely good catch. They also have an extremely good front line as well. Now they do take out the Khalid. Now with the possible bans that will come through, the gold laner has yet to be picked from the side of Saudi Arabia. Claude is still in the pool, still extremely strong and impressive, whether or not they choose to ban it out right now.
That is the question if it's going to leave the banning pool, which is the main question here. Now, let's identify a little bit of what we can expect from each of these two teams and if whether they're sending us any form of signals. At least for Team Saudi Arabia, they are a very containment-based composition for now. We've got Glue and Guinevere both as a very strong harasser, Glue being the main annoyance, but with a simple form of crowd control or area denial coming in from Yves. This generally just means that Team Saudi Arabia, they generally want to play around the river lines as much as possible, and they do want to be a little bit more on the aggressors. While in the meantime, for Team Oman, they want to be fast by the pick of the Baxia along with the side of the Faramis. However, we don't really quite have a very clear idea if whether they are actually going to play a Faramis roam, or because there is always a possibility of seeing a Faramis mid, which is quite unlikely, but we should never throw that out of the window.
Yeah, so this ban from Saudi Arabia leaves the Kalea in the pool, right? The Kalea is extremely strong at dealing again with that glue, having the ability to just isolate as well as the Guinevere and the Eve as well. Now, with the side of Team Oman still lacking that gold laner ban, Team Saudi Arabia, they have yet to pick up the gold laner. I'm not too sure whether they should let Cloud out into the pool, especially against a Faramis and also Boxia. Yes, you do have that sustain available, but once that ultimate is down, that might be a great timing. And they actually ban out the Arnold instead.
I don't think that they are particularly too concerned about a Claude, because as of now, it doesn't necessarily mean too much if Oman wants to aggress and be the fast one. As of now, it looks like they are more divey than Saudi Arabia, because as long as Baxia is able to rush in, literally everyone will be able to, give very good support to the Baxia. The question is, who is going to be the XP laner that comes in fair play together with the Baxia? Anyone that have got great mobility, as well as anyone who have great, I suppose, presence around the map will generally be good. Someone like the likes of Yuzhong, for example, since Lapu is gone, it's not that fast, so it's not that important for them.
Yeah, so it will be confirmed to be a glue roam coming in from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. So Tarizla will be going on the EXP lane. Now, yet to fill in the jungle, no, not the EXP lane role for the side of Team Oman, as you said before. Going up against the Tarizla, yeah, you still have that CC pick available if, let's say, you just want to win the lane alone. But in terms of team fight as well, yeah, like what you said, the Yuzhong would be a great pick here, but do you want to pick up the Ruby here? Do you want to go for that buffed Ruby? Because it has left the pool completely as well. So that will be an available pick for them. And if, let's say, Faramis is also going into that roam role, yes, you have the option of going for the Aloy as well, or the Zetian, but they do go for the Atlas here.
Okay, I do favor the Atlas, to be honest. It's really cheaty based on the passive at this point in time. As such, it's also still within the dive meta that we are looking out for, or rather the dive-centric identity that we want to see out of Oman. They also picked up the Yuzhong, so we do have very strong map presence that is able to allow them to play around with lanes and do quite a bit of macro management. As such, Team Saudi Arabia will decide to echo that. They do have some dive elements in it. They, however, don't have a lot of map presence or global map presence. As such, split pushing is going to be super important. As such, picking up a Moskov and relying a lot on the SOD is going to be their way of playing around.
Atlas completely leaving the pool there, and that was just ignored all the way to the last pick. I can't believe Fatal Links, you let the Fatal Links come through. And for the side of Team Saudi Arabia,
no respect to the Atlas, dude. 3 flickers, only 1 purify.
I mean, at that point, Team Saudi Arabia, they're not playing for the 5v5, right? With a Guinevere around, you're playing for the catch more often. And then with the macro play coming through from the side of the Moscow, yes, there's going to be a lot of solo plays, but at the same time, there's not much synergy. Only the real-world manipulation into that penalty zone.
Honestly, there is a lot more of the counter-engage that we want to see from the side of Saudi Arabia, right? As much as possible, they want to also kind of see where Oman is going to be targeting, how they are going to be looking at things, because the main point here is that they want the glue to be the main person, the main tank, the main vanguard. Well, in the meantime, allowing the Tarizla, because Tarizla does have the range and mobility to reach over to the back line, such as the Irithel as well as the Faramis. They want to be slightly away from the dive-centric team from the side of Oman.
Yeah, this is why the Faram is still not very favored in that early stage of the game, right? Not having that clear speed available, already brought down, chunked down to extremely low. Karaba will be expanding a flicker here for Al-Fadi's Purify. And for that mid lane, I would say currently still looking good for the side of Team Saudi Arabia in just terms of clear speed alone. And Glue is just going to have a better level 1-to-3 ratio of just trying to zone the Atlas out.
What else are we going to be looking out for? Like in the terms of XP lane, as well as gold lane, I believe that the lane priorities is going to be super important here.
Yeah, lane priority, not as much, I would say. I would say jungle priority would be much more prioritized here, right?
Okay.
Now that you see El Breaky even finding that level 3 way ahead of El Sulaimani. El Sulaimani has to catch up in terms of the clear speed. will not have the glue to be available to help him for that level 1 to 3, because the Faramis and the Atlas, you expect him to keep him there as much as possible. Now, that first objective take is going to be very important for both teams because they're running utility jungles as well.
We do have El Alawi that managed to hit level 4 at this point in time. Well, Alkani is not quite there, so allowing the Yuzhong to actually leave lane a lot earlier than Terizla is going to help a lot. They do have information at the very least that Team Oman, they have 4 members that's going to be cooped up down to the bottom lane. So they're going to be starting things out real quickly as the RWM is just going to be popping right out while Al Sulaimani picks up the kill onto the turtle. The dragon doesn't really seem to do too well when the meantime penalty zone lands on the 3. Jumping right on top of Al Alawi brings him down right after the Violent Requiem. As now, Team Saudi Arabia, they are putting up a really good fight as they manage to find another kill down onto Al Fadi. And at this point in time, it's really difficult because we're looking at a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, this is the segmented team fight that Saudi Arabia have been looking for. Spirit Destruction does land, but not going to be able to jump in here. El Rashidi does see the chance, but not going to jump into Avaxia, into that enemy jungle. But this is the level spike that we need to see out of the Atlas. He was not level 4. Does use the flicker, but did not have that Fatal Links available, right? So in terms of that 5v5, Team Oman are very ultimate reliant in terms of you need to have that Black Dragon form. You need to have Fatal Links to make the team fight work. Meanwhile, for Saudi Arabia, with the Guinevere, what it gives them is the chance to just choose and pick whichever fight that they wish to, and on whatever battlefield. So it really favors them in terms of just taking these, you know, skirmish fights when there's not much going on in the map.
So at this point in time, the main thing that we kind of want to look out for is going to be a matchup between the roamers. How exactly are they wanting to start a team fight, for example? We do have Team Saudi Arabia that actually committed quite a bit over to that pickoff, which unfortunately did not do too well. But fortunately, it's just the resource use is only ultimates, not much of flickers.
Yeah, but still, macro advantage going the way of Saudi Arabia. They've been doing a great job of keeping the map pressure up so far. 2,000 gold advantage currently at 4 minutes into the game. And right now, we do have a bit of skirmish going on, but nothing much is going to result from a Terizla and also a Yuzhong going up against each other. But wait a minute.
That's not great coming in from a Yuzhong right there. But regardless, that is going to be Alkani that is close to level 8, and losing up the Yuzhong right before the turtle is going to be detrimental to the macro management for the team of for the side of Team Oman. As such, Team Oman, they still kind of stuck around a little bit. As such, that is going to be a grand punish for them. They should already know that they are unable to win in that fight. So right now, Team Saudi Arabia, they will make full use of the very fact that the team from Team Oman is so close. They jump in, takes 2 men down, even dove down onto the top lane turret, now putting a lot of damage over to El Breaki and bringing down the jungle. In fact, for El Fadi, he still went in, and they are literally going 1-for-1, literally as solo heroes for their own team.
Not looking good for the side of Team Oman. That was still 5 minutes into the game. That was a Petrify available on El Alawi, and he has not found a chance to use it in that first 5 minutes of the game. We saw that 1v1 skirmish versus Al-Karni. That might have been his ego just talking to him. And now looking at the team fight as well, right? Just does not favor their positioning at all. They were caught behind the turret, and they could have easily just taken that dive. And for Team Saudi Arabia, with the farm that they have, they're going to take all the dives that they can from now on.
It's really tough for Team Oman right now, especially since they are a dive comp. As much as possible, they want to jump over the backlines. However, they're just losing in quite a lot of aspects right now. They lost the top lane and the bottom lane T1 turret, which will eventually lead up to the T1 turret in the middle lane as well. So a lot of resources will definitely be pushed down to the middle lane. So Team Oman, they are just going to be pushing up all of their resources right here. But the question is, do they have got an advantage enough to block this out?
Yeah, losing that mid-tier turret at that 6 minute mark is not going to be good news at all for Team Oman. They are falling behind. They can't give the space here as it is pop. But now, right now, that real-world manipulation coming through for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, still dominating the battlefield. 3 men members already down for the side of Team Oman, and Saudi Arabia continue on that territory. They lose a member, but it does not matter. That Black Dragon form, no use at all.
Yep, a little bit too late for the Black Dragon form, unfortunately. It would be great in the start of things, just so that you will be able to put up some of these shard residue stacks onto everyone, and that will ultimately create a bit of panic. But that doesn't seem too right. Unfortunately, now we go with another Violet Requiem.
Yeah, the jump in coming through from the side of Guinevere. That is just the scary power of the Guinevere, right? It leaks the pool at that early draft. We totally forgot about how oppressive this character is when it comes down to getting these jumps. Now, combined with the stick ability coming out from Karava, that's just going to be a free engage every single time. They're willing to give Karava's life into starting these team fights as long as they can get a favorable position.
Indeed. I mean, for the side of Clue, he is the vanguard after all. So as much as possible, if he's able to get a single connect onto the 6-stick, then it's more or less going to be done. You do have got free engagement coming in from Al-Sumayamani or perhaps even from Al-Khani. They have a lot of initiators that will help them kick off a big fight altogether. They don't necessarily have to play for big fights, but it comes down to splitting the fight into two that will eventually help them a lot.
Yeah, Team Oman looking a bit chopped at the moment. 10,000 gold advantage coming in from the side of Team Saudi Arabia, and they're showing their international experience right now. Fatal Links used on one character, and it's not even enough. Karava just runs away. Patrick Star, run away, my friend. And now for Team Saudi Arabia, it's more about the map control, right? Securing the advantage, making sure they don't make mistakes here. Team Oman, they can still potentially catch, but they don't have that control factor at all. They don't have a solo control.
Yep. Unfortunately, I really like Team Oman's draft. However, it's more about the execution that they were not able to kind of hold down the fort. The game was great and all until I believe 3 minutes in, when they started to lose a lot more lead by the minute. And understandably for Team Saudi Arabia, they took control from that point on, and they will consistently be able to ensure that their gameplay is flawless enough to hold up this kind of momentum, putting them at 11,000 gold lead at 8 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. This is uncalled for.
Yeah, I mean, very masterfully drafted from the side of Team Saudi Arabia, just securing that early game advantage, having that Eve glue into Guinevere, that is already your core combo, right? Your EXP lane at that point, it can be whatever. Your gold lane at that point, as long as it can secure gold lane and get that late game through, you have the Claude, you have the Carry. No, Carry was banned out. You had the Moskov. There was a lot of choices because for Team Oman, they went for Irithel so early on into the draft. And that's just not going to be a good time, especially into an enemy glue and also a Eve as well.
Yeah, I do like the mobility from the Irithel, but it's not really the time for the Irithel to pop off as of yet. Going up against a Moskov in the gold lane is more about the skill matchup at that point in time, but it's not going to be super important at that point. But regardless, as we slowly move on over to the Lord that will be marching in from the middle lane. Not the best lane for the Lord to be at, but hey, it is what it is, right? They will be able to shove some of these waves on the top and the middle lane to try to sync it up. And it's not too shabby. We do have the Terizla that held on to the top lane, and the Moskov held on to the bottom lane while everyone just made it to the middle.
Yeah, 10 minutes into the game, not looking good here. Tier 3 turret already under siege here. Black Dragon form has been used in the backline. Robo manipulation just to secure that space. And it will be just a kill from Al Rashidi. Spear of Destruction misses, but Oman, they have to run away. Team Oman, they're so low as Karaba is just hanging around in the backline with the Lord, and Al Karani just going down right now. But doesn't matter, Al Rashidi still throwing spears from behind as the game ends. And Team Saudi Arabia get first game for themselves.
Indeed. There is a little bit too much of advantage coming in from Team Saudi Arabia. In fact, I will say this again. Team Oman's draft is not horrible. In fact, I really like their draft. I can see what they're trying to do.
Really?
I can really see what they're trying to do. But it just boils down to their laning. Their laning as well as their tempo. They are unable to take that away from the start of the game. Yuzhong versus the Terizla. In most contexts, your Yuzhong is not looking to win against the Terizla. You want to leave the lane faster than the Terizla in order to help out your team. And the very first turtle, it does definitely seem like that fact. However, they lost the turtle fight because of a probably mistrigger from the retribution, and from that point on, things start to slowly crumble until we met to the point where Yu Zhong lost against Terizla in his own lane. And from that point on, Turtle was just completely out of reach.
I think what set the standard for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, of course, the Terizla, in terms of EXP lane, getting that 1v1 in through to that Yuzong as well. Very good usage of the penalty zones in team fight, especially with the role of manipulation. But what set the difference between Team Oman and Team Saudi Arabia was that mid lane priority, right?
Yes.
Faramis not having that level of mid lane priority that the premier mid laners have right now. That's why we see people pick up the Lilia. That's why we see people pick up the Gord, the Eve as well.
Yeah. So there's a lot of discussion that is more towards the side of the Faramis, right? Faramis does have decent damage, decent damage, especially if you kind of put the Faramis into Assassin Emblem, then I think the damage is a lot more. So at least for Al-Fadi, he's trying to make up for the missing parts, the missing parts of the puzzle by using Assassin Emblem. But however, it's not entirely about the base stats or the base damage. It also comes down to the overall kit, for example, right? We do have Elbricky as a jungler that is playing as a tank jungler. Really strong damage in the early stages of the game, but if you kind of think about it together with the Faramis as well as the Atlas, they can definitely be very annoying to deal with. However, if they want to really go for anyone, they have to dive pretty hard.
Yeah, that was just not going to work out against Team Saudi Arabia, right? The harder you dive, the harder they can catch you. They do have a great solo catch coming in from the Guinevere, as well as El Rashidi with the Spear of Despair. Anytime you jump in too deep, you can be pinned against a wall. And the combos just coming through. There's a lot of synergy from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Oman, yes, they have very good teamfight capability, but we're so ultimate reliant, and just taking a look at the damage taken, 250k damage taken, they were not firing back on any kind of cylinder at all.
If we were given this kind of lineup coming from Team Oman, I would say that they will be able to, do well in very certain and very niche situations of hero composition on the opposite side. In this very case, we do have Team Saudi Arabia that plays a lot more on counter-engage. They have very good utilities that will be able to counter-engage against the opponents. I may be hit first, like as a glue, sure, but I do have a Guinevere that could come in. I do have a Terizla that will be able to come in as well. So in most situations, having a Baxia, Atlas, and a Faramis, you can slowly bring the opponents down. You would have definitely enough damage for your skirmishes, but not quite enough against a counter-engage comp like these.
Yeah, so it was just boiling down to the lack of pickoffs as well, because you can team fight all you want, there's no damage coming through. Irithel is an AoE damage character. You're not going to be able to burst anyone down in time. And
he's touch skill.
And the problem is, we saw the problem, right? We saw Karaba just running around the battlefield. He's Patrick Star, and he's just going, yo, 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 it's no problem at all.
To be fair, though, you're going to have to say that the frigid area coming in from Atlas is actually a very big problem to the glue. He will walk so slow that, it might not matter too much. But also the main other question is, does it even make sense for an Atlas to constantly stick onto a glue?
Yeah, because the physics itself, it makes sense, right? Glue gets hardened by ice and then it breaks, right? Because it becomes brittle. But in terms of the game itself, the glue is just still going to stick onto you and then just force you out of position, and you get the situation where you're forced to use Fatal Links on one person alone. And taking out that capability, because you can see the only initiation coming out from inside of Team Oman was that Fatal Links. So once that's out, the battle's out.
Technically, if we want to talk about Shadow Stampede, it is also another form of initiation. Although it is not guaranteed, it is not exactly, the best kind of initiation, but it is something to pull people in. It does help to initiate to a certain extent, but it is not a, what can I say? It is not an instant gratification kind of initiating tool. You don't want to rely on it.
Yeah, that was just a game one indeed. A game one indeed from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. So far, I would say Saudi Arabia, the way that they draft, the way that they play, they know their macros well, the terms of execution as well. You saw the mid priority coming through, getting that level 4 ahead of time for the glue, having that ability to have that stick, and also just play around with the Atlas before that level 4 mark. Now, going into the map selection here,
Broken walls again.
Broken walls again.
Yay!
Hitting that 50-50.
Well, either way, 50-50? Which part of 4 maps 50-50 is that?
It's always a yes or no.
Oh, goddamn. You're right.
It's always a yes or no. 50-50.
So
everything in life is 50-50, my friend.
Oh, so hitting the lottery is not 1 in a million chance, but
No.
it's a 50-50. Either you hit it or you don't.
It's either you hit it or you don't.
Philosophy.
It's either you win Asian Games esports events
Or you don't.
Or you don't.
Yeah, everyone has a 50-50 chance.
Exactly.
Oh,
You
God.
never know what's going to happen. And I mean, Team Saudi Arabia right now, they might have the draft on lock. But with the new patch, anything can happen, right? Someone can pull off a Ruby Florin at this moment, and then suddenly it becomes the best idea ever.
Well, at this point in time, it is and it could be meta-defining. Literally any part of these games would change the meta altogether. Anyone that find a great combination and play that combination will naturally, well, be picked up by the other teams. But also do note that at this point and at this conjuncture, we are mostly looking at, you know, shadow punches. We are just testing the stuff. There's hardly any stakes around the games right now because it is just the first game. You can afford to trial and error. You can afford to learn about your opponents a little bit more before you go a little bit deeper in. Because remember, when it comes down to Group A, you have a total of 5 slots, all right? And Group B, C, and D, 2 slots for all of them, except for the fact that Group B and D, you have a single LCQ slot for the 3rd place.
Yeah, so it's still going to be tough, I would say.
It's still tough, but, you know.
You say that you have a lot of time, but in terms of round robin, right? Sometimes you only get to play against a certain team once. And you want to make the most out of that game time as well. So whether or not you want to get an early head start or whether or not you are going for that last marathon sprint is going to matter in terms of the points, because only 2 will make it from this group. Now, looking at the ban stages coming through, the Phobius, Kalea, and also the Freya stable bans coming out, the Cho, Dusin, and also the Paquito as well. So this leaves the Marcel in the pool as well. So 100% going to be picked up from the side of Team Saudi Arabia.
Without a question, right? Team Saudi Arabia will pick that up really fast. Well, in the meantime, Team Oman, they have picked up the Guinevere for themselves as well for the R1 pick. Looking at this, there is still quite a bit of choices that you can eventually go for, but they have decided to pick up a God.
Yeah, this is usually what happens when you go for a Marcel first pick, right? You don't have that lockdown available. You don't really have the Kaja. Maybe you think about the Franco having the ability to just hook. I mean, it works in rank, but competitive-wise, the Kaja is really much more preferred. Now, going with the Marcel, you do want to just back up on your team fight composition. They're going for that tank capability. Boxia currently still sitting at the top of that tank so far, and we feel that teams, they've been using it a lot, right? But so far, we have also seen the Fredrin and the Arlot combo come up into the question quite a bit, but you need to get those 2 as a 2-piece.
Now, moving on forward, we talked about the Baxia, and now the Moskov joins in as well. Pretty early to be giving out the win condition, but it's not that big of a deal to a certain extent over here. So, moving on forward, we already have the Roamer, Jungler, and the Gold Laner that has been decided for Team Saudi Arabia, which leaves out against the Mid Laner and the XP Laner, which is actually 2 very important roles for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, as that is going to decide how they want to play the game.
Yeah, currently right now for Team Oman, they did have the Arlot available. If they wanted to go for the final splash into the Violet Requiem combo, with the Gord, it would have been great, but surprisingly, they picked up the Atlas first because they do respect the ability to have that Fatal Links. But now, with this, picking up that, they have to ban out the Valentina. They actually ban out the Tien first, which is surprising, right? Because right now, Team Saudi Arabia, they are going to pick up the Valentina to get that Fatal Links for themselves no matter what.
Do they? really want to go for that direction. At this point in time, it kind of seems as though for the side of Coach Hamden, he's looking for artillery or anything that have got very significant range. As such, yes, there we go. Valentina will be taken away, but we also do kind of leak out a bit of an information where anything that allows them to kind of stop Gord is going to be a problem.
Yeah, so far, that Gord is going to be a problem if they don't have that mid lane priority, but Zusin already banned out. They can still go for that Eve if they wish to do so. The Farsa still one of the answers towards the Gord in terms of just having the range, having that mid 1v1, right? In terms of team fight, not going to have that burst capability, but you do have that AoE capability if, let's say, you want to go old school. But now for the side of Team Saudi Arabia, they will be trying to take out much more EXP laners, whether or not the Lapu Lapu looking like a choice here. Ruby, also the Arlot as well.
Team Oman still seem as though they like dive. They have got really good ways to jump over to the backlines of Team Saudi Arabia. So as a dive comp, having to pick up R4, and giving Team Saudi Arabia the chance to pick up B4 and B5 is going to be a little bit difficult at this point, right? Because right now, they most likely want to figure out who their gold laner is and then move on to their XP laner for the last pick.
Yeah, and I don't like this at all.
Still the same direction then.
I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. Going with the Irithel against a Marcel, it's just going to be a bad time. Yeah, Irithel, you are known for moving fast, right? You gotta move fast to hit more.
Yep.
But Marcel moves faster.
Marcel moves like the wind.
Yeah, so Marcel moves faster, and that, oh my god!
Whoa.
What are we seeing here?
Okay. Nice. Yay. I'm not too sure about that. I'm not too sure how to feel about this. However, Kagura does have a true Umbrella Flea that does help her deal with some of these very pesky catch heroes. But in the meantime, you also do have your... What's that? You do have your ultimate deck. Do have a knockback. I'm not very sure if the knockback does anything to Gord in this situation. But if you do have a Kagura, you might very likely be able to burst down the Gord rather than to disrupt the Gord enough.
And finally, we do see the Ruby here. The buff to Ruby, mean and red, not mean and green. Because, yeah, Ruby is red after all. And now we do have that capability coming in from the Kagura, as we were saying before. I feel that it's going to be a wonky interaction, especially when it comes down to the Guinevere. It's going to be who initiates first, right? Who gets the catch first? Does the Kagura or the Guinevere get the catch first? If you get a pick off first on either of these sides, you're dandy. You're good to go. But the good thing about Team Oman is they can have a great fallback with the Fatal Links combo with the Irithel as well. But the late game is much more secured with the Moskov and the Marcel.
Now, the thing about the early game between these two teams really boils down to who can survive longer in these team fights, right? We don't have someone that particularly is very bursty, albeit the mages are not too bad once they get their level 4s and all that jazz. They are the bursty ones. However, not bursty enough to be instantaneously just clapping someone out of the existence. For example, if you have, for example, a Ruby, a Guinevere, and an Atlas that jumps in, then let's be honest here, there's no burst in that. So it's all about whittling down the opponents long enough, or whose reinforcements or macro play is better.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this, right? The Ruby pick. I mean, I like the Lapu Lapu pick, not the Ruby pick. Because Lapu Lapu with the Wildest Warrior, I mean, he's going to have a great time. The Bravest Warrior is just going to be control immune the entire time and just going to have a lot of fun.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the initial part of the game, we are going to be looking at Lapu versus the Ruby. And both of them, well, let's just call them a, well, anticlimactic fight. They are not going to go anywhere. They are just pool noodles that will be slapping one another. But in the meantime, up above, we have Irithel as well as the Moskov. I don't expect too much out of either one of these two, so this really boils down to the main roaming trio in the middle lane. So having mid lane prio sounds fun.
Yeah, now that Marcel is going to become a huge problem, especially when it comes down to these objective fights. And when we come down to the objective fights, that Fatal Link time is going to be very key here, still not giving El Carusi any form of level advantage at all, forcing out the flicker once again. But now we have the flicker already used on both sides on that EXP lane as well.
It's really unfortunate though, they weren't able to layer the crowd control for long enough to be able to really hold down onto Alkani, because if they actually manages to bring down Lapu, that would be great, because the turtle is about to come out and that will leave Alkani at level 3, unable to do too much. But now with the Bravest Warriors, pretty darn sure that Team Saudi Arabia, they do have got the power spike already from this point onwards.
Yeah, right now Team Saudi Arabia having complete control of that turtle. And yeah, without the flickers available from El Alawi, there was no way from the I'm Offended to come through. And that might have been just greatest pull of the trigger from the side of El Carni so far. And this gives them control into that orange buff as well. So Saudi Arabia right now, in terms of just resource management, in terms of just invasions, in terms of just map control, they're just starting to ramp up already. And we can see how strong the Marcel is in terms of that vision game as well. Just look at him. Karava is a problem in Game 1 and Game 2 as well.
Literally just riding the wind, as he's just going to be walking past the two heroes from the side of Team Oman. They take the opportunity and they will be racking down all of these damage onto El Carusi, bringing him down very effectively without any one of the members from Team Saudi Arabia to suffer much consequences at all.
Yeah, so far, very good golden hour, and now we do see El Fadi in a lot of trouble here.
Yep, doesn't seem like he's going to get away, but hey, take a look at that. We do have the SOD that will manage to land, but I don't think that that is going to mean too much for the Moskov. He's not going to jump right in. Now, you also need to remember that at this point in time, El Carusi, he does not have got his Fatal Links as of yet. He's still stuck at level 3, one full level behind El Karaba, and this is generally going to make a very big problem because there is no power spike from Team Oman. Even for the XP laners, there was no power spike. No power spike at all for Team Oman, while in the meantime, Team Saudi Arabia, they can be so oppressive with that Baxia plus Marcel. Let's be honest here, the jungle does not belong to Team Oman at all.
Yeah, early game priority still very good for the side of Team Saudi Arabia in terms of just mid management into that EXP lane management, getting that level 4 just way ahead of time. But now we do have a flicker. Fatal Links only onto one though.
But it's okay because the rest of the members coming from the side of Team Saudi Arabia, they wanted to go in as a counter and engage from all of that. In the end of the day, quite a lot of them has been dealt quite a bit of damage, but no one has went down yet from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. In fact, it is the other way around. It is Team Oman that suffered 3 losses.
Yeah, in terms of Team Oman's pickoff comp, if let's say they don't go first, they're doomed. But they don't go last, they're doomed as well. So it's
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It's a bad situation, and they had to split up the fight with the Guinevere and El Carusi, but the Fatal Links going first was not something to be expected there for the side of Team Oman.
Yep. Now, this kind of boils down to the question that whoever have got the advantage would generally be a lot better because we don't have that power spike from the side of Team Oman. They don't have that burst damage that we could see. In retrospect, technically speaking, you can say that a Lapu Lapu does have a certain level of burst in his Ultimate Warriors, or rather Bravest Warrior, the moment that he has got the lead. So you gotta have to really look out for that. In the meantime, a simple clapback from the side of Team Oman.
Very good catch coming out from the side of Team Oman. They need to win battles like this, right? Take out the Moskov, take out the Kagura as much as possible, but now El Rakati. Well, what were you doing still in the lane as an Irithel, my friend? I mean, you should have saw that from a mile away. You might be fast, but Marcel is faster.
Yep, literally. To a certain extent, could even say that he's riding in the wind, in the speed of sound at this point in time. He's fast, but you know, not a lot that can compete against him. But right now we do have El Kani that just went straight in for the Bravest Warriors, but he suffered a lot of damage coming in from the Mystic Gush. He stood there for an extended period of time. Small little mistakes from the side of Saudi Arabia, which does help Team Oman quite a bit.
Yeah, this is huge coming in from the side of Team Oman. This might be the game-defining moment here because Al Fadi, with those 2 kills, just essentially brought them back into the game because that factor, that burst factor that we were talking about that Team Oman lacked, this was going to be their comeback in. But still, right, Kagura has been a problem. El Koraini, I don't know how he's doing it, but he's currently 5-0-2.
This means that both teams, they have a very obvious, okay, maybe not for both teams, but for Team Oman, they have a very obvious target board onto Team Saudi Arabia, and that is mostly going to be onto Al Quraini, because a very fed and a very snowbally Kagura is not going to be great at all, and is very difficult to handle at this point in time.
Yeah, we start to see the damage coming through from the side of El Rakati as well on the Irithel. So definitely picking up that Haas Claws is still missing out on that crit build, I think. Yes, he will be going for either the Berserker's Fury at this point, but right now the Holy Trinity is very close from the side of Al Rashidi, and once he pops that up, it's going to be that power spike timing coming through from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. They're still keeping the macro up at 4,000.
4,800 gold lead is the more approximate amount that we're looking out for the side of Team Saudi Arabia at 7 minutes. I would say is a lot of a improvement for the side of Team Oman, because in the previous game, by this point in time, we are roughly looking at 9,000 goal lead already. So definitely, we are looking at some improvements that would help Team Oman a tad a little bit. But we'll see how. Wait, was that a flicker coming from El Breaki? Because okay, no, that's weird. But regardless, there we go. It is gonna be a golden moment. Is exactly down onto El Breaki, but he don't have enough support from anyone to bring him down. In the end of the day, it is just gonna be a simple 1-for-1 trade between two members, and the entirety of Team Saudi Arabia, they're going to be focusing down in the middle lane, not quite enough to bring down the T2 though.
Yeah, Golden Hour just not able to catch, but still very good zoning coming out from the side of Team Saudi Arabia as they manage to cycle out all the flickers. The ultimate from the Gord is gone. Now they can take the team fight as they wish.
Immediately, El Badi is going to go down. That is going to be one of the main damage dealers from the side of Team Oman. Losing them is going to be a very big problem. Purified coming in from El Rashidi, ensured that he gets himself away from the Violet Requiem, but did not proc at all.
Yeah, and this is just a taste of what is to come, right? When there's no objectives on the map, they are still able to fight skirmishes like this. We did see one mistake out of Karaba, but that's it. Once bitten, twice shy, and now he just wastes the enemy utility, make sure that the flicker is not up, and consistently cycling out that flicker, making sure that El Badi does not have the ability to escape. Well, that's just going to be a great team fight for the side of Saudi Arabia, because no repositioning.
With the Lord now spawning down in the bottom lane. The entirety of Team Saudi Arabia will focus down and literally focus fire down this Lord. And there is nothing that Team Oman could do at this point. They do not have got the control of their own jungle, nor do they have got the fighting ability in order to reclaim this jungle. So with the Lord going down for Team Saudi Arabia, the Lord pushes down to the bottom lane, the only lane that still has the only lane that does not have a T2 turret.
Yeah, so far, Team Saudi Arabia doing a great job of asserting that map control and definitely just keeping Team Oman in check. Right now, Team Oman, they're hoping for a mistake from the side of Team Saudi Arabia, similar to the dive that Karaba pulled in that mid lane. That's their only chances of the game, and now here we go.
Immediately jumping over to the back lines. It does seem like El Breaki is not going to survive from all of that, but he's going to be fine actually. But it is just going to be the entire pandemonium that's just going to be happening right underneath of the T3 turret. El Khani all the way deep in, but unfortunately not quite enough to be able to take down anyone at that point in time. He's going to sacrifice himself in the form of greed, while they have already taken down El Breaki as well as El Karusi, pushing down in the middle lane, losing out the holy defense, and so will the bottom lane as the Lord pushes his trusty trident down, bringing both of these two turrets down to lower than 50%. In fact, El Rashidi takes down the T3 in the middle lane. This is a great fight, and this is a great tempo for the side of Team Saudi Arabia.
Did you see that? The golden hour into the complete meltdown from the side of El Khuraini. Man, this man is just insane. Look at that. In a split of a second, everybody's HP bars just trickled down. Boom. As Saudi Arabia with the Spear of Destruction and also El Khani to just follow up. There's just a lot of AoE damage coming out from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. You don't want to get caught in that golden hour at all. That new Marcel is just going to be just one hell of a creature.
It's really difficult for Team Oman to not get caught by the Golden Hour, considering that their entire game plan is to play together. But what is that? He just so single-handedly jump over to the back line, managed to deal quite a lot over to the side of El Rakidi, but unfortunately he still go down. And that is going to be a fatal link that connect down on the 3. Doesn't do too much from the side of Team Oman, as now they're just going to be focusing down onto the other side. As El Rashidi, he deals a lot of damage. He's going to be one of the main powerhouses. He's pushing the rest of the members from the side of Team Oman away, while the creep wave is just going to be pushing right in. But will they have enough to take this down? Yes, they will, as Team Saudi Arabia will take the first game.
Yeah, showing why they're the big brothers of this bracket here, the Team Saudi Arabia, the team with much more international experience. Congratulations to them for taking the series 2-0 and just shortening our series for the day.
Yep. So do note that this is, of course, a best-of-3 series. In the very event that Team Oman were to win, then we will look at a total of 3 games. But that's not going to be the case, as we did manage to see a flawless victory from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. Once again, is made up of 4 members from Team Falcons and a single member from Twisted Mind, quote-unquote free agent. Not too sure about that.
Yeah.
But still, congratulations over to Team Saudi Arabia. That's a fabulous display.
Yeah, fabulous display indeed. We did see a lot of shutdowns coming through, but taking a look, El Karaini,
of course,
the woman with the umbrella, Kagura, just dealing so much damage. I was so amazed at his early game capability. He was just going left and right throughout the map, and also at the same time, he's able to survive. So he's not dying in these team fights.
Yep, he's got a massive bounty onto his head in this little coffin. But in the end of the day, there was just nothing that Team Oman could do to take her down at all. Rashu Umbrella Flea is understandably a very difficult skill to take note of. What's going to be the cooldown on the Rashu Umbrella Flea, and whether they even have enough crowd control for that. Technically, for this lineup from the side of Team Oman, yes, they do. But they need time in order to get there. They do have got initiators from El Alawi, from El Breaki, El Fadi himself can even initiate, and El Karusi mostly goes down as the Vanguard sacrifice, where he goes in, fatal links, and you should expect that the Mystic Gush just rolls right in.
Yeah, you see the movement speed emblems coming out from the side of Karaba as well into El Rakadi, right? El Rakadi on that Irithel, I would say, yeah, not really a very good pick coming out from the side of Team Oman, especially going into it so late as well, especially against a Moskov. We saw game 1, game 2, they were going for that Irithel strategies, and yeah, currently I would say just not favored in the meta as well, because you're forced to take sprint as much as possible. So if you take sprint, well, you don't have Purify, you don't have Flicker. Well, as an Irithel, you have to take sprint.
Yep. It kind of feels like Irithel without a sprint kind of feels like you are lacking a leg, or you're missing a leg. So
you already have 4, but
I mean, not your 4 legs.
If you're driving the motorcycle,
okay,
Ducati skin,
then technically you have 2 legs. No, 2 wheels. No, wait, never mind. But you guys pretty much get where we're coming from. But sprint, definitely important for Irithel. So if you were to pick something along the lines of a Flicker, that's kind of weird. But of course, Purify is nonetheless going to be one of the other best pickup. But in this current matchup, he believed, okay, you know what? Gotta go fast.
Yeah, I believe the Irithel and the Atlas combo, it can work very well.
Big game.
But it does require a lot of farm, right? It does require a lot of greediness.
Yeah, they need to be able to hold out in the early games first, which unfortunately was not the case, because the moment that the Lapu Lapu goes online at level 4, you generally lose all form of I would say snowball potential, because that is what a Lapu Lapu could do, just absolutely shat on the Ruby at that point in time.
Yeah, the control meta right now, I would say on the EXP lane, it is very favored towards trying to help your jungle as much as possible, trying to get the clear speed. That's why we see Paquito just being so strong right now, right? The ability to clear the lane and ability to join the team fights. But I would say maybe we're on the cusp of a revitalization meta, where the revitalization is going to come back for the side of EXP lane. Definitely for sure. That sustained meta is on the cusp of coming back. With the recent buff notes and everything, the healing meta, revitalization meta, I'm calling it, guys. It's going to come back soon.
I sure hope not, because the games are generally a lot longer than that.
Yeah, they're going to get longer.
Yay!
No, because the damage numbers are up.
Yep.
So with the damage numbers being up as well...
So you need to survive.
Yeah, you need to survive. So It might not mean longer games. It might mean bigger numbers in terms of just trying to heal and just trying to fight.
Yeah. So ultimately, we gotta have to see how the meta is gonna shift, if whether the meta is even going to be shifting at all. Because at least for the very first series that we've seen today, I don't think that anything that is too meta-defining or anything that is too wow, boom kind of situation.
Yeah.
The only thing that kind of, I guess, kind of took us away is the fact that a Kagura is picked. A little bit of throw back in the past, something like that.
Yeah, the Marcel pick though, that was not supposed to have come through, because currently I feel that Marcel is just very strong. You don't want to give it as a 1 or 1-2. I don't think there's a way to deal with it, but so far here at AGQ, we're going to find out how they deal with the Marcel, right? Because now it's going to be the new Marcel, and yeah, now teams are going to have to deal with him again.
Well, it's all once again back over to the drawing board. If they do have an idea what are they looking for, or there could always be the situation that we just throw Marcel into a never-ending ban. Just ban him and never see him again. If you can't deal with him, that is.
I would say so. Just ban out Marcel, man. Ban out Marcel. Ranked games as well, you should ban out Hirara as well, because make sure that your own teammates don't play him, because
that's so sad, dude.
That is not a good hero to be playing right now.
Is this really a situation where it's kind of like don't blame the game?
Don't blame the player. Blame the hero.
No, blame the player. No, blame the game. No, don't blame the game. Blame the player.
No, I'm not the only one saying it's bad.
Okay. I wanted to kind of like cuss you out a little bit.
I'm not the only one saying it's bad, man. I'm not the only one.
Take responsibility. Who's the one that said that? Who else? Who else?
There's a lot of research being put into it. There's a lot of research being put into it.
I mean, nothing I can do about that. Maybe it's really that bad, but we need a little bit more information or a little bit more time before we'll be able to do that. But speaking about time, this current MSC 2026 and MWI 2026 group draw results will be announced today, and that's the time for you guys to tune in. 18th of June. I don't think any of you guys are time travelers. Well, in the meantime, stay tuned to the MLBB Esports social media channel for all the latest updates. The road to Paris is about to begin, with the MSC 2026 wildcard kicking off on the 1st of July. Oh, that's really soon. Followed by MSC 2026 and MWI 2026 at EWC.
And also remember to follow our social media pages, especially if you want to stay updated on the latest MWI 2026 news, teams, and players, and also exclusive content, as you want to follow our queens on the MWI social media pages and be part of the journey as the world's best MLBB female players compete on the international stage.
I'm sure that Churros is super stoked for this. Yeah, he's always very stoked for MWI.
He loves MWI.
He loves MWI. Hint, hint.
A bit too much.
Yeah, we're kind of helping him. We're kind of helping him as much as we can. But regardless, I hope that you guys enjoyed the very first series of the day. We still got 6 more series to go. A lot of games. We are still in a wee early in the morning. We'll see you all the way to the evening. So, well, you've got the entire day to listen to us, to watch the game, and have some very enjoyable Mobile Legends Bang Bang content. We'll be back in a jiffy. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back. Just let them. They are kind of like, I mean, you can tell that they're kind of, I don't know whether it's like kind of or very. They're not new at all. I think it's more the fact that they don't have a way to reach over and at the later stages. It's just like they're gonna jump right in and like and.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
can be graced. What a splatter of beauty! I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. Once again, we've got the 2026 Asian Games, and of course, is the esports for Mobile Legends Bang Bang today for the qualifier stage. We have a total of 7 full series that we are going to be covering for the entirety of today, and it's going to be a great fun. My name's Abstract. With me here is Moman. The both of us going to be a caster for today here on the English broadcast.
Yeah, so far we had a crazy first series already. Team Saudi Arabia takes the cake, right?
Yeah.
They did get a 2-0 lead, head start in terms of the bracket placement, but now we're going to see Team Iran go up against Team Oman. So Team Oman, we did see them early on in that series number 1.
Yep.
Now, how will they fare in series number 2? When we talk about Team Iran, maybe we don't have much information when it comes to them as well. So same as Team Oman as well. In terms of Team Saudi Arabia, I would say now the slate is safe.
Yep. So it's really unfortunate we couldn't dig out anything at this point in time, but hopefully along the next few days, perhaps we'll be able to get a little bit more information as to how they play, a little bit more insights onto their whole team composition or chemistry going up against with some of the other teams in the same bracket. Without a doubt, some of these teams are definitely going to be on the stronger half onto the score leaderboards, and the others, they might suffer a little bit.
Yeah, but so far we do have that group available, right?
Yep.
Where we talk about Group A, there's a lot of strong teams in Group A. That's why we have 5 teams that will go through in Group A. But meanwhile, for Group B, C, and D, only 2 of these teams will make it from each group as well. But Group B and D, they will have that 3rd placement match at the end of the AGQ. So Asian Games qualifiers, we will have the end of that 3rd place of Group B versus 3rd place of Group D to decide that final slot.
Indeed. So definitely there are going to be some competition between B and D. A little bit of overlap per se. Not exactly a full-on overlap, but you guys pretty much get the idea. And of course, aside from that, you guys also do need to know that every single one of the teams here, they are playing for qualifications, and they will be chosen to play at the 2026 Asian Games in Nagoya, Japan in September, which literally is pride, prestige, and qualifications all at stake. With day number 1 right here, right now, most of these teams are still feeling each other out, trying to understand a little bit more about their current groupings and who are going to be playing in these respective teams and such, in order for them to strategize as to how they want to play in the upcoming few days.
Yeah, we are also on the cusp of a new patch, right? The new patch that has just entered. So metas are still being defined. We are still looking at what's good, what works in the meta. I'm sure teams have tried and figured things out. We did see the Ruby coming out in that first series as well. Did not do particularly too well. I gotta say, maybe you gotta go into a bit more of that healing, a bit more of that sustain. That's what I feel should be good, given the fact that, yeah, you do have a crazy amount of sustain, especially with the damage that's coming out. But we've yet to see the Fredrin. We've yet to see we've only seen the boxes so far.
Yep. And not only that, we do have the Kagura that did manage to come into play as well. But do note that this is still a very small sample size that doesn't necessarily tell us anything about the current meta. If whether it's still on the previous patch form of meta, or are we slowly reforming into something completely new? A lot of theory crafting, I may say.
Yeah, and of course, the games are happening concurrently as well. So definitely in the main stage, you will see certain games play out, but we'll be trying to update you guys the standings as we go throughout the rest of the day to see if your favorite teams, they do make it throughout the end of the journey as well. And I believe right now, are you a sprinter or are you a marathon runner? That kind of placement, that kind of pacing will come through here, because there's going to be 4 days of MLBB here.
Indeed. Now, I do want to address to the audience real quickly, because we might be able to see a vast difference in terms of the audience. We might have hardcore Mobile Legends Bang Bang fans, while in the meantime, same time, we also might have the general sports audience. So for those people that are on the latter side, welcome to the stream after all. You might be kind of wondering what the esports stage is really all about, and we're gonna break it down to you real quickly. Where in the Land of Dawn here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, it is essentially a 5 versus 5 format where we have 5 members from each team going up against one another in a quest to defend their crystal at the end of the map. Because your objective is to go through every single one of these barriers, obstacles that come between you and your team, between you and your team with the core or slash the crystal. Destroying the crystal is ultimately going to be the main goal, and the obstacles between that are a couple of turrets that will stand in your way, and of course the opposing team.
Yeah, that's the win condition of the game, but of course there are going to be certain roles and each player will fulfill certain roles. We do have 5 different roles in the game, that's why there are 5 different players, and also at the same time resource management into your itemizations and also your creep lane management as well. But now going into Team Iran's lineup here. Now we have Amirali on the gold lane, Ali on the roam, Poria on that mid lane, Mahdi on the jungle, and we have Abu Fazl on that EXP lane.
So as we mentioned before, for Team Iran, we don't particularly have anyway much information onto them, so it all boils down to the game itself. How are they gonna be faring against Team Oman? Because Oman already had that introductory game on stream. I will say that the audiences might have a pretty decent idea how they play. When it comes down to the draft, it is not, you know, those very beginner style of drafting, such as we see something like, you know, Mia, Layla, those kind of things.
No.
Because we can definitely expect these kind of things to happen.
Yeah, we can definitely expect these kind of things to happen, but I believe the teams here, they will have opportunities to exchange with each other as well. This is a melting pot of MLBB players, right?
Yeah.
And now looking aside from the side of Team Oman, once again for the second time on the main stage, we're going to have El Rakati on that gold lane, El Karusi on the roam, El Ghassani on that mid, El Breaki on the jungle, and El Alawi on the EXP lane.
Yep. So we've seen how they fare. We saw how they played. So coming into the game against Team Iran, they for these players, they might have a bit of idea how the opponent is gonna play, or maybe not. So moving on to the drafting stage is essentially gonna give them a pretty good idea what kind of composition, what kind of play style they want. But in the first series, it does seem as though they have a specific play style that they prefer, which is a lot more divey. However, these dive composition mostly comes into fruition only in the later stages of the game, without much thought into tempo building. How do they even get to that final end result? I think that is mostly going to be what's lacking from the side of Team Oman.
And once again, we get broken walls.
Okay.
The 50-50 has been decided, and we are going once again with broken walls.
Stop it with your 50-50, dude.
It's always a yes or no. Are we going to get broken walls or no? And we got it.
We got it. Well, it's gonna be back again onto the broken walls. Doesn't necessarily change too much about the current meta, nor the drafting patterns as well. Maybe a small little inkling of, well, affection, or rather a small inkling of impact to a certain extent.
And so far, Team Oman, they have been, as we said, right, they want to play this team fight composition lineup. I would say they want to play that top down. They want to have that Atlas. We saw it both times in the games where they picked out the Atlas, trying to get that Fatal Links combo, especially with the Irithel, the AoE damage that does come out from the Irithel as well. But so far, they have not been able to make it work, especially against Team Saudi Arabia, because they see it coming, right? Even me, I see it coming, because the only way that you are going to initiate is that Fatal Links. They have not found that secondary combination to actually force out the initiation. Usually, you have maybe something like a Lapu Lapu, a glue, to force out these fights before the Fatal Links is used. It comes out as a countermeasure, and that's when we saw the Belleric meta, where the Belleric was used as a counter initiation meta, and the Fatal Links has to be used in that same direction as well.
So kind of like a foolproof way where instead of you jumping into the enemies, you force the opponents to come into you and just kind of force them to react, you know?
Yeah.
Force them to react or give them a very decision to make. Number one, do I want to let this Lapu Lapu just chip us off, or do we want to go and challenge against the Lapu Lapu? through? Do we have enough information that the opponents have a decent counter engage to come in? Do we have the resources to get ourselves out of that kind of situation, for example?
Yeah, now that we have established their playstyles, I'm not too sure about Team Iran though, right? How are they going to respond against Team Oman, right? Given the fact that you know this about Team Oman, but can you do anything about it? Because Team Saudi Arabia, they did a great job at dealing with the Black Dragon form that is the Yuzong as well. Usually we saw the EXP laner, the Black Dragon form was used to try and usher that team fight in, but then they made the great disengage coming out from Team Saudi Arabia. We just don't take the team fight. And then you force out a fatal link on one person, and then that's it.
I think we gotta have to remember that some, or if not most of this game for day number 1, the pressure is low. Low impact, and it's mostly about, you know, we are in for Asian Games. Let's get excited, let's kind of get ourselves into the mood and have some fun. You know, leave the stakes for the next few days after, you know, we kind of collected ourselves, we get ourselves a bit more of that confidence coming in. Because game number 1, like we mentioned, it's all about gauging yourselves.
All right, then we already have the drafts underway. So looking like the draft coming through, we'll focus on the picks first. Marcel being picked up from the side of Team Iran, and they will be having the Baxia and also the Eve as well. Looking like the Fredrin and also the Matilda combo. This was what I was looking for to see. With the buffs on Matilda right now, that Kimmy as well, Team Oman looking like a much better draft on this half.
Okay, so kind of a little bit of a switcheroo to a certain extent. For the side of Team Iran, with the Marcel, Baxia, and Yves, they do have pretty good control in large areas with the RWM as well as the Golden Hour, while Baxia is a little bit more, you know, more onto the tempo style. So we still don't really have a very good idea what Team Iran is trying to go for as of yet. But for the side of Team Oman, we can generally say the same, but they do have a lot of a stronger foundation in the early stages of the game, having the Fredrin as well as the Matilda. With the Kimi in the middle lane, this is their roaming trio. So they do have chip damage that eventually helps them pretty equally. So they are probably just lacking on that XP laner that can give us that level of burst in order to enjoy more early game kind of damage or early game of impact.
Yeah, at the same time, I do like the Phoveus ban coming out from the side of Team Oman. It seems like, yeah, they really know what they're doing, right? When you're playing against this heavy mobility coming out from the Kimmy, coming out from the Fredrin, Matilda, and also this Ruby pick, that Phoveus ban is crucial. And now for the side of Team Iran. Right now, will they want to go for that kind of glue pickup? No, they don't. They go for the Lapu into the Granger as well.
Okay, so at this point in time, this is probably one of the only moments that I'll say, okay, Oman, I think picking up the Irithel is going to be great. But in this case, it's going to be completely different. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Wait, are we looking at a Ruby gold lane?
Yeah, it might be. Might be a Ruby gold lane, yeah.
This is a Ruby gold lane.
Yeah, because Ruby is so good in the gold lane right now. We were talking about the Ruby just being good as a general pick. And now Ruby just destroys every gold lane. I would say even the Granger is going to have a hard time, even at level 4, right? One, I'm offended. That combination comes through, that control. You gotta have the Purify, especially on the Granger, as much as possible.
It's kind of like a blast in the past, right? We are going back to the fighter meta once again. And I did mention, of course, that from the XP laner, I do want to see someone that have got the does have the early game potential to be getting yourself a good amount of power spike. And as a Benedetta, if you do want to go for more of the assassin style with the Blade of the Heptases, that kind of stuff, it does help your team a lot more because your team is relatively tanky in the front lines. You don't have the form of burst to help the team secure kills. But with the Benedetta coming in, you've got great mobility, you've got great damage. It should be able to help the team pretty effectively.
Yeah, you should know you're a Benedetta player, but yeah. I would say, right, on the contrary, you want the Benedetta to be just irritating as much as possible, right? Survive, don't go for the team fights, go for the macro plays, go for counter cross-map objectives. And now, with that being said, that revitalized option for the Benedetta, it actually seems like a great idea because you have a Fredrin that can make use of it. You have a Matilda that can make use of it. So that might be an actual battle spell that might be picked up from the side of the Benedetta here.
If we are looking at more of a sustained style of Benedetta, I would agree. But in this case, they are lacking in quite a lot of that damage department. They would require a bit more damage and a lot more stakes in order for them to secure the early stages of the game, in order to get themselves the tempo and to get themselves the lead. As such, I think that if they're going to go for Benedetta with more damage style, then picking up the Petrify might be the better case, as they shift themselves a little bit more towards the utility, allowing the Mathilda to go for flickers to enable more risky plays and to kind of yoink that Benedetta out of very risky scenarios, which pretty much means that the main focal point of this game very likely is going to be more on the Benedetta, as the Benedetta kind of shifts itself and gravitates itself based on which lane requires more focus, which fight is more important. At least that is the case for Team Oman.
I would say it's a rock, paper, scissors here, right? What battle spell does the Granger go for as we head on into the land of Dawn for Team Iran versus Team Oman? This is the Asia Games Esports events for Mobile Legends. Bang, bang, as we are in the qualifiers. And game number 2. This is series number 2 of Team Iran versus Team Oman.
As we jump right in, we're going to be looking at the fact that for the side of Team Iran, they're going to be starting off at the purple buff, and eventually should be able to get them in a pretty good spot, as he's going really aggressive right into the opponent's jungle, or rather taking the Little Wanderer first. So at least for now, we can definitely assume that Team Iran, they want to play things a bit more aggressively in the early stages of the game in order to get themselves some of that tempo.
Yeah, and surprisingly, it's going to be a Benedetta gold lane coming out for the side of Team Oman at this point, right? The Ruby is actually on that EXP lane versus the Lapu Lapu, and I really like this matchup of the Lapu versus the Ruby going in so far. You do have that control advantage from the side of the Lapu Lapu, having that Bravest Warrior as well, but that's going to be at level 4. But that's what I don't like coming out from side Team Oman, right? You want to place the Ruby in the gold lane. Given the fact that the damage spike right now is just so good, I don't really agree with this.
So they did a bit of a switcheroo. They do want to leave the Benedetta in the gold lane to get more gold in order to play the more offensive style, but Benedetta does have ways to actually reach the Granger to a certain extent, but it will be a game of catch-up. So once again, it is still going to be a little bit tough for the Benedetta, but still to a certain extent, more on the skill-based matchup. But the problem is Ruby is not going to have a really good time there.
Yeah, that rock, paper, scissors I was talking about, that Purify not being picked up from the side of Amirali, he's going to have a hard time in this game and very reliant on the Marcel as we head on into this first turtle fight here.
The Bravest Warrior is just going to be putting himself right onto El Breaky, breaks him down, and it's unfortunately at this point in time, Team Oman, they will have got no retribution to play for against this turtle. As such, the turtle will go over to the hands of Team Iran.
Yeah, definitely the clear speed coming slightly faster for the side of Team Iran, especially on this box here at the moment, as we start to see the things ramp up for the side of Team Iran. Currently 1,500 gold advantage so far, and this is only going to get even more pronounced, right? Given the fact that they have that Benedetta on that gold lane, now they do make that swap around.
Oh. I'm not too sure whether that is too late, because we are already past the first turtle stage, where this is where Benedetta wants to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Maybe, okay, so you can kind of see it this way, where Benedetta already have got decent amount of the items, as a Benedetta is pretty greedy for items. You want to have the items, but for Lapu Lapu, you don't particularly care about winning the lane, you just want to clear the lane fast enough and get out of there, and Lapu Lapu is already at level 6.
Yeah, then the thing about the Fredrin is, right, if you are unable to get any form of early game semblance, you get shut down so easily. That's why you generally need another frontliner on the EXP lane. And that's maybe their idea of putting that Ruby there to get that bit of sustain through. But at the same time, it's just a very greedy lineup right now. Suddenly, they're just lacking all forms of damage. They're not going to be able to take the mid-game team fights. It's always going to be on that Kimmy to land the shots through. And, well, is they just need to build magic defense at the start of the game.
I do want to know if whether Team Oman, whether they have enough firepower to realistically be able to do anything as this roaming trio, because you are facing up against a Baxia plus Yves and a Marcel. All three of them are very in your you can see, Team Iran literally just bouncing right into the opponent's jungle and being quite a nuisance, as now they are putting quite a lot of effort down onto Elbreaky. He doesn't have, he had lost half HP already.
Yeah, ready. Early game not going well for the side of Team Oman. Once again, Team Iran really knows how to play with the map, and this Bravest Warrior usage is putting Benedetta in a lot of trouble here.
Yep, as such, Benedetta now have already went straight in for that Lecto final blow, only to get stunned in by the Bravest Warrior and losing her own life. The entirety of Team Oman now will have got no Benedetta to play for them, and the RWM opens up from Puria, just immediately locking down the Elbreaky, and this is yet another turtle fight that did not go to Oman.
Yeah, this is the case where mobility doesn't matter if you can't survive, and look at them once again. The mobility is there, but not enough to survive, right? Team Iran just brings in the control. Having the Marcel is going to be a huge issue for the side of Team Oman, and we have not talked about this enough, but Marcel being out in that pool that early, and given to the fact that given to the side of Team Iran, it's just going to be very hard to deal with. That vision game is going to be consistently up.
And not only that, you also need to consider the fact that we are already at a point where, oh wait, hold on a second, that is going to be Amon Benedetta will be able to connect on the 3. Pretty darn good from the side of Team Oman as they managed to take down Puria, which is one of the main clutch stones or cornerstones of the team fight. As such, all the Team Iran could do is just flee.
But very good disengage coming out from the side of Team Iran, right? You saw the macro gameplay going in, that usage of that golden hour just to get out in time. And on the other side of the map, Lapu Lapu gets a solo kill onto El Alawi. That Benedetta was not there, was not in time for the EXP lane, and this switch up might be going against Team Oman right now.
Both teams are going to go head-to-head with one another. They do have a way to pull the Brethren right out, but unfortunately not for El Ghassini, as it's going to go straight down as well. Team Iran is constantly just in the face of Team Oman, not quite oppressive in terms of the standing objective, but they can definitely reach there, as now we've got Ali immediately just running by and being a drive-through on the two members, take one person down quite immediately, and they are trying to rack up as much kills as possible for Amirali.
6 minutes into the game, ready. That tier 1 turret for that mid round is already down. Crazy map advantage coming in for the side of Team Iran. They're going to continue to push it, but they have the range, right? Rhapsody is now going to be a huge threat. Sky Piercer probably going to be picked up from the side of Amirali. At the same time, Abu Fazil, he's 301, level 11 on the Lapu Lapu, mind you. There's no one crossed the level 10 on Team Oman at this point.
It's really difficult for Oman to do anything at this point in time due to the levels, as you mentioned. So trying to fight for the turtles is definitely not quite there. As you can see, Elbreaky is currently at level 8, which is actually the same as Ali. But hold on a second, we do have the golden hour just gonna be popped while the Baxia just gonna be hoping himself, just gonna be in the proxy position. Manages to get a pretty good stun down on the Elbreaky and followed by a kill down onto El Karusi. This is a complete shutdown over to the side of Team Oman, and they have got no control of their own jungle.
Yeah, damage should come naturally for Team Oman at the late game, but at the early game, they need to survive, and this is the survivability that they don't have. They don't have the ability to withdraw the time. They don't have any borrowed time, as currently right now, they're doing what they can on the macro factor. El Alawi on that cross map play. That's going to be the only silver lining here, as you're down 8,000 already at 8 minutes into the game.
At this point in time, what a Benedetta would want to do is just to play for cross map plays and being able to proxy as much as possible. The more turrets down for tier 1, the better it is. However, the only tier 1 turret that's down is at the bottom lane. So there still need a lot more time from Team Oman to be able to open up these maps to allow the Benedetta to go a little bit more crazy. But looking at that fact, I don't think that Al Alawi have got a lot of items to back himself up to be more damaging. As a matter of fact, I'm not too sure what items that he has.
Yeah, damage is going to be tough.
Oh, only the Blade of Heptases. So only the Blade of Heptases is actually going to be really difficult to deal with because the Lapu Lapu is so far ahead. But we take a look at this fight. This is going to be Elbreaky that is not able to survive. While, of course, the Bravest Warrior lands on 2, allowing Abu Fazil to just go absolutely ham and crazy, allowing Amirali to pick up a Maniac for himself. Do remember that this guy has got Sky Piercer.
6-0-0. This guy, no assists so far, able to secure all the kills for himself, and Team Iran they are running away with this game for sure here, right? Barring a huge mistake coming out from the side of Team Iran. If you take a look at the team fight, that real manipulation, just using time, Bravest Warrior into the back, Team Amirali untouched, even flickers forward to get that Maniac.
Yep. So at that point in time, they are just so far ahead that the flicker is used aggressively in order to get himself a lot more of that snowball control over to the side of Team Oman, leading them to a 10,000 goal lead by 9 minutes and 45 seconds, which is a crazy amount once again.
Yeah, fast Lord pickup coming in, the photo coming through, but we will have that tri-lane push being set up from the side of Team Iran. Barring that, they will have that mid lane as well, but it's not going to be coming in at the same time. They got to deal with the tier 2 turret at the bottom lane at first, and they choose to forsake that.
Unfortunately for the side of Team Oman, they don't have a composition that is too great when it comes down to wave clear and wave control. So when it comes down to clearing up these waves, they will take a lot longer of time. And despite the fact that this is only the first Lord, they very likely will lose the T3. As now the members coming from the side of Team Iran, they're just going to be putting themselves right in the face of Team Oman. And RWM into the golden hour, locked 2-person out of the fight, leaving El Rakadi to just put himself right in the front of the battles. He will lose his life on top of all of that, but that will open up a very good avenue for the rest of the members from Team Oman to push the rest of Team Iran away, or rather Team Iran away. But there is still gonna be another point in time where they can just jump in onto the T3 turret in the middle lane and effectively even the bottom.
Yeah, Team Iran right now, they had 3 members on a sliver of HP, and Team Oman could do nothing about it. They were just flaccid as they could only watch because they don't have a marksman. They had a Kimmy, yes, but Kimmy does not have that range. 11 minutes in the game, 14,000 gold behind.
It's a very tough spot from Team Oman to get out of. In fact, losing all 3 of the T3 turret at this stage of the game, and the fact that this lineup does not allow them a proper wave clear, it kind of puts them on a really difficult spot. And in fact, I think that they're just surrounded by walls where they couldn't get out of it.
Yeah, they did have the game plan coming through for the side of Team Oman, but it might just be falling apart right now. Team Iran are going for it.
The golden hour is just going to be popping onto 2. They're just going to be doing everything that they can onto Currency and brings him down pretty effectively. All 5 members from the side of Iran will do what they can as they have a Maniac and of course even a Savage collected by Amirali as the head from the side of Oman rolls.
And there we go, the first Savage of the Asian Games Esports events. Mobile Legends Bang Bang qualifiers from the side of Team Iran. Coming out from the Granger, man, that is Amirali. That he picks up the Savage. Maniac then Savage, wow.
Yep. Literally, we've got Amirali that conducted a symphony of death, doing what he can to play all the way from the start to the end. The moment that he picked up the Sky Piercer, he realized, you know, this is my time. With the Benedetta completely out of the game, with only a Blader they had to seize, there really is no threat going to the side of the Granger at all.
Yeah, there was no threat indeed. You saw the systematic control that Team Iran had over the side of Team Oman, right? At the start of the game, yes, their game plan should have been to put that Ruby in that gold lane to get that kind of a bit of a lead towards that Granger, right?
Yep.
Threaten the Granger a bit. And that's something that the Benedetta couldn't do that. Level 1, level 2, you're not going to have the range. There's not going to have that control available. And I was looking forward to see whether or not they put that Ruby in the gold lane. Didn't happen. Switch came in too late, and it was just too far gone.
Indeed. You want to have the early game advantage as a Ruby who have pretty innate healing factor coming in from her passive. We do have a little bit of a change from the passive though, but it's still good enough because Ruby is still still pretty tanky in the early games, and you still have healing factor built into your own kit, while for Benedetta you don't. You are more of a poke and run kind of style. You're trying to exchange pokes between a Granger. Whoever can poke more, poke better, will win in that matchup. Versus a Granger that can poke versus a Ruby that can, well, poke and heal. We naturally know where it's going to gravitate towards.
Yeah, but the crux of the problem, right? The main problem has still been the Marcel. Letting the Marcel in through that ban pick stage has been the bane of a lot of these teams. Even in the international stages, even in other MPLs, right? Marcel used to be such a heavy threat. Now he's worse of a threat. He's got better. He's got faster. He's golden hour is now good for even more because he can target people now.
This is kind of crazy and kind of annoying to deal with at this point. But, you know, we're going to have to move on to the MVP, the Savage holder. We got from Iran, Ami Raleigh. Great team, great player. And just like that, 13 is to 0. Like we mentioned, 0 threats towards the Granger at all.
Yeah, so far, what a stellar showing from the Iranian sniper, Amirali, pulling out the Maniac and the Savage as well. Of course,
1,000 GPM, by the way.
1,000 GPM, yeah, 1,000 GPM. We were that close in kill participation, man. 1% less or 1% more, it would have been a memeable moment. But man, oh man, Amirali, you did such a great job on the Granger, but the team setup coming through on the Marshall was so good. Ali, Poria, I would say, real manipulation into that bravest warrior.
Yep.
That timing, man, that was just impeccable.
Yep, at this point in time, like for Team Oman, the moment that they kind of caught into any of these ultimates, be it the Golden Hour or the RWM, the first thing that they gotta think of is to get a quick runaway. And the moment they get, they try to run away, they're just gonna be locked in, unable to do anything, and that is just free real estate for the side of Team Iran, where they can just pour whatever that they have in terms of damage control and literally any form of impact that they can push Oman further away.
Yeah, because the clear speed coming out from the side of Kimmy and also the Matilda in terms of that mid lane versus the Eve into the Marcel, right? It's going to be a wash, but at the same time, the rotations weren't coming through on time. And we saw the early game where they put Rakati on that EXP lane, and that was just all sorts of trouble coming out from the side of Team Oman. Switch came out a little bit too late, but looking at the damage dealt, it's just going to be all Team Iran at this point, because at that point, there is no sustain coming out from the side of Team Oman. They did not have the farm to work with. They couldn't even survive these team fights.
In fact, I think that Team Oman did kind of shuffle their players a little bit, if I am not wrong. They might have shuffled themselves in terms of their roles because of because they wanted to play dynamically, right? Maybe some of these players, they are not very sure how to play a very specific hero in their own lane. Like for example, we wanted Ruby in the gold lane. However, the gold laner might not be very good in Ruby. So what happens is that they do an internal swap. A certain player, the player that plays XP lane will go over to the gold lane instead. So that is what we saw in the previous time, and shuffling will be required.
Yeah.
So maybe because of that, the team chemistry and the way that they play got changed dynamically.
Yeah, I would say still, right? Still in terms of meta, still in terms of what you want to place, they need to know where the matchups are going to go, right?
Yep.
Why do you pick the Ruby? They have to know their win conditions very clear from the start. And, well, the game starts at minute 0. So sadly for Team Oman, the game didn't feel like it started from minute 0. They only felt like they were playing from minute 2 onwards,
Yep.
and that's just 2 minutes of lost time where Team Iran was just, well.
Yeah, that's the point where you could have gotten the lead. So hopefully Team Oman, they will learn a little bit from this experience and learn a bit more about how the matchup will look like in order to get themselves that kind of advantage or that kind of lead. Because in the early stages of the game, you want to take as much lead as possible to make things a lot easier for you to transition over to from the laning phase to the early game to the mid game to the late game.
Yeah, the sad thing is that I really love the Fredrin and the Matilda combo.
I
It's
do
so
too.
old school, it's so good. And
Plus the Benedetta as
it
well.
works so
Oh,
well,
man.
right? On paper, it works so well. Benedetta and then Ruby as well. They use the guiding wind extremely well. If you think about it, on paper, very good in terms of mobility. But mobility at a cost of survivability. That it was the problem for Team Oman, because they could move, but they couldn't survive. Marcel moves faster.
Yeah, so it is ultimately gonna set up into a very chaotic team fight. If you can set things up, you need to be able to control the key team fight. And we just all said and done, we are gonna go off and take a look at what game number 2 is gonna be like after this very short break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far though, because game number 2 between Team Iran versus Team Oman will come back to you guys very, very quickly. And of course, this is the 2026 Asian Games Qualifiers. You guys are watching the MLBB version. We've got more for you guys. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last!
And we are back once again with you guys. And of course, we'd like to give a huge thank you to everyone for your very kind patience. And we apologize for the very long technical pause in between of game number 1 to game number 2 between Team Iran versus Team Oman.
Yeah, at least you know we weren't yapping throughout the entire.
Yeah, you are
break.
welcome for that.
You guys had a break. We had a break as well. Okay, we both get one each. But speaking of game 1, that is already through. So we did see already Team Iran take 1 ahead of Team Oman. Right now, Team Oman are against the ropes.
Yep. It's really unfortunate though, because, or rather unfortunate, because Team Oman, they at least on stream have showed 1 full series and 1 game itself. Doesn't really look too good when it comes down to the execution. We can definitely have a slight idea as to what they're trying to do when it comes down to the draft itself, but when it comes down to actually executing the game plan, they don't seem to get a hold of the tempo itself, or maybe it's just about the laning phase. They are not mechanically good enough to be able to get themselves the advantage over the opponents, as much as we see that, you know, the draft or the heroes that they pick should have given them some form of impact.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of execution alone, I feel that what we have broken walls again. We're broken walls again. This 50-50 is going very strong. You know,
this is not a 50-50 at this point in time.
It's just 100% broken walls throughout the entire time. So yeah, I think it's time to break down these walls.
Oh man, oh man. Well, I'm holding myself back so badly when you say these walls, but you guys, yeah.
These walls.
Yeah, these walls. But you know what? We're gonna move past that as we're gonna be waiting to see how game number 2 is gonna be like. And of course, Team Iran, they have definitely showed promise, especially when it comes down to drafting. For Team Oman, for sure, they need to start banning out Marcel, because I think that the past 3 games that they have lost is lost to Marcel's.
Yeah.
Right?
Marcel is just so strong in the meta right now. It just feels bad.
They have to stop.
They made the golden hour better, and in this patch, it's gonna be a crazy menace. And the fact is, you can just. Yeah, finally they ban it. They okay. But it's Team Iran that banned it. But of course, Team Oman is on that side that picks first. So yeah, definitely. So yeah, they want to ban it out, and surprisingly for Team Oman, choosing to ban out the Yuzong extremely early. So triple EXP lane ban coming out from side of Team Oman.
Oh, that's quite a bit of respect, if you ask me, for the side of Abul Fazl, if I'm not wrong. But here we go. First pick onto the Juicin. No qualms about that. I think the first pick Juicin is ultimately really good for first picks, because Juicin just fits into any composition like a glove.
Yeah, so far, of course, we will be most likely seeing the counter pick Eve, but not at this juncture. Right now, they can still think about what gold lane they want, and they do pick up the Harif for themselves. Right now, if they want to pick up a strong roam as well, they can also pick up the Cho if they wish to do so together with the Harif. So that is still available. In terms of just picking up the Kalea itself together the Harif, that combination is also there. And if they want to pick up, you know, maybe go into that Fredrin, they can also go for it. So there's a lot of options available in that pool right now for the side of Team Iran, and they go for the Grok here.
Okay, Grok is not too bad. They don't necessarily show what kind of playstyle they're gonna go for as of yet. Harif can always go for a very divey style, or go for area denial, as such, having Phovias, having the Eve, as well as Gatokacha. They are all gonna be pretty good in that kind of lineup. But you know, it's still pretty early. We don't really have a certain direction as of yet. Team Oman decided to pick up a Claude in the B3 pick. So honestly, right now, if they want to go for a tanky jungler in the name of maybe Frederick, for example, I will say that that's generally a pretty good direction.
On paper, Claude is the counter to Harif, right? This is very much expected in terms of that late game pressure, in terms of having that BMI as well. Now they do pick up a Lapu Lapu. Surprising, I would have preferred maybe do pick up the Suyo, but of course with the nerfs that come out to Suyo, maybe in this current meta, not a very good place to pick the Suyo right now, and teams are starting to figure that out. And now for the side of Team Iran, the Eve will eventually come through. It has to come through. The Dusin and the Yve goes hand in hand. Now, right now, they still have that jungle pick available on both sides. Do they want to ban out the options here? The Fredrin is still there. There's still the ability to pick up the Hanzo that we have not talked about, which has been buffed in this patch as well.
Oh, but is it a meme pick? That's the question. Is it really meme, or is it actually like legitimate strategy?
We did see people use it at MPLSG.
Let's not talk about that. But we do have the Hilda and the Sora that will join into the banning pool. At this point in time, having a Gatokacha is still going to be a pretty good pick for either one of these two sides. For Team Iran, picking up a Gatokacha pretty much means that you are playing full-on area denial, and of course, making sure that Team Oman does not pick up one of the answers over to Yi.
Yeah, so now both sides, they will have the jungle pick of their choice here. I mean, with the Boxia gone, there is still the ability, if let's say you want to go for the Harley right now, it was very strong in the previous meta, whether or not you want to go into that burst meta for the side of Team Iran here. Of course, I think they do need a utility jungle, so they do pick up the Alice with the EXP lane first, possibly, and for Team Oman, I told you, man, I told you!
Okay. Okay, so you got that right. They have also picked up the Cho, so right now they are going for a slightly more of a pick-off kind of game, right? With the Cho for themselves, Hanzo can make full use of the Cho's way of the dragon after all, and aside from that, they picked up a Lancelot from the side of Team Iran for more of that tempo-based game.
Yeah, but Lancelot would be a very greedy pick coming out from the side of Team Iran. Of course, they have to secure that early game pressure. That Grok rotation together with the Eve, very strong in terms of that lane pressure, right?
Yep.
And Alice, Harif, just independent on their own, they will do extremely well. Now, it boils down to that Hanzo rotations in that early game. If they can shut down Hanzo as much as possible with the Lancelot, they secure that mid game, that objective take does not become a problem for them at all.
Well, understandably, when you are playing as a Hanzo, you don't particularly have too much that is at stake. You're not too afraid in engaging and all that jazz. But it's more about the chemistry. If whether you are trying to force out a team fight, whenever you are in your ultimate state, those kind of situations definitely happen. And it is also very telegraphic for your opponents. The moment they know that, okay, there is a shadow around here, or rather the shadow has appeared, that means that, do we want to take up a fight? Are we ready? Do we have the resources for all of that?
Yeah, that timing becomes very crucial. Clear speed will be slightly favored towards that Hanzo. Of course, that level 4 will be in the hands of Hanzo. One of the fastest clear speeds right now in the entirety of jungle as we head on into Lanadon for Team Oman versus Team Iran. This is game number 2 of series number 2 of the day. Currently 1-0 ahead for the side of Team Iran.
So if Team Iran were to be able to get this game down the road, then they are moving on, of course, to find the next opponent, leaving Team Oman with, unfortunately, no series won as of yet. But you know what? We still got quite some time to deal with. Let's take a look more into the laning compositions and how things are going to be. When it comes down to Lapu Lapu versus the Alice, it is always just going to be a crazy fight down at the bottom. No one dies, no one deals enough damage, and they don't care anything. The main thing that they want to look for is to leave the lanes as fast as possible in order to group up and help out in the turtle lanes, or rather in the turtle pit. But for Team Iran though, definitely when you look at a Grok and a Yve, you know that as a matter of fact, they can clear waves super fast.
Yeah, clear waves and also the harassment that comes through. Already Flicker has been used from the side of El Ghassani, will not have it for the re-engage or any time of safety, so this might be first blood here.
Yep, as now we do have Gamaji that runs right in, manages to secure 2 kills for himself, while Elbreki secures the kill onto Puria as well. So a little bit of a 1-for-2 trade. At least both of the junglers manage to get something for themselves.
Yeah, but favoring the side of Team Iran at this point, right? Giving 2 kills to a Lancelot this early on sets up the snowball as well. And Hanzo, yes, he will have that snowball capability, but he does require the initiation of his team. He can't just go in by himself. Now, this turtle take coming through will not be contested from the side of Team Oman at all. Team Iran get it for free, no retribution was present.
I don't really think that they will be able to do too much, at least for Team Oman in the mid stages of the game, because this is a lot more skirmishy for the side of Team Oman. As much as possible, just keep on targeting one player over and over again and make things tough. At this point in time, they are looking at Puria.
Yeah, now I would say that mid-game really depends on the macro factor that comes through from the side of Rakati. Finally, we do see that Claude pick coming through. That is going to be a huge factor, especially into that mid to late stages of the game, because this puts Team Iran on that clock. But now, already 1,000 gold advantage, and we do have that slight skirmish. Poria eventually does go down, but this is to be expected, not having that flicker out for Poria at this point.
So at least for Team Oman, they know what they are targeting and they know and expect what are they going to be looking out for. That will work out for them for a while. I'm not too sure how impactful it really will be, because right now for Team Oman, they are still kind of lacking in terms of XP in various departments. The roamer as well as the mid laner, they're still having some difficulties trying to claim some of these gold and XP, where they are pretty far behind. El Ghazani level 4 as opposed to Puria. This is only to make sense because Puria is constantly being targeted by the Hanzo.
Yeah, the power spike timing will be very handed for both sides of the jungler here, right? The onus is on both junglers to secure that mid game as much as possible. And definitely the mid lane turret is going to be that aim of the game for that first 5 minutes. If you can get any form of turret advantage, it favors the map movement so well for these junglers.
Just forcing El Carusi out of his own jungle, trying to be that annoying Lancelot that has a lot of firepower to just ensure that they can steal more resources away from Team Oman. In the meantime, take a look up the top lane. Amirali had to use his own Zaman Force, but the Zaman Force is not used offensively, or maybe he was trying to. But the moment that he sees El break, he realizes, okay, you know what? It's over for me. Let me get back and regroup again.
Yeah, not waiting that 10 seconds for that flicker onto that free Way of the Dragon onto Amirali could have resulted in a kill. But at the same time, Team Oman, they did waste quite a lot of resources. No more Blazing Duet. They know that Hanzo's not up for this mid-fight here.
In the meantime, we do have got a TOR just going to be landing down onto the enemies, and it doesn't seem like it affected Team Oman all too much. All 4 members from the side of Iran, they are grouped up pretty close together. However, Team Oman, they don't have got any way to make full use of that part of the team fight.
Yeah, key timing that we need to take a look for will be that Holy Crystal timing coming out from the side of Amirali. This is going to be that mid-game power spike. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Oman, it's going to be that Holy Trinity for the side of the Claude.
Way of the Dragon did connect down onto Mahdi. However, they don't have anyone, once again, like I said, to really make full use of the Way of the Dragon, because Team Oman, they are currently slightly behind, but they are not at a state where they are able to have a significant amount of impact in terms of the damage department.
Yeah, both teams going for that kite and fight playstyle, right?
Yep.
Only one frontliner available, and that's going to be their roamers. And now with Mahdi, still, he might be in a bit of danger if he gets caught here, but does not have the Whale Dragon for the side of El Carusi.
It's not going to be that big of a problem, even if the Whale Dragon does land. Now we take a look at the middle lane. We do have a shadow coming in from El Breaky that's just going to deal a little bit of damage, or maybe just to harass a little bit. But Team Iran, they are not particularly too annoyed or afraid about that. They're trying to group up and trying to look for a direction that they will be able to go. At this point in time, they're moving up to the northern side to kind of deal with Rakati, and hopefully one after another take down some of these tier 1 turrets, because they are currently 2,300 gold ahead.
Yeah, name of the game here, still on the junglers, as we know that there's no damage here for the side of Team Iran. They will have to disengage, and they do in a clear fashion, right? Knows their win condition. If they do overextend, they will try and take as much as possible.
The flicker did not work out too well from El Carusi. As such, it will go down to the hands of Amirali. This is going to spark up a battle between Team Iran, and they were trying to look for something over here. But of course, the shadow brought up from El Breaky. He's going to be fine because it's not his real body.
Yeah, but at this point, right, there is so much magic damage coming out from the side of Amirali with the synchro fissures that Hanzo is not having a good time in these fights. He's not dealing the damage needed. He did find early picks, yes, but it's going to be a problem in the later stages of the game, because Alice is going to become online really soon for Abu Fazil. And once the Alice is online, that Hanzo is not going to do anything at all.
Oh, it's really unfortunate. Phantom Execution did not land onto Al Ghassani. As such, was not able to claim that one kill. Small little wasted movement from Team Iran, but in the grand scheme of things, Team Oman, they have a lot of wasted movement. As such, we're looking at, what, 4,000 gold lead in favor of Team Iran already.
Yeah, now Team Oman, they will have to survive this mid-game power spike right now. As right now, Team Iran, they are looking to shut down that mid-turret. Team Oman, I don't think they can defend here. Alice is here.
Yep, I don't think so either. In fact, the Bravest Warriors is already popped, and such he was looking to get himself right out of that, and just kind of hoping that he will be able to clear out the wave fast enough. However, with already 2 men down, Team Iran, they will do whatever that they can to take down more than they could chew. At this point in time, it doesn't really matter, because Team Oman, they're not even holding them back.
Yeah, I mean, Team Oman, they are playing kind of a pick-off lineup with the Way of the Dragon and also the Hanzo, right? They want to take isolated team fights, and they're unable to find any form of isolation so far. You see the damage coming through from the side of El Breaky, yes, but it's not resulting in anything.
Yeah,
Early game got 1 or 2, but now we see the problem.
Yep. Perhaps we'll have to take a look at the items to get a really good idea why is it so that El Breaky is unable to get a kill on the Puria. Because I think that the items for the side of El Breaky is going to be super important if they want to play the pick-off and to make full use of the Way of Dragon. But we'll talk about that in a bit later. Unfortunately, Joe completely caught off guard, completely singled up from Iran with no way to escape.
Yeah, currently the Zayman's Force, there's nothing they can do about it yet. They were hoping that they will reach a power point where the Blazing Duet will do something. But look at this Hanzo going at it against Puria. Puria might go down actually, but yeah,
Almost.
not enough here.
Not enough, yeah. So it's really unfortunate, but at least Team Oman, they know that, okay, the main thing is the RWM is really, really annoying. If we can take that out, we are going to be good. But Marty is not going to let any of the members from the side of Team Oman get away with it. Even someone as tanky as El Alawi, he's not going to go out.
Yeah, and the early game pressure that resulted in Hanzo not being able to get these pickoffs, you can take a look at the itemizations. It's only the golden staff so far, right? Only 1 item so far. So there is no timing available. Now, Holy Crystal being picked up, 8,000 gold advantage. Team Iran, they have reached their critical max. And Mahdi is level 15. So yeah, he's going to deal a lot of damage.
Not only that, there is no way for Team Oman to strategically be able to fight for any of the neutral objectives at all until El Breaky eventually hits level 15. That is the only point in time where there could be any point of contest or challenge for the Turtle or the Lord by this point in time. But right now, we do have most of the members from the side of Team Iran just going to be coagulating together, ensuring that that is not going to do too much. But there we go. When it comes down to tectonic charge and the flicker from, of course, the side of Ali, it did enough. Brought 2 men down with the help of his teammates. And of course, let's not forget about the Lord. They'll be marching down the middle lane with his trusty trident, taking out every single one of these creep waves. Team Iran, they will do whatever they can to take out one of these tier 3 turrets.
What a disgusting flicker coming out from the side of Ali, but Amirali still in the thick of things with the Zayman's Force still untouched, right? That shield value unable to be just taken away because Blazing Duet at this point, 10 minutes into the game, Claude is not at critical mass. 10,000 gold lead ahead. Once again, look at that. That was a beautiful clash coming through for the side of Team Iran as we had that wild charge into that real-world manipulation.
Beautiful layering coming in from the side of Team Oman, but unfortunately it was not quite enough to be able to take Bardi down. RWM pops up, locks right in onto the Lapu Lapu. El Alawi, unfortunately, will find himself taken down as well. It is going to be 3 versus 5, with the mid lane marching right in. Team Iran will take no chances at all, and rather they will want to end this as much as possible. The Shadow coming in from El Breaky, moves right in, doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, goes back to the fountain, and Team Iran, they will split themselves up a tad little bit, takes down the T3 turret down in the bottom lane, will secure them a better fight into the core. While in the meantime, now El Karusi buys a bit of time with the Wind Dragon onto Marty, but other than that, that is just a valiant sacrifice for him that will allow El Alawi to come back into the fight and try to clear the waves as much as possible.
Yeah, this is still doable for the side of Team Oman. They do have that late game lineup, especially with the Hanzo and also the Claude. So Team Iran, they know that they're on the clock. They're forcing the issue as much as possible, but they gotta avoid mistakes here. One move wrong by Madi could result in Team Oman flipping the script.
That is all 3 of the T3 turrets that have been taken down already. And unfortunately for Team Oman, they are very much behind in terms of the economical factor with 14,000 gold deficit. They don't don't have what it takes to clear the way fast enough. They don't have what it takes to realistically push Team Iran away. And at this point in time, Team Iran is only going back because of the spawn of the Lord.
Yeah, right now the only control factor coming through is the Way of the Dragon and also the Bravest Warrior coming out from Al-Alawi, right? And Team Iran, they have been playing around these utilities extremely well, baiting it out with their flickers, making sure that their timing is consistent when they go for the clash into the inhibitor turrets. So this is good utility cycles, and now with that Lord being taken, Team Oman, they have nothing to be doing in the outside of the map. They gotta be playing in the inside of the base.
As much as possible, Team Iran would ensure that Team Oman would not be able to get out to, do any realistic farm or split pushes. So Iran just literally gatekeeping onto Oman, saying, you are not gonna go anywhere at all. At this point in time, the Lord marches down to the middle lane, ready to pillage, while the RWM pops right out, while El Breaky forces himself right into the face of Puria. Not quite enough to do anything. While in the meantime, El Carusi all the way at the backside was hoping that he will be able to do a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately he wasn't able to do for any form of control. I mean, Raleigh will take a triple, and they will end the game just like that.
2-0 for the side of Team Iran as they show complete dominance over Team Oman. Wow, oh wow, that Alice at the last moment landing onto 3. That was just madness. And Army Raleigh, man, oh man, we did see a Maniac, a Savage, and now a triple kill.
It's really unfortunate that the members of Team Oman, they're unable to really play a game of catch-up, right? And when it comes down to their own laning composition as well, I think that they had a lot of, I would say, wasted movements. They tried and they tried and they tried, because this is a matchup where for Team Oman, they want to capitalize on the Way of the Dragon plus the fact that they have a Hanzo as much as possible. However, what Hanzo has been doing is constantly just going in over and over and over again. Whenever he has the ultimate, go straight in for the Yve without a sliver of assistance from any of the teammates.
I would say that was a slight lack of coordination coming out from the side of Team Oman. But looking at the MVP, of course, Ali landing those crucial ultimates and kill participation 100%. When there's a team fight, Ali is there. And 4-0 and 13, this man just decimating the entire battlefield. Broken walls doesn't matter. He makes his own walls.
Indeed. So congratulations over to Team Iran, and of course, great plays coming in from Ali, which as a roamer with no death at all, I think that is very... I think that is a reflection of what that game is for Team Oman, because all Oman or Team Oman, El Breaky, is trying to do is constantly forcing the issue onto Puria. You see that whenever he's ultimate, right, he goes for Puria. However, he don't have a single assist and he only have got 2 kills. He haven't formed enough item as a relatively greedy assassin in order to do anything against Puria. It would be great though if he were to, I would say, gang up together with Al-Alawi, because he's a Lapu-Lapu after all. Create some chaos, be very tanky, and in the meantime can do really decent damage with the Bravest Warriors too.
Yeah, I feel that it comes down to the rotational timings for the side of Team Oman, especially when they fall into that mid-game decision-making, where they did a very good job in that early game, trying to lock down Puria as much as possible, got that 2 kills, but they were unable to capitalize on that goal momentum,
exactly.
Right? They were unable to go on to Madi and then Amirali and so on and so forth. That's what they should have been doing with the Hanzo, consistently get that snowball, especially against someone who's weak in that early game. Lancelot at that level 4 without farm, well, he looks like the freest meal ever for Hanzo.
Yes. So I think that what Team Oman is essentially looking for is that they want to go for single member pickoff, not necessarily trying to get enough snowball to be able to, go from one chain to the other. So in some sense, they are looking at things in a very narrow kind of playstyle. Whenever I have ultimate, I just go. Not exactly the form of, I want to go for a team fight. I want to make full use of the Hanzo with its innate mobility, as well as the fact that he can do very risky plays, dive all the way to kind of the backlines kind of thing. In fact, they're lacking in team fights overall.
So it feels like, like you said, very telegraphed, right? One target, one play coming out
Yes.
from South Team Oman. It's never a secondary layered play on top where, yo, I'm a Hanzo, I'm going to jump behind, but you're going to do this at the front with the Whale Dragon while I'm making the space. There was no level 2, no level of contingency behind that. And I believe that's the kind of layeredness, the kind of meticulousness a team needs to kind of make it here at the Asian Games here.
Honestly, if you ask me, if I'm trading between my ultimate as a mage versus the jungler's ultimate, I'll take the trade anytime.
Yeah.
If I'm able to keep my own team, such as the gold laner, active and safe, so be it. Me as a Yves, without real manipulation, I'm pretty sure my team will still do just fine.
Yeah, there was a lot of moments where I felt that they should have gotten the upper hand, especially on the Hanzo. You saw that Poria was extremely low. I believe his death could have been in the double-digit count.
To be honest,
if
yeah.
They just stacked their coordination just slightly better. And yeah, that was just such a missed opportunity, but doesn't matter. Still day one, we need to reset and we need to go on into that next games as well. We still got 3 more days of MLBB here.
Yeah, a lot of days, a lot of games. We are currently down at 1:13 p.m. right now, and we have covered 2 series. We've got all the way, I think we have 5 more series to go. So if you guys have any, Mobile Legends Bang Bang craze or itch, this is the place that you want to go, as you will be able to watch so many teams going up against one another. And of course, different regions, different meta, different plays, and I'm pretty sure when it comes down to some of these teams, you guys might already heard of who they are, who is playing, and of course, what team that they are technically from.
And currently the standings for Group B, as we see so far, Team Saudi Arabia at the top with 2-0, 100% win rate with 4 points. And also Team Iran following next as 1-0 with 2 points because they only played 1 best of 3 so far. Team Jordan 1-1. And now for Team United Arab Emirates 0-1. And lastly, I believe that was Team Jordan, right? No, Team Oman.
Team Oman,
0-2.
So technically speaking, we're not too surprised about the fact that Team Saudi Arabia is all the way at the top of that list because, I mean, after all, they are names that we could just Google search, right? And like, oh, right, oh, Team Falcons, okay. Oh, Twisted Minds, okay. The kind of thing, right? Well, for the rest of the teams out there, it's a little bit more difficult for us to kind of get a hands on. Although I gotta have to say, Team Iran, we have seen 1 game from them. They do look pretty darn good though, so they might be a pretty good rivals to Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, definitely. Only 2 teams will make it from Group B. Of course, that 3rd place, they will have only 1 slot, so they will have to fight it out with Group D eventually in that last day, where that 3rd place, well, it might look good now, but as we head on into these Asian Games, into the group stages as well, you're going to see much more desperateness coming out from these teams.
Now, of course, we do have got games that is running concurrently, right? From Group A, B, C to D. Eventually, at a certain point in time, whenever we have the standings, we will, of course, show it to you guys and tell you guys, let you know how it's faring so far throughout the entire table. But of course, before that, we're going to go off for a short little break. And once we're back, we'll give you guys 3rd series of the day.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
are fated to wither. Then I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are here once again for the 2026 Asian Games, and right now we're going to be watching match number 3. Okay, match number 3. So this is going to be fun between Team Sri Lanka versus Team Pakistan.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting, right? In terms of just esports prowess alone, we
Yep.
have no idea where these teams stand. So I went to the online chat. I went to ask. Oh, everybody's hyped about Team Pakistan. Everybody's hyped
Oh.
about Team Sri Lanka. So we got supporters from both sides.
Okay.
But when I went to search it up for myself, I can't find anything on the internet, man.
Okay, so it's likely a lot more localized then. So they're probably known in their own local scene, but not necessarily somewhere that they manage to, go to the internationals or something along those lines. So it's relatively fair to assume that they do have a vast knowledge of the game. They should be able to give us a pretty good game as well. But if whether they will be able to, touch the tip of the iceberg is mostly going to be the question.
Yeah, so finally we are taking a first look at a group other than Group B. We're going into Group D at the moment, right?
yeah.
So it's going to be Team Sri Lanka versus Team Pakistan. At the same time, we're still at day number 1 of the
Yep.
Asian Game qualifiers here. So a lot of power levels have yet to be set. We don't know who's going to make it yet. Maybe we'll find out after today, but right now, still setting the precedent for a lot of these MLBB games.
Yep, especially for the fact that we haven't watched a single game from Group A, which I think that is something that everyone is looking forward to, right? We're looking for like Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and the likes. But we're gonna hold on for a tad a little bit, and we talk about the group standings for Group B. As of now, we have watched 1 game from Team Saudi Arabia, and even off stream, they managed to get 2 games for themselves, or rather 2 games in 1 series. So total point, 4 points.
Yeah, so far standing at the top, followed by Team Iran, which is 1-0 right now, and Team Jordan 1-1, Team United Arab Emirates 0-1, and sadly for Team Oman, on the first day itself, already at the bottom.
Yep. So looking at all of these, it is not out of, most of these teams, they're not exactly out of the woods, and they shouldn't, kind of throw caution in the wind as of yet. It is still day 1. There's still day 2, 3, and 4, which they could slowly accumulate more points. And after today, they will probably have a very good idea where they stand, if whether they can be a little bit more confident, learn about very specific things, such as a matchup between them and the opponents, or if they're still kind of below, down below of the leaderboard, maybe it is more about the mechanics that they're gonna have to learn more than, the matchup between them and the teams.
Yeah, and we are also sitting on the cusp of a new patch that just come in. But speaking of new, this is for the first time here on the main stage. It will be Team Sri Lanka. We got on the gold lane, we got Praveen, we got on the roam, Hashen, Nisal on that mid lane, Kavindu on the jungle, and Ramanayake on the EXP lane.
Well done on that one.
Oh, yeah.
I would have fumbled, but you know what? Team Sri Lanka, super looking forward to what they have got in store for us. As Mo did mention that they do have quite a bit of supporters, probably from the local scene that knows about Team Sri Lanka and how they would fare. In the meantime, on the opposite side though, I think that is something that we would generally want to talk about, right? Because this is a battle between 2 teams that we haven't seen on broadcast as of yet, as of yet. So this is still gonna be a point where we want to understand how they fare in their brackets, if whether they're going to be at the top of the leaderboard, bottom of the leaderboard, or maybe in the middle.
And now for the other side, Team Pakistan. We got on the gold lane, we got Gurmit. We got on that roam, Hasnat. On the mid role, we will have Azan. And on the jungle, we have Haisham. And EXP lane,
Oh, hey, look, it's you.
It's me.
It's you.
Hello, Moed. I
With
am
an
Moed.
ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, with an ID. Yours is just with a man.
Moed.
Moed.
He's Moed. I
You're
am
Mo,
Mo.
man.
Yeah.
You're Mo.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. My fellow man on the EXP lane. I'm looking forward to see what Team Pakistan brings in terms of just esports accolades itself. I would say slightly ahead. I would put Team Pakistan in terms of structure there, right? We've heard of them in other titles, in other games across regions as well. Meanwhile, for Team Sri Lanka, I would say they're relatively new when it comes to the esports in a community as a broader scope itself.
Of course, now with the 3rd game on the road, we are mostly gonna have have an idea about the current patch as well. We talked about a patch, right? Maybe we gotta have to remember this as well. Different regions does have different meta. If whether they have played enough to get a close idea as to how the meta is gonna shape up to be. Maybe there is a flavor hero that comes into this patch, or maybe in the previous patch. That is a lot of questions that we generally want to talk about. However, though, I think that it is universal that we talk about. Oh my God, not again!
So, current count for Broken Walls.
It's so broken.
This is the 5th map that we've seen for Broken Walls.
We've got like 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
Oh man, oh man.
Broken Walls has officially broken the randomizer.
Yeah, I mean, currently this is all we're gonna see right now. Broken Walls. Hopefully, we get something else for game number 6 of the day of the stream. But for now, we're gonna have Broken Walls. We'll be jumping into the drafts really soon. But we're talking about the patch, right? We're talking about the meta, and Marcel has been that menace of this meta so far, and luckily it's banned out so far from the side of Team Sri Lanka.
So jumping right in, we do have Ruby, Paquito, Baxia, and the Marcel that will go over to the banning pool. As of now, you know, it doesn't really quite suggest too much other than that. The Fredrin joins into the banning pool as well. But you know what? From this point onwards, I kind of want to see new heroes that kind of surfaces. Like, what are the other more prominent heroes that we could be expecting in this current patch?
Yeah, currently I would say it would still follow that previous meta. I did expect that Guinevere ban. It was that secondary utility jungle that I was looking at. Now with the Zusin and also the Eve available, right? In terms of that mid-roll, I would say maybe you can play the Gord, you can play the Zetian, but you gotta have the lineup to make it work as well.
You kind of open things up with something completely ambiguous for now. Opening up with Juicin first pick is always great. Like I mentioned before, fits like a glove into most, if not any, composition.
Wow.
But Team Pakistan is going to open things up and shake up the board a little bit with a first pick carry.
Yeah, that is very aggressive coming out from side of Team Pakistan. They know completely what playstyle they're going towards, I guess, because as a carry pick, you generally want to chunk down the tank junglers, right? You want to just try and burst down as much as possible. And given the low range that carry has, you don't want to pick it so early where you can potentially get out range. And for Team Sri Lanka, this is a choice of now you don't need to go for the gold lane. You don't need to show your hand. That Khalid pick, yes, very flexible, but at the same time, there's also very strong mid lane picks where they can go for the Eve, they can go for the Zusin as well.
Yep. I personally would have loved to see the Juicin, just so that... sorry, not Juicin. I personally would love to see a Zetian over to the side of Sri Lanka. But, you know, Zetian, Eve, I think that they generally lie in the same kind of position. But I do like the Khalid pick, though. Immediate response to the carry, just pretty much saying, hey, look, our roam is not that tanky after all. See what you can do about that.
Yeah, right now, they will have the ability to not go for the Zusin for the side of Team Pakistan. If they want to go for the Lilia, I would say still possible. The Leomord, yes, still very dominant in this meta as well. We have not seen it picked very much, but definitely still a top contender when it comes down to utility / tank jungle and the Kalea as well. So yeah, Team Pakistan, I mean, they have that set team fight going for them.
Yep, they also do have that pick-off strategy that they will want to play out of the Kalea. Making full use of that is gonna be carry. Now, Sri Lanka is going to be put on a spot now, right? Do they want to pick up a jungler that can rival or be better than Leomord, such as a Suyo in this occasion? Do they want to stack pick that before Pakistan were to, you know, ban that out, for example?
I mean, right now, they cannot go for the Suyo. I mean, Suyo, you generally pick Leomord against the Suyo, right? So we did see that, yeah, I mean, with the current nerfs, you don't really want to go for a Suyo. You have the Akai available, and the gold lane matchup, I would say, would be a much better pick right now, especially since you know you're going up against a carry. Now, it's easy for Team Pakistan in the banning and drafting pattern to just ban out the gold laners.
So right now, Juicin is going to be taken out of the picture. So for Team Pakistan, the way that they look like they're going to be playing is that it is pick-off for now. It doesn't necessarily move to any form of direction. They can definitely want to play over to the later stages of the game. So to look for someone that is great in the early and the mid stages is ultimately going to be pretty darn important. Someone that can make full use of Kalea as well. So a mid laner that is bursty enough, I think that that's going to be fine.
Yeah, and surprisingly for Team Pakistan, they choose to ban out the Clint over the Claude. I would say, yeah, if you know that you're going up against a good Clint player for the side of Team Sri Lanka, yes, potentially can destroy the carry in terms of laning potential. But speaking of that, they do ban out the Moskov as well. So they do pick up the Obsidia coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka. And I don't like this at all one bit. I believe that Obsidia has its place, but currently not in the meta so far. The time taken to farm up the bone shards, you're just stuck in the lane for so long, and you don't really have a way to join the early team fights. You really need to just ramp up the bone shards for that late game damage as well.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they are looking at Obsidia as a form of insurance, where if Suyo is not doing well enough, I suppose they can lean over to Obsidia in the later stages or some sort of things. Since Obsidia, yes, Obsidia is very reliant on items, but more reliant than your bone shards than anything else. If you don't have your bone shards, then even your items is not going to do anything for you. But now we've got an entire lineup for Team Pakistan. I do like the Kadita though, exactly what I was kind of asking for, to have a very good burst in the early stages of the game to make full use with the with the Kalia. So pretty bursty matchup, plays well in the early to the mid stages as well. Carry takes over in the late stages.
Right now, they are lacking that front line for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? If they don't go for a front line here, they're making the worst possible mistake. And Bellaric, I would say there was Lapu in the pool, there was Glue in the pool, and yeah, there's Arlot in the pool if, let's say, they want to go for that final slash into that tankiness factor as well. But instead, they go for the Bellaric, so they have that Raging Sandstorm into the taunt ability, but with the rule manipulation, I see the AoE going for them. They're very AoE dependent and ultimate dependent. So once again, I say favoring Team Pakistan in terms of draft at the moment.
Yeah, even for me, I'm not exactly sure if whether Sri Lanka is kind of playing kind of like a protected precedent kind of thing. It doesn't exactly look like it. It does seem like they want to do an early game funnel onto Suyo, with the Suyo being the main point of damage in the early stages, since Yve likely looking more into utility. At least the Khalid does pave a pretty good way in the early stages when it comes down to harassment. However, none of the members from the from the side of Team Sri Lanka can realistically be able to help out the Khalid. But we also need to remember the Khalid should be an XP laner here, not the roam that we expected.
Yeah, now we head on into the land of Dawn here as we go into series number 3, Team Pakistan versus Team Sri Lanka. For the first time, we're showing Group D, and now let's see where the power standings are. Right now, I would say the draft still favoring in terms of just lane priority alone. Team Pakistan just doing extremely well on that draft department.
Yep. As you can see, at this point in time from Team Sri Lanka, Ramanayake does seem to have a tad bit of a problem dealing with the Alex. But the main thing is not to win the lane, but is to be able to leave the lanes as fast as possible to kind of give some assistance over to the middle lane. With a Bellaric plus the Juicin, with a Bellaric plus a Yve, you don't really get anywhere too far. You don't really clear the wave a lot faster either. But if you kind of look at it on the opposite side, Hasnat and Azan, not that great too.
Yeah, and I don't like this coming in from the side of that mid laner, especially when you're playing a Yve, right? You have that range ahead of the Kadita, and you clear out the creep wave so fast, but there is no objective rotation. You could have held the EXP slightly longer and denied it away from Azan. So now Azan, he gets that level 3 close to level 4 for free, and does not even burn out the Petrify, does not even burn out the Flicker. So when it goes down to that level 4, that burst potential from the rough waves is going to be rougher.
At this point in time even for the Sandaraka Vindu, he rotated himself all the way to the top lane preparing for the upcoming total fight. However, I'm not exactly sure whether they can do this or not. It is going to be a 4v3 though, so that is going to be... Wait, no, never mind. We do have a stack down onto the Pixel Brush, and that is where Hashin moves right in. We do have, of course, Barbil that will be summoned right in together with Nisal, opening up the RWM right onto Haisham, but didn't go to anywhere. In the meantime, Team Sri Lanka manages to pick up a total for themselves.
Yeah, not able to get the positioning, but a lot of battle spells used, right? That Nisal does not have that flicker anymore. Revitalization not available for Hashin, so there is that slight timing, despite the first turtle being taken. But at the same time, Team Pakistan didn't get any kind of macro advantage when the turtle was being taken. So Team Sri Lanka Well, right now they got basically the turtle for free, and they might have a reset on that flicker if Team Pakistan does not push the issue here.
Honestly, at this point in time, it doesn't seem like any team fight from here is going to benefit anyone. This is more or less a game about the junglers right now. But Praveen somehow manages to pick up a kill for himself onto Azan. What was Azan doing all the way there? That's the question.
Yeah, he was there, and I believe he was just looking at the minimap, and he got caught out by Hashen's ultimate. And he had the ability to go out, he had the Petrify, he had the Rough Waves, he had his entire kit available, but he was just caught lacking.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, especially since that kill went over to Praveen, which is going to be the insurance policy for the side of Sri Lanka. The more that they kind of give it over to Praveen, then a lot more accelerated is going to be the growth for the side of Praveen, which is something that you don't want. In the meantime, you also kind of don't want to give it to Kavindu. He is the assassin after all, so giving that assassination over to him is not going to be great. In the meantime, that is going to be the title strike followed by a slam down, allowing for Pakistan to pick up two very easy kill right down in the middle lane, and perhaps even wanted to get a little bit more out of the greed.
Yeah, we see the initiation capability coming out from the side of Hasnat and Azad. The Rough Waves, Tsunami Slam combination, that is going to be the staple for that pickoff, right? And Team Sri Lanka, they have to learn how to not get caught by it. And jumping onto Nisal, that's the prime target they're looking for. Nisal not having that Purify, going for that Flicker might have been a crazy, crazy move. That's a lot of ego on his part.
Hashen needs to find a way to eventually make his way into the midst of the team fight in order to last out a good Rapid Dryad. However, it's not as easy as you may think. Right now, we do have Barbil farming right out, and of course, RWM just gonna pop right out as well. Hashen locks everyone down with the Rapid Dryad, but unfortunately not too great. Hasnat not a lot of HP to work with, hiding right behind of the walls, while Hasham looking for the opportunity with, of course, momentum and a retribution. Steals it right away from the noses of Sri Lanka.
Great timing coming out from the side of Team Pakistan, popping that light wheel Gurmeet, starting to deal damage in these team fights, and Praveen was nowhere near the scene. So very good usage of man rotation coming out from the side of Team Pakistan. And that's a problem, right? With Obsidia, where you are forced to stay in the lane for quite a long period of time. Yes, Praveen does eventually come through with the ultimate, but Hasnat has a very good disengage tool. You can just go away. You don't even need the flicker available.
So currently 5 minutes into the game, and Pakistan is only at under 1,000 gold lead. So it is still pretty even Stevens at this point in time. It could go to anyone, and it could be anyone's game. With Gurmeet with 1 kill, Praveen also at 1 kill, they are relatively equal. In fact, the entire game is equal, so I would love to see how this is going to transpire into.
Yeah, currently, right now, Molwid going down was not part of the plan, but Tsunami Slam coming through right now. Together with the ultimate, that's not going to be enough for the side of Team Sri Lanka. Team Pakistan, that initiation combo, just very strong. And Team Sri Lanka, they have not been able to answer that. Now they will get that mid-turret for free. This Suyo should not be staying here as he goes for a 1v4.
Not something that you want to do, especially where you're talking about that 1v4. As a Suyo, you can't really defend that at all. At that point in time, it's much better to just give it all away. At least for me, you know, I can understand that a Suyo is very slippery. You can skill 1, 2, and 3 right out of it really quickly. However, this is also a team that has got pretty good crowd control.
Yeah, decent lockdown.
Yeah, so you're kind of balancing, or you're kind of gambling for a fact that, you know, you're just hoping that they don't lock you down.
Yeah, currently right now, Team Pakistan, they're running away with all forms of map advantage here. Praveen, he has no business standing near this turret. He's actually in a very dangerous position here. Does manage to disengage, though now the shoe is on the other foot. Team Pakistan, now they have a semblance of momentum, right? 3,000 gold advantage, 7 minutes into the game. And this is where things start to become slightly harder for the side of Team Sri Lanka, because they have no way in, barring the Raging Sandstorm. That's the only initiation capability. Yes, you can argue that Bellaric, you can initiate, but he doesn't have a flicker. He's on a Revitalize.
Yep. So at this point in time, right, we kind of saw that, we were kind of seeing for the first 5 minutes, the pressure cooking is just kind of brewing until eventually Pakistan just released all of those pressure and just went straight to town. It was under 1,000 goal lead, and now they have managed to float themselves up to 3,000, or rather 3,700 goal lead. This is all gonna get higher and higher because the whole time for the first 5 minutes, Haisham has only been building survivability items. In fact, his first item was an immortality.
Yeah, right now Tsunami Slam does go through. Revitalize not enough to save. Real world manipulation is there, but there's no damage coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. And now Hasnan eventually goes down, but he's just a roamer. The EXP lane for the roam, he will take that trade any day for the side of Team Pakistan.
But unfortunately, that's not going to be over as of yet. Moit now puts himself right in the face of Kavindu, and of course just going to be brushing his face, ensuring that Sri Lanka needs to run away. But here we go, Haisham, just a sliver, just a single tick of damage away to be able to get a kill down. But it doesn't really matter because in the grand scheme of things, all they wanted was the T2 turret up top.
Yeah, I think they weren't even expecting to get that damage onto Kavindu. And this just goes to show, right? The damage problem really starting to come through from the side of Team Sri Lanka. You picked up Cydia, but now with the frontliners, with Alice in front, with Leomord in front, what can you do to take away the horse? What can you do to take away the demon?
There's not a lot of choices that Sri Lanka is posed with. In fact, for the side of Team Pakistan, they have constantly been giving Team Sri Lanka very difficult choices to make. Do they go in or do they run out? Because at this point of this conjuncture, Sri Lanka don't have got the answer or what it means to be able to, kind of fight back accordingly. Kavindu just picked up that War Axe. Not a big fan, but regardless, I mean, currently 9 minutes into the game, not a big fan on the route that he's on right now. But hey, regardless, that is going to be a simple slam dunk onto Kavindu, takes him down before he is able to react over to the Lord. The rest of the members from Pakistan now moves himself forward to the side of Sri Lanka. Misses a TOR, but not that big of a deal. Main thing is, they managed to get the Lord and try to get a push down.
Yeah, Raging Sandstorm used to disengage together with that Flicker. And we've been seeing, right, they've been trying to initiate very much with the Belleric, trying to ulti in as much as possible. Hashen, yes, at the start it did work because you found Azan in No Man's Land, but when a standard top-down team fight is going on, there's no positioning where you're going to get Gurmeet, you're going to get the gold lane, you're going to get that mid lane. The main damage dealers will never be in that front position for your Belleric to ulti. And Team Pakistan, you're completely exploiting that fact.
As such, now the Lord moves his way up north, looking to pillage everything that belongs over to Sri Lanka. As he spins his trident, lands a hit, Hasnan just immediately running with a title strike, landing on a 3-person. Well, this all from the back opens up the outer I'm hoping that he will be able to cage up the rest of the members from the side of Pakistan. However, Sri Lanka, trapped in their own cage, like a bird cage they are in. They were unable to do anything as Pakistan rolled over them. And now, with every single one of the members from Sri Lanka completely taken down, Pakistan will take game 1 off of the feet of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, there was a huge problem in terms of the damage department, right? You pick up the Obsidian, yes, but there's no damage against the Leomord and the Alice who could just dive into the turret. They were under the inhibitor turret. They were under fire from the crystal. But the sustain was just there. Kalea's healing factor, that's what made Kalea so good.
Yep, so you've got great healing factor from Kalea. You do have an Alice that just pops for days as long as she's underneath a massive amount of players.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, at that point in time, the RWM doesn't really quite do anything. The cage is going to help to a certain extent, but only if, they kind of run to the opposite side of the RWM itself.
And it was to the fact where Belleric was being used as the main initiation factor for the side of Team Sri Lanka. Consistently, we did see him try to ultimate to try and start the team fight, where it should not have been the case, right? It should have been used as a utility to disengage or to save, right? Try and reset the team fight as much as possible. And it feels that they were stuck to that script for so long and they couldn't get themselves out of that mindset.
Yeah, so ultimately I think it's about the XP and that they were unable to do too much from that point in time. Well, in the meantime, Team Pakistan, they were just waiting, right? All the way from the start, or the laning phase, they kind of know they don't really need to do anything. It's actually up to the opponents to launch an attack, and it's up to the opponents to be able to kind of grab an advantage. Because Team Pakistan, they know it's all about timing. The moment they reach over to the mid stages of the game, that is when they will start to roll off.
And Azan, the MVP of the game, Rough Waves, well, made a mistake in the early game, but didn't matter. Came back stronger, 2-1 and 11. And yeah, on the Kadita, without the Kaja, this is a Tsunami Slam dependent. So water on water action that we see from the side of Team Pakistan, and they executed it very well, right? They waited for their time. They knew that level 1 to 3, well, we can't really do anything. But
Yeah.
once we get that level 4, that's when we're gonna start hitting them stronger.
Yeah. So undoubtedly, the moment that you kind of see from Team Sri Lanka's lineup, you kind of have those questions. You know, who is supposed to be the one that leads in the early stages? Who is supposed to be the one that kind of hold out the tempo for the mid stages of the game? Because it's the moment whereby Kavindu, yes, he may be able to get kills in the early stages, but what happens from that point in time? Do you kind of pave a way for Praveen to get decent amount of farm with with him being the insurance policy? I don't really quite see. I don't quite see how it transitions very well for Team Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that was one small mistake in the early game, just compounded into multiple fractures coming through for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? At the start, you did have that lane clear with that Eve as much as possible. You need to try and deny away that EXP from the Kadita because you do have that range over the Kadita. And yeah, as a Kalea, well, you can do something, but the Bellaric should be there to block. But that early shove coming in, giving Azan that level 4, that Rough Waves was beginning of everything. And Team Pakistan, they exploited it extremely well.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm not exactly a huge fan of, especially when it comes down to having a Kadita on the team, is that your wave clear in the middle lane is just meh.
Yeah.
Especially since you have a Kalia with you. So technically speaking, with a Eve on the opposite side, you can kind of get out-poked by the Eve.
Yeah.
But like we mentioned again, the Bellaric is kind of out of the picture. If we were kind of looking at a hero like maybe Grog, for example, it would have been a complete steamroll in the middle lane that will ultimately deny a lot of avenues for such a gank or skirmish related mid laner.
Yeah, that's why I was impressed with the draft at the start. The Khalid and the Eve together, oh, it would have made so much sense. Then suddenly, the Bellaric came in. Yeah, Khalid is going to the EXP lane. Yeah, and then suddenly the synergy is all out of whack.
Yep. In fact, yeah, it's a really good point because Khalid was one of the first few picks coming in. So the moment we kind of see the Khalid and the Yi, we're like, okay, the mid lane is definitely going to go over to the side of the team, is it Sri Lanka? So for the side of Sri Lanka, we're like, oh, okay, that's all great. Please don't be broken walls. Thank you so much.
We were talking about water, and water has delivered. We have gotten expanding rivers. First game of the day, first game of the series, we saw Kadita and Kalia. Tsunami Slam into Rough Waves. It is all part of the plan here as we go into expanding rivers, finally, for the first time in the stream here.
1-2-1, thank you. Not 1-2-1, sorry, but finally something different.
Yeah,
finally something
lost
different.
a 50-50.
Technically, it's a 50-50. But you know what? I was about to go crazy if we actually go 6 times in a row because the probability is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, at that point, well, if we get broken walls the entire day, we might be expecting the same type of matches every day as well.
I really hope not. But finally, we've broken out of that shell. We're now looking at expanding rivers, so we can definitely expect a little bit more faster movements coming in from the junglers, and we can expect more, maybe more tank junglers, because you know at this point in time, right, tank junglers does not have very good mobility. So if you're going into the expanding rivers, you can technically kind of cover some spaces there. You can catch up onto certain timings a lot better.
And something that I want to talk about is also this patch, right? Where tank junglers, yes, they're good, but they've also made assassin junglers like Nolan pretty good as well. So with expanding rivers, my theory is that Nolan is going to have a crazy clear speed on the expanding rivers as well. So yeah, that's something, and that's an angle that players can look at. And also, a gold lane that's really good on expanding rivers is also the Harif as well. We see most teams trying to snap it up as a priority when it comes down to expanding rivers, because with the Zamon's Force, you can join these objective fights and just lock down these areas as well.
So with all of the bans that is done and dusted, we once again have got a plethora of mid laners that is currently available for the picking. It could be a Eve, it could be a Juicin, there's quite a lot, right? But right now, we're going to be looking at first pick Archive from the side of Sri Lanka.
When there's a Guinevere in the pool, I mean, at this point, Akai, it might be too early, right? But it is a flex pick after all. You can go EXP, you can go roam, you can go jungle, I guess. But yeah, the Harif definitely staple, very good on expanding rivers. At the same time, will they pick up the Eve? No, the Phoveus is there. Yeah, the Phoveus in the pool.
Oh, yeah, right.
For the first time, Phoveus is linked.
However, though, I'm not exactly a massive fan into picking a Harif when there's an Akai on the opposite side. Akai will be able to do his job very effectively in trying to kite, or rather just kind of pushing the Harif away. As such, it comes down to a very important role for the rest of the team from the side of Team Pakistan to be able to zone the Akai out of the Zaman Force, for example. So with the Phoveus in play already, having a Yif part of their lineup is ultimately going to be great.
Yeah, extremely early Kadita pick coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka here. Well, I do expect good things from this Kadita pick if you're going to pick it this early, and also a Clint as well. Yeah, I mean, we did see Team Pakistan ban out that Clint early on in that game 1. So Team Sri Lanka, maybe they have a very good Clint player, and right now they are trying to show whatever they have on the main stage here. And now we have that Hylos pick. Expected, as we did see that Zaman's Force control together with the Glorious Pathway just being a menace to deal with, especially when Harif was super in the meta. Right now, he's still pretty much king. And now Hylos together with the expanding rivers, the map, the rotations are going to be so much more easier. Now with the bans coming through, we will have the roaming bans coming out from the side of Team Pakistan. They can also choose to ban out jungle if they believe that the Akai is going on that roam role.
So moving on forward, so Hylos being part of that. Okay, so moving on to that, Team Sri Lanka, they have already selected their gold laner being Clint. So if they are looking for someone that is able to kind of deal true damage, it will no longer be onto the gold laner. It would still possible to see on the jungler, but is that really the direction that we want to see? That is the question.
Yeah, currently with the Boxia and also the Fredrin being out of the pool, right? Guinevere is still pretty much in this.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a possibility for both sides, and most likely Team Pakistan to go for the Guinevere here, given the fact that they have the Phoveus. That Infernal Pursuit together with the Violet Requiem is going to wreak havoc, especially with the ability of having that Glorious Pathway and also the Zaman's Force. I can see it happening.
The main thing I want to look out for is going to be the mid lane control, right? If whether the Akai is actually going to go to the jungle, which kind of makes things a little bit difficult for Pakistan to go for this pick of theirs. They are indeed going to go for a Lilia and kind of wait it out, because right now they're just lacking of a single jungler for the side of Team Pakistan. The jungler is ultimately going to make or break the early to the mid stages of the game, with the Leomord being picked by Sri Lanka. So Akai is undoubtedly going to go into the roam position together with the Kadita. So once again back into a position where their mid lane clear is not particularly very good.
They go for the Edith. So there is there is a flexibility where you can put the Edith on the roam or the Akai on the roam as well, right? So depending on which they would prefer currently in this situation,
Kadita would be good.
The Edith should be on the EXP lane, because they are going to lack a lot of damage when it comes down to that Lilia, Hylos, Phoveus front line.
Yeah, but the thing is, for me, I'm looking at Akai in a way whereby Akai will want to get out of lanes as much as possible and just kind of assist from level 4 onwards. So Akai being stuck in the XP lane is not that big of a problem, especially since you are going up against a Phoveus. You are not particularly afraid of the Phoveus in the early stages, and both of them hitting level 4 is completely fine. What is that Thamus jungle? What in the Thamus jungle?
Okay.
Okay,
so we said it ourselves, right? We're gonna get some new metas. We're gonna get some new picks, fresh picks, and now we do see it, right? Thamus coming out for the jungle. I don't see the vision here at all.
I don't see it as well. I mean, it's a fun hero to play in ranked as a jungle Thamus. you can straight away just go straight into the opponent's jungle and try to steal it away from them. But other than that, there's not much that you can do from that point on. You can clear creeps pretty fast in the jungle, but aside from that, Ithama doesn't really give a lot of utility as a jungler when it comes down to fighting for turtle, fighting for lord, those kind of stuff. You're just a surviving fighter.
Yeah, hear me out. Thamos gold lane, Harif jungle.
Oh man. That's even more cursed.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
That's
but,
even more
I mean,
cursed.
if Team Pakistan do that, they'd be living my dream right now.
Till the enemy reaches the
But
battlefield.
okay, so Haisham is still gonna go to the jungle, so that is gonna be fine and dandy. He's starting things off onto the purple buff. Well, in the meantime, Leomar starts off in the orange buff. So they're both of these junglers is going to end up together in the top lane, highly likely, and then slowly work their way back down to the XP lane to deal with the turtle.
Now we are heading into that game number 2. Already 1-0 up for the side of Team Pakistan. And we are having a Thamos jungle. Taking a look at the emblems, nothing too wonky so far. Everybody just going as it should be. We do have that, okay, a bit of Assassin's Emblem coming out for the side of the gold laner. I would say on the Clint, I would say with that, either the Fighter Emblem or the Assassin Emblem, both of them work, but for the Clint, well, you can see what he's trying to go for, right? Trying
Very
to go
early
for,
game.
yeah, very early game, trying to win the lane as much as possible.
Yep. Especially since he's kind of going up against a Harith, which naturally have got lane priority on top of a Clint. Clint can poke pretty well, yes, but you also need to remember that Harith can poke too. Whenever you go for a chrono dashes, you also do have got free shield for yourself and synchro vision. You can clear wave plus poke the opponents at the same time. So as much as possible, most of the time, Gurmeet should have a way better time as opposed to Praveet.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? Purify versus Flicker. So there is that opportunity for that kill potential if he does get into a bad position. So Gurmeet has to watch his positioning very closely. The spacing, well, Hasnat does spot Hashen out in the jungle so far. And Haisham's clear speed so far so good, but Kavindu, well, on the Leo mode will be slightly faster. Now, this is what's going to kick. That first turtle take, the first objective that's going to come out. I'm very curious to see how this Thamos matches up against Leomord because we have not seen that in competitive play for the longest time.
Unfortunately, it's not going to do too much. But in the meantime, we do have Ramanayake. They start things off a little bit onto Moed. He's going to summon up onto Barbil, hoping that he'll be able to do something over to Moed. But this is all going to be a false start for the side of Sri Lanka. In fact, it is going to be slightly out of the turtle fight. As such, hey, Niso! You can't just do that! Stealing it away from Haisham, the jungler itself. This makes things look even more worse for a Thamos jungle.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you saw Team Pakistan just sitting on top and the rough waves just coming through inside. What a game we're having here, ladies and gentlemen. As the orange buff will be the consolation prize, but Team Sri Lanka comes in for the defense here. This extended team fight is going all sorts of places as this shouldn't be happening. But definitely for the side of Team Pakistan, they will take the L, they will take the retreat so far. But in terms of macro, still very much even. Just Kavindu ahead in terms of having that level advantage combined with that turtle advantage as well.
Well, in the meantime, currently, it doesn't really quite shift to any direction as of yet, but of course, it's going to be shifting over to the side of Sri Lanka in the early stages a lot more. You've got the burst potential from Nisal, and Praveen generally can join in team fights very early in the fight, especially if turtles, were to bump themselves over to the gold lane, for example. But unfortunately, the turtle is going to be back onto the bottom side, and this is not the point in time where a Clint will be able to join in. Usually, by the third turtle, that is where Clint can come in.
Yeah, we do see the Zamon's Force being popped up on that top lane as well. Now, the problem is, how are they going to catch Gurmeet, right? And he is going to have that Purify available, so a lot of it is going to be on Nisal, right? The catch is, everything is on Nisal so far, and Team Pakistan, once they realize that there's only one telegraph catch for the main damage dealer, Azan and Gurmeet, they can play around with Nisal's rough waves if it does not take out any one of them.
Honestly, at this point, the question is who in the Sal is actually going to go for.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you know that for a matter of fact that his job to deal with Gurmeet is not high priority. But in the meantime, take a look down at the bottom lane. Rough Wave has already been used and just going to be trying to melt down Moed as fast as possible. Hasnam is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. And Hasram, he wants to be around. And he's taking a little bit of hits, but he is, of course, in ultimate form after all. So every hit is going to give him a lot more HP or heal a lot more HP.
Yeah, it was a situation where, yes, the heavy spin was so good, right? But Gurmeet, what are you doing in the enemy jungle, taking out Praveen at this point? And that should have been a kill that should not be possible for side Team Pakistan. That was slight recovery for the side Team Pakistan.
I
and
agree.
yeah, Team Sri Lanka still wanting to punish Gurmeet as much as possible, but Gurmeet's gonna become a problem, especially in the mid game.
Well, we'll see about that, because like I mentioned, Nisal, it is not exactly Nisal's job to really deal with Gurmeet. In fact, Hashin is one of the only members, or rather one of the members that is a direct counter over to the side of Gurmeet. Gurmeet would be forced to use the Purify. However, once the Purify is used, it's naturally going to be the green light for Nisal to go in and burst Gurmeet down. However, I still believe that going to burst Azan down might still be top priority, at least in the 5 to 10 minutes mark.
Yeah, and that was the one case where the heavy spin landed onto Moed at a worse opportune time, but now going at it in the back line with the Zaman's Force just collapsing onto Praveen. Flicker use doesn't matter, takes him out instantly.
We'll see how that is going to work out, as now Sri Lanka hopes to be able to load out and ensure that they keep the top lane secure. Hashin pops up into the heavy spin. That's going to be pushing Azan right underneath the turret, but I don't think that is not going to go anywhere too far. A good amount of burst damage onto Haisham, as a matter of fact, with the rough waves, but he's putting himself right in the face of Azan. But Kavindu joins into the fray, looks to get a kill on the Gurmeet. However, the Zaman Force activates and gets him running out of the way away from Kavindu.
Yeah, very good disengage coming out from side of Gurmeet. Looking so bad in no man's land right there, but now slight macro advantage coming back to the side of Moed, as well as he does manage to get his farm back into place. Now, currently, with all things being said and done, right, we are back at a consistent wash. Only 1,000 gold advantage for side Team Sri Lanka. I gotta say, Team Pakistan on the macro factor looking extremely good, looking like it's anyone's game again at this current point.
However, we also need to remember, going over to the late stages of the game, Team Sri Lanka might have a lot of problems dealing with the sheer willpower of Pakistan. We'll see how that goes. Ramadayake is just going to be jumping himself right into the opponent's side with onwards and now popping himself right out of his armor. He's going to do quite a lot of damage, but unfortunately, Haisham will go down. Next one is going to be Moyen. This is going to be absolute pandemonium, as even when it comes down to the Zaman Force, it's not quite enough to stop the onslaught of Ramanayake.
Yeah, a bit of an early call coming out from side of Team Pakistan. They were going up against a very heavy sustained lineup, and in this choke point here, right? Infernal Pursuit is there, but it's not enough damage. There wasn't enough time bought. And right now, Gurmeet still doesn't have the items to just burst everyone down. Yes, great positioning, but at the same time, Praveen, he's also at a great positioning.
Yep, that fight was ultimately very, I would say, very advantageous for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? Because of Hashem, the fact that you do have a Arkai. But hold on a second, up to the top lane, Moyed! No way, Jose, will he be able to do anything at that point in time, being completely clashed down by 4 members.
Yeah, slowly building up the momentum once again is Team Sri Lanka, just based off that mistake, right? One mistake in the jungle that put Gurmeet on top 2-0. Now, he will be a problem later in that later stages, but Haisham has not been finding any value on this Thamus so far, and once again he's falling extremely low. We'll have to watch out for his HP because, yeah, Nisal will be on the chase here.
It's gonna be fine for now, but this guy is supposed to have a lot of healing and a lot of HP in the later stages of the game. The entirety of Team Pakistan is that they are really tanky. So the only one that comes in the later stages of the game that can really put the, these tanky heroes down is really gonna be Edith, because Edith, especially if Edith were to build the Stallion Scythe, that will go crazy if Ramanayake were to continue to, kind of build more tanky items on top of the Stallion Scythe.
Yeah, that EXP lane, well, just going well so far for the side of Team Sri Lanka. They're looking very good in terms of that mid-game power spike, but Team Pakistan, they're still not out of this. Right now, one mistake from the side of Team Sri Lanka. Heavy spin does go in. Gurmeet does have that Xayman Force available, still not popping it.
Unfortunately, because of the fact that there's no more of the heavy spin, Gurmeet actually have got free real estate to drop down the Zaman Force. But the moment that he dropped down the Zaman Force, everyone else has moved away from all of that fight. As much right now, Hasnan, next one down. The fight is just still going to be continuing between Haisham as well as the side of Kavindu. But they're going to be forced breaking the fight because Pakistan, they have lost 2 already.
Yeah, Team Sri Lanka, very good usage of map space there, dragging the fight away from the Zaman Force, where Gurmeet is going to be that main power source coming through. Now, Gurmeet does go for that Xayman Force. Nisal looking extremely low, but the bubble shield pops just in time. Now, Gurmeet in trouble. Purify, not enough. Counter kill here. Overextension for the side of Team Pakistan, and that was the only damage factor that they could have had.
Oh, what a bait, man. Well, in the meantime, we've got a really nice instant replay of that previous fight. Haisham is just rolling through and hoping that with the Quadrant Inferno, he's able to do quite a bit. In the meantime, Kavindu down over to Lord, takes that up for themselves, picks up a killing spree on the Moed, and they should be able to get yet another turret to themselves, especially in the middle lane. That is super good.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? The Thamma's not going to be, in terms of that mobility factor, just not there versus Kavindu's mobility, right? The man is on a horse. The man is able to jump behind and able to deal so much damage that it is just bad time for the side of Team Pakistan at the moment. But now, at this point, Gurmeet is still going to be a lot of pressure on him as the Glorious Pathway is being used as revitalization just to keep Haisham alive, but Hasnat has to cut all ties with him. And does he even get out here as Kavindu is on the job and on the chase, will get an easy 2 KO for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
So right now, we are currently at 11 minutes into the game, and we are going to be looking, we want to kind of see what kind of items that they have from the side of Sri Lanka and Pakistan, because right now, it does seem as though that Haisham is having a really lot of difficulty kind of holding out at this point in time. So with the corrosion side is generally what we want to see from him, but it's not tanky enough. Moving on forward, we've got Sri Lanka that is generally very far ahead, especially for the Eden. He does have got a good amount of, I'm going to talk about that in a bit later, as they are trying to rack themselves in over to the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. Moed finds himself taken down once again.
Yeah, rough waves still proving to be a huge problem for the side of Team Pakistan. Now 8,500 gold advantage for the side of Team Sri Lanka. 12 minutes in the game. Team Pakistan, I would say they're still okay. They have a Lilia, so we know what Lilia can stand for, right? You can hold down that high ground, you can hold down that inhibitor turret till the next game. And eventually, he's 1-0-1 right now, still not able to be found. So it's good news for Team Pakistan if they can hold on slightly longer.
I think that they can, because once they get to the later stages of the game, it's going to be really difficult. The only one that can realistically be able to do anything to them is Ramanayake if he picks up the Stalim side. He does not, though. Right now, all he has is the Feather of Heaven, decent amount, if not actually quite a bit of damage for himself if he just pops himself out of Phylax. But of course, that's this meme build, right? Stalim side plus Holy Crystal plus full out tank items, because your magic power just skyrockets from the point in time.
Yeah, but I think at this point, right, Underbelt is gonna be a complete must for the side of Edith because of the fact that, yeah, you do have that
you want
slowback.
skilling.
Yeah, for especially against Haisham, right? And you want to have that kite positioning fighting as well, given the fact that you are going against these lower range heroes as well. So right now, I would say a lot of attention needs to be placed on Moed. If you can keep Moed down, if you can consistently make sure that he's out of the fight before he gets to drag it on with the Infernal Pursuit, Team Sri Lanka, well, good for you. You're going to win the fight. But Team Pakistan, they're going to reach that power point really soon. It's still 10,000 gold advantage, so still far away.
This is the problem about having a Thammas being in the jungle. Jungle currently level 15, currently constantly just going to be smacked up to the wall. Hasnat did not receive much damage at all, but in the meantime, the Glorious Pathway is just going to be popped right out from the side of Sri Lanka, or rather for the side of Pakistan. He wants to get himself running away. All 5 members from the side of Pakistan is still going to be fine and dandy. They can clear the wave extremely fast, so Pakistan is not too afraid. Haisham can also deal a mean damage over to the Lord the moment he kind of crashed in. But you also need to remember the current T3 turret is already down to a low amount of HP. As Kavindu launches himself forward with momentum as well, we've come down to the bar build. That is going to be the launch that's going to be knocking down onto the walls on the side of the core. Every single one of the members from the side of Pakistan, they goes right in with a heavy spin. Coming from Hashan, pushes the rest away. Zaman Force drops down and brings down the Lord effectively, ensuring that Sri Lanka is unable to break in even more.
Yeah, Team Pakistan whole for now. Gold advantage kept for the side of Team Sri Lanka so far. 11,000 going the players' way. And now for the side of Team Pakistan, right? They need to think that it is a very easy to build against Team Pakistan because they're so magic damage based. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Sri Lanka, they just need to make sure that they're building the Athena shields, they're building the Radiant armor, and make sure that Kavindu and Hashan are not perishing in these team fights. And Kavindu so far left unpunished, unable to punish anyone at all because they don't have a semblance of control coming out from the side of Team Pakistan. But a well-placed stun from Hassan might change everything here.
With a total of 37,000 gold over to the side of Pakistan, their items should be more or less there, especially for Haisham and Azan, maybe just lacking of one full item. But hold on a second, look at that. It's going to be a complete two-way roleplay coming from the side of Sri Lanka as they evolve themselves round to Hassan. And right now, his HP went all the way down, but Gurmeet, he goes all the way to the back line. He does have the Zaman Force that he used all the way to the back, but unfortunately taken down by Praveen. Pakistan loses 3, while Sri Lanka only lost 1.
Yeah, they will try to hold on to the Inhibitor turret for now. Black Shoe still available. Azan still alive. But Praveen is going to be a crazy factor, dealing so much damage in the backline. Heavy spin being used. Black Shoes being popped as well. This Crystal is under threat as their final creep wave does come through. But looks like Team Pakistan, they're holding the wave for now.
Haisham is hoping that he'll be able to stay alive a little bit longer. But there's way too much crowd control for him to be able to consistently deal all these damage. And that has allowed for Sri Lanka to pick up game number 2.
Yeah, 1-1 will be the score line here. I gotta say, right, draft-wise, just not in the favor of Team Pakistan at all, giving Team Sri Lanka a very clear-cut victory, given the fact that they ran away with so much momentum at the start and they weren't able to hold on with the Lily at all. I gotta say, that's just the Thamos problem, man. That's the Thamos problem.
That's the Thamos problem. You lost a lot of advantages that you could have gotten in the early stages of the game. Sorry, not early. Throughout the game. Because you've got no way to contest against a Leo mod in terms of these neutral objectives. No way at all. You are a fighter that can hold down the fort pretty darn well. If you have endless battle, great. You can melt down some of these tanks. But aside from that, he is just a brawling machine. Not a jungle material.
Yeah, and we saw the plays coming out from the side of Kavindu, our MVP of the game as well. 5-0 and 11, 89%. He's able to join these team fights consistently. I mean, he did have a marksman emblem, so I'm not too sure whether that is correct or not. But yeah, he did have a marksman emblem for the...
I think he does, yeah.
Yeah, he does have it. He did have it, right? So, but he built the Athena shield, right? At the end, I was expecting a Radiant Armor Athena shield coming out. Kavindu would have been untouchable. But going for the brute force breastplate into that endless battle, still very good build coming out from side of Kavindu, identifying the fact that he needed to go for that magic defense.
Yep. So understandably, throughout the entire game, we've got a total of, more than 11,000 gold lead in favor for Sri Lanka as they kind of led their way in the early all the way to the later stages of the game. We have to give enough and quite a lot of respect over to I would say a hidden MVP, and that is gonna be the Edith. Most members just kind of look at Edith and like, is a tanky guy, or rather, she's a tanky girl. Quite a lot of crowd control from Onwards and Earth Shatter, but the moment that she's out of Phylax, boy oh boy, does she deal some mean damage.
Yeah, and definitely for the side of Praveen as well, right? Able to just have the damage through getting that Malefic Gun first item, just to have that spacing on these fights. And generally, you see Clint building towards that endless battle first. But he identifies the fact that, yeah, against Haisham, he needs to get the spacing no matter what. And just not having that ability to jump into him as Adamos, well, that just proved to be the killing factor for the side of Team Pakistan there.
Yeah, so as much as we would have hoped that Pakistan will be able to win against the opponents in a war of attrition, is not much that they could do in holding out in some of these fights, because in terms of the damage department, okay, not bad. They do have the Harif, but unfortunately, aside from that, that is pretty much over, and the Harif has always constantly needs to be on the lookout for, number one, the heavy spin from the Cho, and from the Akai, heavy spin from the Akai, and number two is definitely going to be the rough waves coming in as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of death factors that you need to watch out for coming in from the side of Team Sri Lanka. There was a lot of threats as well consistently presented on the map. I would say just don't draft Adamos jungle next time. Maybe that would work, right? There were a lot of picks available. I mean, Guinevere was there. Suyo was available if you wanted to go for him.
Yeah, I mean, if you do want to play a Thamus, you need to snowball really hard.
Yeah.
Like really hard. Like right from the get-go. Once you reach this level 4, you start dive turrets. Dive turrets together with a team in order to grow exponentially. So even if you kind of lose out in terms of abilities to the opponent's Leomord, because Leomord does have momentum plus retribution, helps them to kind of climb back out of fights a lot easier. However, if your Thamus is strong enough and constantly getting massive amount of leads in terms of gold and XP, the Leomord wouldn't even get close.
Yeah, and another good identification coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka is that most of the damage coming out is majorly magic damage, right? Harif does magic damage, Lilia does magic damage. Phoveus is not going to be a huge damage factor, the Infernal Pursuit, because you're going for tanky items, you want to survive as much as possible. So the builds coming through from the side of Team Sri Lanka, they mattered. They were unkillable throughout these team fights. You saw the War of Attrition coming out because of the magic damage. The Synchro Fissures were not doing enough until the Holy Crystal was picked up. The last part, yes, Gurmeet had a chance, but he was the only one.
It was too far deep as well, right? By the time that he's finished killing 1 or 2 members, he realized that most of his members are all dead.
Yeah.
Because the war attrition is just not quite there. Your own team has, good tanky HP, but your own damage is not as good because of the fact that everyone is stacked onto magical damage in this case. Well, in the meantime, for the side of Sri Lanka, they have a pretty nice mix, right? When it comes down to Clint, he's got good physical damage. When it comes down to Edith, good magical damage on top of that. And not to forget, you do have got pretty good crits coming in from the Leomord as well. It's pretty much everywhere and anywhere, anywhere you will see damage popping in.
Finally, another different map that we are seeing here. Now we are going to have Dangerous Grass as we head into the first game 3 of today. Finally, we have a best of 3 here, right? First 2 series have been 2-0.
Nice.
Right now, we're finally having that game 3. Hopefully, we do get to see a bit of a better drafts, I would say. That was not a very good draft coming in for game number 2.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get something a little bit new. Although, I gotta have to say, it is a breath of fresh air. It's nice to see, and it is fun to see as well. But understandably, it is not gonna give them any form of impact when it comes down to the neutral objective. If you want to play onto the standing objective as a Thamus, sure, I think that's completely fine. A Thamus is able to raid down these turrets like really fast.
Yeah, right now we will be seeing the drafts coming through. The bans now, Paquito, so far has been 100% banned out for both teams. And for a lot of these teams so far, Paquito is going to be that headliner for the bans. Now they ban out the Akai. Huge respect coming out from the side of Team Pakistan there, feeling that Akai was a problem, and Ashen was indeed a problem, right? The early game, heavy spin, pinning Phoveus onto the wall, that was great plays.
Yep, it's all about crowd control. And that's also kind of the funny thing, right? Because there's actually a lot of crowd control over to the side of Sri Lanka, which actually makes it an even worse pick for Thamus. Thamus is just overall afraid of getting locked down. It's kind of the same situation as many of the XP laners that completely crumbles from a single crowd control, for example.
Yeah, now game 3 going in, I don't think we're gonna see that anymore.
That's great though.
And now with the Fredrin, still in the pool. The Boxia is still out. There's still a lot of prime picks here, right? Whether or not you want to ban out the Leomord, that has been so dominant, 100% win rate for whoever picked it so far in this series. And also, for the same time, there is that Guinevere that has not seen the light of day as well. Marcel is still there, 100% ban and pick. And do Team Sri Lanka see this?
I hope they do, because Marcel is so dominant in the first two series after all. So you don't really want to give away to Marcel.
Yeah, Marcel has been 100% so far in terms of games that have been streamed, and a lot of these teams, well, currently the state of Marcel is a very hard state to play against. You just move so fast, you can have so much information, you're able to deal so much lockdown for so little cost as well. And Team Sri Lanka, they do sniff it out and they finally do ban it out. But right now, there's still a lot of very strong openers. Sin, Yves, you have the Claude, you have the Harif. There is also a Kalea opener if, let's say, you want to go much more flex. And also at the same time, Gord is still there. Zertian is also available.
So it's completely in the opens for both of these two teams. And naturally, for the first three picks, you don't want to kind of show your hand too much about your win condition or how your laning phase is going to be. Generally, you can kind of lock down onto how your mid laner as well as your roamer will want to be if you want to play on a more aggressive stance.
Yeah, so the Fredrin has been picked up for the side of Team Pakistan, right? So that means the Arlot combo is also available, right? The final slash into that taunt is going to be huge coming out. But we've seen both teams just thrive with Kadita so far. It feels like, yeah, we're watching water on water action. Whoever has the Kadita will secure the win so far.
Yep. So understandably, having a Kadita over to the side of Sri Lanka will be nice. And they have picked up then Edith once again. So they really value some of these magic damage as well as these crowd control that would come out, and this doesn't really show us anything at all aside from the fact that Edith is either Roma or XP. Kadita definitely go to the mid, so we need someone that is able to help Kadita well enough in wave clear, which unfortunately I don't personally like Edith as a Roma together with Kadita.
Yeah, now we do see the Sin pick up as well. Still very strong top to back lineup coming in from the side of Team Pakistan. The Arlot pick looking extremely juicy here. Do they want to pick it up for themselves? And they go for the Granger instead, want to secure that gold lane. Okay.
I think that this is a pretty standard 3 pick coming in from Pakistan, something that we see very often in some of the previous meta. This pretty much opens them with a lot of opportunities of how they want to play in the Roamer as well as the XP lane, especially since Fredrin has already secured his role as the tanky one, so the XP laner naturally can be more either hybrid or a full damage dealer, which is something that Lapu Lapu, Benedetta, they all have got a pretty good spot in.
Yeah, currently right now, Team Sri Lanka still not fully showing their hand, right? Kadita, Edith, well, they can go for the Kaja here if they want to go for it. The Kajita combo, still very strong. In terms of just trying to get that cheese, trying to get that ube in, maybe they want to go for that. But they do go for the Gato Kaja here. Okay. In terms of roam, Gato Kaja does have that clear speed, does have that ability to frontline for the Kadita. With the AOG, will have that AoE presence and also a global presence as well. So I can see it going their way, but there were quite a lot of strong roam picks in that pool as well.
I think that given the current circumstances, I think it's not too shabby as well. They are given quite a bit of, I'll say, choices, but there must be a very good reason why they wanted to go for this. It's either about the global presence or it's about the taunt mechanic that they are seeing here.
Yeah, the ability to have that counter taunt as well, right? So now with the Khalid being banned out, feels like the gold lanes will be getting banned out from side Team Pakistan. And in terms of that Granger matchup, I would say you don't really need to ban out the Clint, but there's a respect coming out from side Team Pakistan. They were shown Praveen's Clint in that previous game, and also the Akai from Hashen. So we do have a lot of respect coming out from side of Team Pakistan at the moment. Now Team Sri Lanka will be trying to take out as much of the roam advantage as possible. There is still the ability to go for the Matilda. There is that cheese available. Kalea is strong as well. There's also that Florin pick if you want to go for that healing meta.
Yep, so Team Pakistan, they are not too afraid of losing out in terms of, last hits and all, since they do have the Jusin and the Granger. There are definitely points in time where we could see the Sky Piercer being picked up by Jusin. Just, of course, the question is whether you want to or not, because you have a Granger that wants to play with the Sky Piercer and, kind of steamroll from there.
Yeah, right now, late game capabilities being taken out, Moskov as well as the Clint. So right now, what would Praveen want to handle on the gold lane? Doesn't have to exactly show it now. They've yet to pick up their jungler as well, right? So what matches up against the Fredrin, the Akai jungle? Yes, you can actually heavy spin the Fredrin out of existence and also zone out the Zusin as well. But the Akai is already banned out. So same time, the Guinevere is still there. They want to go for that pick-off lineup with the Kadita especially.
With Edith kind of being the hybrid, they can kind of go for a jungle on the final pick. So going for the gold lane first. Oh, Lucas jungle. Ooh. We haven't seen Lucas jungle in a long time, but I think he's still fine. But going up against Team Pakistan, I'm not too sure if whether the Lucas in the beast form is able to do relatively enough of a job, especially since now Atlas comes in. Even kind of makes it even worse.
Yeah, team fight looking extremely strong from the side of Team Pakistan in terms of the just front to back alone. Taunt Fatal Links into Dusin, just trying to protect everyone, trying to keep the umbrella, trying to keep that lantern over everyone as much as possible. Now, for the side of Team Sri Lanka, they will have that Lucas, yes, but gold lane, where is the damage coming from, right? Kadita right now with the rough waves, is that going to be enough? Edith, yes,
Mostly
definitely in the late game.
I would say the damage mostly comes from Lucas in the early stages. If you do have Snowball, sometimes you don't even need the Snowball per se. Once you hit level 4, when you're in the Beast form, you naturally kind of have elevated stats, and that should generally be enough for you for the first turtle. So if you don't manage to kind of get a good control from that point on, I think that Lucas will be having a really tough time.
Yeah, definitely. You do need to get a semblance of a snowball going, like you said, with Lucas as well. So, yeah, in terms of the draft, still looking kind of enigmatic coming out from the side of Team Sri Lanka. I still don't see much of the synergy coming through because Kadita, yes, you're playing by yourself with the rough waves, you have the Edith. There's not really anything that ties the team together for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? It feels like everyone's going their own individual routes, especially for the side of having that Gato Kacha, yes, having the Edith. I don't see the clear initiation for the side of Team Sri Lanka.
I guess what is left... Okay, so technically they still need a gold laner, right?
Yeah.
If they really...
Ruby?
I was kind of thinking about that, but with this composition, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are super good in the gold lane. They're not going to be super good in early game, because if you want to go for double fighter, or rather triple fighter in this case, they need to be able to really steamroll and they need to really snowball. Technically speaking, Edith can kind of work as their marksman in the later stages of the game, so that is fine as well. Putting an Edith over to the gold lane is actually pretty okay.
Wait a minute. Freya.
Oh. Crap.
Freya gold lane. Freya's completely slipped the pool.
Oh yeah. You know what? If Sri Lanka actually goes for that Freya, it actually might work out very well.
Yeah, it ties everything together. I would say Freya would be a crazy pick right now.
Yeah, so at this point, Sri Lanka can play a very aggressive game. Like a hack and aggressive game, because number one, you've got Gato Kacha, which can pretty much initiate from at any will, at any point in time. While in the meantime, Kadita can kind of force difficult decisions onto the backliners. With a single Ocean Oddity, you can just pop out literally anywhere.
Yeah, so far I think there's a bit of a troubleshooting at the live stage here, so bear with us a little bit as we try and get things back to par here as we go into a little bit of a troubleshooting countdown. So you'll have to hear us yap for a little bit, right? So far we have seen bangers of games where game 1 and game 2 are already done. So far we are already on that game number 3, and this is a first look at Group D so far. We've seen Group B in the morning, and now we are at Group D. And these are the groups that only 2 of these teams will make it to the Aichi Nagoya Asian Games playoffs.
So ultimately, how is this game gonna look like is mostly gonna be the question that I have, because we didn't see the final pick. I really want to see how the final pick looks out to be, but well, regardless, we will jump in when we actually get that game on.
Yeah, so far I would say in terms of just hype alone, I'm waiting for Group A, right? Like waiting for Group A.
Yeah, really.
Where Group A, there's going to be a lot of the powerhouses. A lot of the playoffs for Group A just ended. So a lot of these players, they're very warm here. And Group A, well, so far, most of the Southeast Asian contenders are there. Most of the teams that we know are there. Team Singapore is there.
Now, of course, I kind of want to take this moment in time to welcome every single one of the viewers and all kinds of audiences that popped up onto the stream. You might be wondering, you know, what's going on or what exactly is this Asian Games. Because this is the 2026 Asian Games for the esports event for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And for the uninitiated, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is a MOBA game, massively online battle arena where we have 5 players going up against 5 players with one objective, that is to clear out the opponent's crystal, and that is how you eventually win the game in a very TLDR form of view. And some of the some of our audiences could be from, you know, some what was that again, general sports audiences, that kind of stuff as well.
So I mean, if you're taking a first look at esports, this is it. But now we have the picks coming through. It feels like, oh, it's going to be a Sora. It slipped the pool. Once again, Sora, with the shifting skies, it's a very dominant hero, but a lot of teams have learned how to play against it. And we'll have to see if Team Sri Lanka, they can play against it as we head on into the final game of the series versus Team Pakistan versus Team Sri Lanka as they decide who will take home the cake here.
All right, so let's break it down a little bit. Kavindu is opening up onto the range median.
Yeah, very curious.
Different. Very, very different. But hey, I think that maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's onto something. Well, we'll see how that's going to work out. But in the meantime, he is going to be playing as a Lucas after all. And as a Lucas, you do have got a massive shift in stats the moment that you hit level 4. You should be able to do quite a number on your opponents, but only if the opponent doesn't have very good escape mechanism or any form of lockdown. Against the Juicin, I think that you should be able to lock down Juicin pretty well.
Yeah, at the same time, I'm just worried for Ramanayake versus this Sora at the bottom lane here for the EXP lane, because, yeah, just 1v1 against the Sora, nobody generally has a good time. Maybe a CC, maybe sometimes a Yutong, but it's a very hard lane to go up against, and a ready and very early skirmish coming in.
And immediately picking him up and taking him down. Just like that, the first kill is going to be credited over to Pakistan, as Sri Lanka, they have a small little problem, because this game, they kind of want to play for Snowball.
Yeah, Team Sri Lanka actually going for the Natan pick here at the final pick, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, this is going to be that same problem where Team Pakistan had with the Harif and the Lilia, right? This is all magic damage. Yeah, a lot of magic damage.
The only one that doesn't have magic damage is Kavindu. Like, heck, even Hashin is a magical damage dealer.
Yeah, so a lot of magic damage, and Team Pakistan, if they can identify it early, they just need to start building that magic defense as fast as possible. So Athena Shield, Radiant Armor, name of the game here, especially for the side of Hashan.
Technically speaking, it is going to be a buff over to Kavindu, because you kind of force the members from Pakistan to respect the magic damage, but this opens up a way for Kavindu to come in with those physical damage, which can be really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, and Turtle surprisingly not being contested for the side of Team Sri Lanka, as Praveen does go down solo in that top lane against Gurmeet. And yeah, just slightly overextending his hand here, using that entropy just too aggressively.
Yeah, Pakistan currently with 2 kills for themselves, for Sri Lanka not anything picked up for themselves as of yet. But Moet actually went into cloud form in the early stages. Most of the time going in with the storm form may actually be a lot better, because you can deal so much more damage in the early stages, and your skilling with your health is not that great yet.
Yeah, Shifting Skies just extremely good at dealing in these team fights. Well, I'm good. This is going to be a rougher time for Rough Waves, even in Dangerous Grass as well, where Nisal, I don't think that he's going to be able to catch anybody here. Gurmeet, if he plays this correctly, he's never going to be in a position where Nisal should be able to jump onto him. So definitely Team Pakistan, they need to keep their vision game up and make sure that consistently getting Nisal's information, right? Make sure that Kadita is never able to jump into your back lines there.
Just like that, 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this game, Pakistan has already gotten themselves a 1,000 gold lead. With Hashem moving himself all the way up to the top lane to deal with Gurmeet, wanting to kind of slow down that growth a tad little bit. But understandably, between the two junglers, the two of them are still going to be in a relatively same state, both of them at level 7. But what we want to see from Kavindu is for him to be able to go completely ham. Well, the one that's going ham is the member from Pakistan, constantly just hitting down in the bottom lane, ensuring that they have got a hold of Ramanayake.
Yeah, and there is a plethora of ways for them to initiate, right? Shifting skies, you have the taunt ability, you have Azan's reposition, you also have that flicker Fatal Links combo that you just saw. But meanwhile, I'm seeing a problem here for Team Sri Lanka, where how are they going to start the team fight? I mean, it's generally just factored on Pakistan jumping onto you.
You don't want Kavindu to start off the team fight first, and unfortunately, even after he's in this beast form, he's unable to win in that battle of the turtle. Now he's going to be cropped up in between of the entire team fight. He's not someone that wants to play tanky at all. As Sajid goes down, Hasha the next one onto the chopping block, and Team Pakistan, though they may have lost the turtle. Wait, hold on a second, they won the turtle.
Yeah,
they won the turtle and they won a team fight.
Yep, there was no contest at all coming in from side Team Sri Lanka, and this was the problem that I was talking about, right? Moed, he's going to be able to jump in with the Shifting Skies no matter what, and once that Shifting Skies is done, you gotta disengage. A lot of teams have been disengaging away from the Sora. Yes, you do take down the Sora in the early game, but that's only in that early game. This is only that second turtle of the game. In the later stages of the game, well, he's just gonna be even more of a menace to deal with. And that's the problem that I'm seeing with Team Sri Lanka, because Rough Waves, yes, is gonna be a burst, but that's only on one target, and you're not gonna get a situation where you petrify 5.
Well, it's really difficult, but it's still slightly possible. If you want to petrify as many people as possible, you would not touch Gurmeet. So it's kind of like an either-or trade. Do you want to face or do you want to catch as many people as you can, or do you want to catch the important one is mostly going to be the question. But what I didn't like is the fact that Kavindu, he's not playing Snowball. He can't win in these kind of situations, and they're currently even losing control of their own jungle space, which is tough. Look at that, 3 men! Just doing so much damage over to the side from Praveen Hashan as well as Nisal. The rest of the members from the side of Sri Lanka, they're not in a good spot at all. Ramanayake comes in, and at least they will be able to clear out the wave in the middle.
Yeah, I would say that's a win from the side of Team Sri Lanka. They managed to hold on to that mid lane. They managed to stop Moed's Snowball for now, and only lost Hashen in the process.
Yep, you can see that is quite an engage altogether. The members coming in from the side of Sri Lanka, they were hoping they will be able to hold on to the fight a little bit longer, but it just did not turn out the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, but still, overall scheme of things, Team Pakistan still keeping that map control, gets the third turtle of the game, 6 minutes in, already 4,000 gold advantage. And this map control ceases to exist for the side of Team Sri Lanka. They're trying to fight for map space at this point, but the lack of damage is very apparent. And now for the side of Team Sri Lanka, it's all about counter initiation. That AOG was perfect from Hashen, but can he do it again?
Although I gotta have to say, the 2 kills going over to Hasnat, how big of a problem will that be in the end of the day? We'll see how that goes. The atrophy coming for the side of Praveen, gets himself running away, ensuring that Moed is unable to touch him. But Kavindu transform himself into a beast, but the damage is just not quite enough. He will be picked up and ragdolled to death. And now Team Sri Lanka completely shattered under the pressure that Pakistan brings to them.
Yeah, there is a huge problem. There's a huge gap in the draft here. Team Sri Lanka, they have no way to respond to the aggression of Team Pakistan, especially a snowball of this angle, right? Where you are able to just tease these fights just so much because they got 4 ways to entry, but guess who entries first? Gurmeet on to Nisal, and that was just huge damage. And with that, they can just layer every single ability as they wish, and it's a buffet for them.
And at that point in time, Hasnat even picked up a 3-man Fatal Links, which kind of makes things even more difficult for Team Sri Lanka to deal with, while in the meantime, an icing on the cake for Pakistan themselves. With that great fight, Pakistan now has risen to 6,000 gold lead on top of Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka being the team that wants to play for early game, being the team that wants to snowball, just so that they can buy enough time and space for Praveen to pick up on those farms. That is no longer going to be an option.
Yeah, theory crafting coming in for the side of Team Sri Lanka, right? When you think on the side, if you're Team Sri Lanka's coach, what do you have to do to win? Because it's going to be so hard. Because at the same time, you need to land the perfect AOG, you need to land the perfect Petrify on Nisal, and Praveen's entropy has to be used for damage, not to escape. So there's so many factors that needs to go Team Sri Lanka's way, and the perfect Earth Shatter as well on Ramanayake to re-enter into these team fights. Now 7,000 gold advantage, Lord has been taken for Team Pakistan, and Praveen, well, he has to play cross map for now.
That's the best thing that he can do to assist in the team or to be able to play or do any form of impact. Right now, we do have quite a bit of focus down on the Kavindu. Oh man, that energy bomb did absolutely nothing to Haisham.
Yeah, at this point, Kavindu has to choose between survivability and also damage, right? And if you choose survivability, you're not going to have damage at all. And given the fact that Team Pakistan, they are so farmed up right now, they're just going to march into that middle lane.
Well, there is still the Holy Defense that is currently available, so that will be able to be, that would do enough to deal with that Lord. That is only a 9-minute Lord, mind you, so for the side of Pakistan, as long as they're able to take down every single one of the outer turrets, that is good enough. You don't really need to be greedy or, you know, kind of do anything. While Haisham, that is a very greedy play, and no one capitalized on that is what boggles my mind. Well, Pakistan did manage to get themselves the middle lane T3 turret. Well, in the meantime, Gurmit picks up a kill for himself as well. Picks up a double kill right now. Praveen with the atrophy. He tries to go for a decent amount of damage, but unfortunately goes a little bit too far in front, allowing Gurmit to pick up a triple kill. That is not supposed to happen. Sri Lanka should be able to defend well enough for this game, but they have lost 2 of these turrets.
Yeah, there's no punish coming in from the side of Kavindu as he jumps 1v4 and gives up his life once again. It looks like it's set in stone for the side of Team Pakistan as they will take the victory here 2-1. A bit labored nonetheless, but finally doing it here at the Asian Games Esports events for MLBB.
Oh, that's not supposed to happen. I'm gonna be honest. That end was not supposed to happen. They shouldn't be ended by 10 minutes and 45 seconds.
I think they should have, because there was nothing that they could have done behind the turrets. Because if they were in a situation where if they jumped on the Fredrin, there was still so much behind, because there is the Fatal Links available. There is the Shifting Skies available. There is also the taunt that you need to watch out from the Fredrin. So there is so much initiation capability that I would say they were in a spot where it's a rock and a hard place, man. There's nowhere to go.
The time between the 6,000 goal lead to the 8,000 goal lead was just a matter of 1 minute and 30 seconds. So that Lord advantage ultimately meant a lot to the side of Team Pakistan, and honestly that surprised me as well. Within 1 minute and 30 seconds they climbed like 2,000 gold. That is crazy. As such, it does make sense now. Even if the Fredrin were to go so deep in, there's really not much that Sri Lanka could do with the fact that they don't have enough damage.
And the man of the match himself, it's gonna be Gurmeet here as MVP of the game. 9-0-3 GPM, close to 1,000.
Close.
Yeah, very close, very close.
But not the highest for now.
Yeah, of
Not
course.
the highest.
We did already have that Savage, right?
Yeah,
From
yeah.
Team Iran.
Yeah, so honestly, those are crazy. But still, we can't compare because right now, Gurmeet come in. 9-0-3. Still performed very nicely and managed to technically a pseudo maniac because it was a triple kill plus 1. It's just kind of like a time over kind of thing. We'll give him the maniac.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would say, well, it was a huge drafting issue. I believe going for the Kadita and the Edith at the start already set the fact that, yeah, you don't really have much initiation capability. I was expecting some setup to help out the Kadita to set up as much as possible. Going for the Gato Kacha pick, I didn't really like it at all because, well, I was expecting some form of setup, right? There's no setup available. Even Hylos would have helped.
Technically speaking, if we put the Edith on the roam, that setup is more than enough because of Onwards plus Earth Shatter. That crowd control chain actually lasts pretty darn long, which allows Nisal to actually land the Breath of the Ocean very, very consistently.
Yeah, but that would require a flicker usage as well, because most of these players, they know how to play with that spacing. So you get that once every 2 minutes, but the plethora of choices coming in from Team Pakistan, right? They have so many choices. Flicker into Fatal Links. The Lantern lift up from the side of the Tusin. The Taunt coming in from the Fredrin. Shifting Skies from Moed as well. Any one of them could be the main setup, and they kept threatening them from all sides. So even behind the turrets, they didn't feel safe.
So it really boils down to the fact that there is no control of the game from the side of Team Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
It would have been very different if Lucas had a good early game. It would have been very different.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the amount of stats that Lucas is able to bring into the game, and the moment that he picks up a early War Axe, it would have shifted the direction over to the Team Sri Lanka from a single man carry in a very wide perspective, because you would be able to kind of storm over Azan, you will be able to storm over Gurmeet if they get anywhere closer, and every single one of those energy balls coming in from the Lucas itself can actually deal like half HP to some of the backliners.
Yeah, but the only way was that they had such a heavy momentum with the Lucas, because if they went to the late game where it was still a wash, I would still favor Team Pakistan in terms of that draft alone, right? So Lucas needed to do a lot of work there, like possibly put in that 100%.
Yep. And not only that, I think that the start onto the range minion is also a bit of a problem. If he were to start on the purple buff, orange buff, and then slowly make his way over to the XP lane, that by that point in time, he should reach level 4 pretty effectively, and you should be more than ready to fight over the turtle. You will be a lot faster than the Fredrin to reach the turtle, and of course, in terms of level itself. But with that all said and done, we're gonna go off for a short little break. And once we're back, we'll give you guys the next series. Take care.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are here for the 2026 Asian Games Esports event for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers. My name is Abstract. With me here is Moment. Once again, we are coming in to you guys with a game between Kazakhstan versus Tajikistan, which we haven't quite seen on stream just yet.
Yeah, a lot of unfamiliar players, a lot of unfamiliar teams have graced the stage so far. And for Group B, we already went through, right?
Yeah.
Team Saudi Arabia on top. But now we did see a glimpse into Group D as well, where we did see, yeah, between Team Pakistan and also, I believe that was Team Sri Lanka. Yeah, Team Pakistan came out 2-1.
Yep.
Finally, best of three, where we had all three games.
The only one that brings us all the way to the 3 games though, although we all can agree that Thamus, that game did not really count, let's be honest here. Pakistan could have probably picked another jungler, and I think that they would have been able to win the game pretty effectively. But, throughout the entire game, the Thamus just wasn't able to secure anything. But, that part's the past. That's the past. That's the history. We focus now on the present and the future, which is going to be the two teams that we have yet to see before, or rather yet to see before. This is generally going to give us a pretty good start, right? Because this is Group C, where there are only 4 teams in this group. We have Kazakhstan, we've got Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. Right now, we're going to look at 2 of them. And of course, each of these teams, they only have to play against 3 different teams.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of power level settings where we're not too sure yet, right? We have not seen the games being played out. This is the first time on the main stage ever that we're going to see Team Kazakhstan going against Team Tajikistan as well. So we don't know what kind of metas they've been brewing on down there. Because the last time I entered a different region to cast, and I was like, oh man, they're playing fighter in the mid lane. What is going on? Yeah, that was the Mekong region back in the day, by the way. Yeah.
Okay.
So last time I did that, oh man, that was a breath of fresh air. But at the same time, you don't know you don't know what you're expecting. Marches Mid does happen.
Hey, that's fighter.
Here in Singapore as well.
Yeah, that's the whole point. But Martis is a fighter. He went to mid lane.
We got Paquito mid as well at that time.
Look, I think Paquito mid is completely fine because of the burst damage at level 4. I think we can't give that away.
Okay.
Yeah, some fighters will.
But Martis mid and winning games, so
that's a completely different question. Right.
We see Fanny mids as well, so there's a lot of fresh takes when it comes down to Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, Singapore.
But yeah, there are things that win and things that, doesn't really make sense. But looking aside at Team Kazakhstan here, we got Akambayev on that gold lane, Kusepov on that roam, Salamat on that mid lane, Sarik on the jungle, and Mamilen on the EXP lane.
All right, so Team Kazakhstan is already looking good right here, and they are ready to duke it out against their opponents. If whether they will be able to do well or not, that is ultimately going to be the question. But of course, I do kind of like their jersey. Kind of reminds me of a very specific team.
Yeah, it does. It does. It does look like a Sora. It does look like a Sora, right?
Yeah. Pretty. I don't know how to go from that point. But never mind, we're gonna take a look at the second team over here, Tajikistan. We do have for the gold lane, Namazoda. For the Roman Talibov. For the mid lane, we would do. I don't know whether the 8 OBs are actually part of it or not. But we have Omurodov, Jungle Kabilov, and for the XP laner, Nurali Shozoda. I'm so sorry if I butchered that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're not too sure of these players. We don't know what they can bring to the table as well. And we don't know how good they are at Mobile Legends Bang Bang. They might be the next best region that we're trying to just nurture here, right? We don't know. From this Asian Games qualifiers, suddenly we might be breeding the next champions.
Hey, you never know. Literally, they could just be living under a rock like Patrick Star, and one fine day they just decided, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for us to come out of retirement and, show the world what we are entirely made of. Maybe they were ex-pros in some other titles coming in, and you're like, hey, you know what? Mobile Legends Bang Bang is easy. And then they just kind of storm everyone.
It's not easy though.
In case they are ex-pro players, maybe it's easy to them. Not for us.
Not for us. Not for us.
Yeah.
Not for layman, right? Not for the layman.
Not for layman. Not for mo man. Not for apps man.
Yeah, definitely. But it's definitely a hard game when it comes down to, of course, just having that 5v5, that role switch, the resource control when it comes down to the map control, and also having that objectives available on the map. There's just so many things to look at.
Yeah, honestly, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is not an easy game at all.
Yeah,
And
how do you
for-
cast this game?
I don't know. What are we doing here?
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard to watch.
Yeah.
Just kidding, just kidding,
Everyone
guys.
just throwing their ultimates. Everyone just throwing this and throwing that. Oh man, it's such a difficult thing to say. Like, what's really happening? Kaboom!
Yeah, but definitely we're going to have a shift in terms of mindset when it comes down to these teams as well, because a lot of teams, we don't even know whether they've been appearing on the international scene, whether or not they have a local community tournament even there
Yeah.
as well. So we don't know about the structure of the esports over there in their teams and also their regions as well. So we don't know how much experience they have.
Yep.
And when they come here, they're meeting people for the first time maybe in that same community. And
Yeah.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang community so far
Brings
is
everyone together.
pretty good, pretty good. I gotta say, one of the best few communities.
Honestly, yeah, there's really a lot of people all around the world that plays it. So for those people that is, not in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang ecosystem as of yet, now's the time to jump right in. Try out the game a little bit for yourself. Maybe you'll like it a lot because there's a lot of people around the world that plays this game as well. So as we going right in, we do have the map that has been randomized, and it is going to be Dangerous Grass, where we have random spouts of grass that decided to, grow out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, the lawnmower didn't work, and
Yep.
suddenly just a lot of grass out of nowhere,
Yep.
behind the Lord,
Yep.
behind your turret,
Yep.
behind everything.
Yep.
So if you're playing a Hellcat, you gotta watch out.
Yep, and honestly, not just a Hellcat. Hilda, Natalia, all of these are generally going to be good heroes. Anyone that kind of plays kind of like a ambush, bushwhack kind of thing. Dangerous Grasses is indeed very dangerous.
So far of the map rotation, the only one that we have not had so far is Flying Cloud, right? We've had Broken
Yes, you're
Walls,
right.
we've had Expanding
A lot of
Rivers,
broken walls.
Dangerous Grass.
Yep.
No Flying Clouds.
No flying clouds as of yet. But we did see Sora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then a team that,
And we have a team that,
jersey that looks like Sora.
pretty niner if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty dope,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, I would say too. Yeah.
Then, definitely for the side of we get a Sora this game. Maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
hinting to a Sora this
Yeah,
game.
manifests.
And we've had a lot of heroes that have been slipping in terms of pool, in terms of just meta as well.
Honestly, yeah. You off stream, off cam, we were kind of talking about Guinevere,
Yeah.
where in the Southeast Asia meta, or the obvious regions that we normally watch, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, all that. Guinevere has always been a really big pick. Even if when it comes to Singapore, Guinevere is such a big pick.
Yeah, leaks the pool, it gets instantly snapped up. And we do see the standard bans being more towards, heavy-handed towards the Paquito, right?
Yes.
The Paquito has
That's
been
fair.
that 100% so far. And now we do see more teams taking out Marcel as well. In that
Yep.
Series 1, it was just,
Not even.
oh man, Marcel is just scary.
Yeah, the first series and the first and the half of the second series as well. I think from that point on, people are just deciding, you know what, Marcel have got no spot in the picking pool.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that a lot of teams have not been trying to just play out the Loyi as well. And also, there has been the chip available every single time. That shortcut capability that just defies distance throughout that map stage. Well, it is still a problem, and a lot of teams still not choosing to play around it. Well, maybe not suiting their current needs at that time, but there has been a lot of picks that have slipped the minds of a lot of these players. But now looking at the drafts going in, we have the Marcel, Guinevere, Freya, and also the Phoveus, Baxia, and Harif being banned out.
Okay, Paquito.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Paquito is gonna be leaked out by Tajikistan, and just like that, Kazakhstan have got a free Paquito. Suyo part of them, God part of them as well. So it's a very fragile lineup, but yet pack a lot of punch.
Yeah, so there's a lot of mobility when it comes down to the Paquito and also the Suyo, right? But of course not if you are a Suyo jumping into the 1v4 that we saw just now, but definitely not going to be the case for most of these Suyo players. And also at the same time, we do have the ban coming out for the side of Team Tajikistan, where they choose to ban out the Moskov. And the gold laners still yet to be picked up from the side of Team Kazakhstan, and carry will be that gold lane of choice here for the side of Team Tajikistan. And I don't really like showing the carry pick so early because the enemy team doesn't really have a tank that you want to burst through.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of burst damage coming through from the side of Team Kazakhstan as well.
But hey, maybe that is just 5 head picks, because now you pick up the carry, you're essentially telling the opponents, I dare you to pick tanky heroes. And if they don't pick up tanky heroes, then you're just kind of on a pretty good spot where your Lapu just melts everyone down.
Yeah,
Right?
I guess that would be the case.
5 head.
Okay, maybe that works. Maybe that works. Okay. I see the direction. I see the direction.
Right.
Now, meanwhile, for the side of Team Tajikistan, they will have to deal with that lane clear that the Gord has. So they do ban out the Zusin and also the Yves. So Kazakhstan really singling out that mage pick here. Now, for the side of Team Tajikistan, they will have the Zetian available, and it feels like Zetian has been somewhat overshadowed as of the late, and we do see Kimmy being the choice here.
I'm actually not exactly a very big fan of that, considering the fact that we are technically looking at a Suyo and a Paquito. Both of them have got very good reach over to the back lines to really burst someone down. So both the Kimi and the carry, they're kind of in a pretty tough spot to a certain extent. Kimi doesn't have very good range, carry as well. In fact, I think that both of them will stand together if they're just hitting the same enemy.
Yeah,
right.
That's going to be a huge problem, especially given the fact that you have a Belarik on the other side as well.
Which
right?
is it, but was, yeah.
Yeah,
as a Kimi.
Team Kazakhstan, I would say they know a little something. They've been picking, they've been watching, and they've been learning the metas. Right, the Gord into the Belarik. It's a very good combination for initiate into counter initiate, and they go for the Bruno here. Very long time that I've not seen this man.
Yep, very early game centric draft for the side of Kazakhstan. Well, for Tajikistan, they are trying to kind of go for all-rounder competition. Both the Kimi and the Lapu Lapu does have pretty strong presence in the early to the mid stages of the game, but of course Kimi starts to kind of skill a lot more in the mid and the late. So most of the time in the early stages, you'll mostly just see Kimi trying to be there for some of these crowd control, especially when it comes down to her ultimate.
Yeah, fist bumps all around as we head on into the land of dawn for Team Kazakhstan versus Team Tajikistan here. And I've got to say, right, that Bruno pick, there was a period of time, right? Remember M6 where Bruno was just a monster with the Malefic Gun meta, where the Malefic Gun just made Bruno just a disgusting lane bully.
Indeed.
And I would say it's still a lane bully right now, especially versus the lower range of a carry.
Fair, yeah, that's pretty darn fair. And of course, Bruno is a very early game hero. As long as you kind of bring up in the early game, and especially depends on what is the first item that you go for as a Bruno, right? You can go for a more sustainable, safer way by going first item Heart's Claws, or you want to go completely out of town, first item Berserker's Fury, and you just go literally kill everyone that you see.
Yeah, and now we do have that similar creep start coming in from the side of Team Tajikistan. I mean, generally this is done just so that the buffs do last a bit longer into that first objective take. And you will know that that means that level 4 objective take will be coming through from the side of Team Tajikistan no matter what. And they will have the Matilda for that early game rotation as well. But Serik already in opponent's jungle trying to deny away as much of the enemy resources as possible. So very good rotations coming out from Team Kazakhstan in that first half of the map so far.
Yep, but however, do note that team for the side of Serik, he doesn't really quite do any. He wasn't really quite able to do anything. Perhaps it's just looking for information coming from their team. However, that is more of a Kusepov move, if you ask me. Roma want to kind of go around, take a look at which creep camp has been taken away, just so that they have an idea where the Fredrin's rotation is like.
Yeah, so far, both will have very good lane clear on the side of the mid lane as well. But so far, I mean, I would favor Salamat when it comes down to that mid clear, but definitely with Murojan's rotations, right? He's been doing an extremely good job of cycling between the Kimi and also the Fredrin, so there's a lot of link pressure that's being applied. So I'm kind of liking this already. Both teams, they look like they know how to play the map.
Well, in the meantime, down to the bottom lane, Mameland seems like he's about to hit level 4, and this should be more than enough for them to kind of power through the first turtle, which Tajikistan might have a little bit of problem with, because they don't have the kind of power spike. Take a look at that. An initial ball from the side of Salamat lands onto both members and really took their HP down.
Yeah, they were trying to contest for the turtle, but a straight ultimate coming out from the side of Salama, forcing out the flicker. Now already a secondary extended fight coming through.
Zarek unfortunately did not manage to land the second skill onto anyone at that point in time, but that is more than enough to kind of throw the rest of Tajikistan and tell them, hey, we have control.
Yeah, so far control towards the side of Team Kazakhstan with that first turtle take. They will have that turtle buff to work with. They want to go for the invade as much as possible, but very good keep away mechanics being played on by Murojan. Very good use of this dangerous grass terrain so far. And so far, I would say both sides, they know how to play the map rotations correctly. The push and pull is going as it should. Now, that gold lane matchup, it's going to slightly favor that Bruno in that early stage of the game. But once you reach out level 4, that kill potential does come through for the side of the carry.
Although I do want to say that the gold lane is getting a little bit too much off time. We're not really seeing too much movement or rotation coming in from the side of Team Kazakhstan, considering the fact that we are kind of looking at a Bruno that wants to snowball a little bit. But in the meantime, here we go. Rapid Dryad just going to be connecting down to the Kabalov, and the Mystic Gush more than enough breaks him down.
Very good trap set by the Team Kazakhstan here as they were waiting for any member. And at this point, right, where Salamat is able to get uncontested farm in that mid lane, that ultimate is just a beam of death to anyone that walks through with the rest of the Dryad as well. So that combo already early game paying dividends as we see Team Kazakhstan. They want to try and force the invade even more, but so far Team Tajikistan, they have responded very well.
I think that is going to be a lot more openings for Team Kazakhstan to be able to come in with some more farms. Like I talked to you about, Mamaland picks up that kill. They have a lot of burst damage and they have a lot of opportunities that they can open up for themselves. We'll see how that is going to go. In the meantime, Kabalov hiding right behind of the turtle pit, waiting for the perfect time to go right in. But here we go. Mamaland takes up the kill on Tolibov, while Zarek still manages to take the turtle for himself. Considering the fact that he's currently at level 8 versus Kabalov at level 6, there's no chance in fighting for that retribution.
Yeah, Tolibov not as tanky as he thought he was. You see the frontline problem here. Kabalov not being in that front line, hiding in that push, and Tolibov did not have the tank capability. Now Team Kazakhstan, they start to push the tempo here as they do take out that mid lane turret, and we do see the carry trying to farm up as much as possible. But now with Zarek trying to form up that snowball, and also Mamelin getting that farm, that cross-map control is going to start to come through in time. Zarek and also the Paquito on Mamelin, he's going to have a great time playing that top and bottom side.
Honestly, that's an insane timing to be able to get the T1 turret in the middle lane. That's an insane timing, and they already have got 3,000 gold lead. It's just gonna go downhill from here for Tajikistan, where they now lost control of their own jungle. It's gonna be so difficult for them to kind of hold down the fort right now, especially since in these early stages of the game, they don't have a lot of control in terms of firepower. The only one that can realistically be able to bruise is going to be Tolibov. But who is going to be the one that comes in to kill, respectively? As now we move on to the top lane, as Team Kazakhstan literally just walked in and took a kill off of the carry as well as that Matilda.
Yeah, great trap set by Altan Bayev, forcing that early game pressure onto him. He still even had the flicker to hold on. Now Suyo going in with a secondary as Mamelan is there for the backup. And these turrets are not going to be places where they can stand safely in for the side of Team Tajikistan, as Team Kazakhstan still teared through flawlessly. 6-0, 5,000 gold advantage so far.
Very objective-minded coming in from Team Kazakhstan to destroy the holy defense by 6 minutes is kind of insane. But in the meantime, Mystic Gush is going to land on Tolibov, throws him all the way back home, having to recall right now. And the third turtle just came back out. If Kazakhstan wants to, they can actually ignore this turtle and wait for the spawn of the Lord so that it can come in a lot earlier and they can end the game a lot earlier too.
Yeah, oh my god, a double knockup coming in from the side of Paquito. It could have ended extremely bad for the side of Team Tajikistan if they had the damage to follow up from the court. But Zarek will be on task here as they go for the objectives and they secure that further macro lead. Team Kazakhstan, I gotta say, they're playing the map like a fiddle, and Team Tajikistan, they're just running into this.
Wait, it might almost be a solo kill coming in from Kusepov, but unfortunately wasn't able to get there. But nonetheless, Nonetheless, it is going to be a pretty nice take coming in from the side of Salamat as he lands in with that Mystic Gush. Todibov completely out of it, flickers himself right out of the fight, and will be able to come in safe.
Yeah, now 7,000 gold advantage. Make that 8,000 at 7 minutes into the game. Team Kazakhstan, they continue to run away with the lead so far. And this is a lineup that needs to get that momentum, right? They want to get that early game momentum no matter what. And once they get it, they can't let go. If once they let go, Team Tajikistan, they might come back.
Yep. As such, we do have got more kills that will be credited over to Akambayev. As long as this Bruno consistently gets himself more kills and participations, he's just going to steamroll from this point. And speaking of steamroll, the amount of burst factor coming from Kazakhstan was just too much for Tajikistan to be able to get out of that. Take a look at this as they move on from one member to another, leaving no man behind.
Yeah, they're so good at this right now. Team Kazakhstan just tearing through that top lane as well as the mid lane. They're doing such a great job of just systematically destroying any defenses that Tajikistan has. They go for the counter initiate. Team Kazakhstan, they want to disengage, and a clean one coming out.
The Circling Eagle, unfortunately, wasn't able to do quite much. Sarik moves himself right onto Nema, but it doesn't seem like was able to do too much over to the Kimi. As such, the fight is going to fall back.
Yeah, very clean coming out from side of Team Kazakhstan. The identification of the win conditions, the play for the objectives. I told you, man, Team Kazakhstan, from the draft alone, they've been watching a little something. These guys are good. And I'm gonna say, these guys might be pro players. These guys probably are pro players.
You know, at one point in time, you can play very aggressively and you know that you have very good lead. But to be able to consistently end the game fast is probably going to be how a team shows their discipline and their experience. So from this very first lot, it will be able to tell us just how good Team Kazakhstan is, because any team can win, any team can get a lead, any team can get a crazy snowball, but not every team that can end the game at sub 11 minutes.
Yeah, they need to be decisive about this,
Yep.
but definitely having that gold lead 10,000, it's more about keeping the discipline, not making the mistakes that generally most teams make at this juncture, which is going for that push too early. They will wait for that super minions to come in on that middle stage, and now that sunset will begin.
As right now, they will melt down Kabalov. He got no answer at all. Another stun lands right down over to the side of Marjorin, as well as Nural. And just like that, 2% melted down, make that 4% melted down. Nemazoda went back home, and right now the only thing they can do is just cower right in the base.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan, extremely clean game from start to finish. From the draft itself, it really set the tempo where they had that Paquito extremely early in that first pick. I believe that was a main priority for them, but at the same time, getting the Gord and also the Belleric just secured that tempo, right? You have the Belleric, the Raptor Dryad that level 4 was able to be reached, and once the Fredrin was taken out once, he never recovered.
I think that the one that really hurts the most is the fact that we have a carry pick and then a Kimi pick, and then it responded with, well, unfortunately, the Belleric. At a point in time, there's really just no one that can realistically be able to do anything to the Belleric. The burst damage is, there's no burst damage, there's no skill into the late game, because both the Kimi as well as the carry, in order for them to skill and in order for them to, grow fast, they need to be involved in team fights. And as long as the Belleric is in the team fight, there's no way that they will be able to do good enough damage for them to grow.
Yeah, and that's why this man, he is the MVP here, Kusepov, with the Belleric 1-0 and 12, 93% kill participation, but it's much more of the positioning that he was at, the way that he placed himself in these early fights, that first snowball raft, the Dryad that really led to the end, because that was a snowball that didn't stop. That first death onto Kabalov became second, and then finally became the fifth.
Yep. This is the kind of game where a Belleric don't even have to do anything when it comes down to the Raptor Dryad. You can literally just run into the opponents and your Thorns will do the work. Because, well, like we mentioned, Kimi plus carry equals the recipe for disaster for themselves.
Oh my god, yeah, and 6,714 net worth on
For
Kusepov?
a,
And-
for a Belleric.
10 minutes in the game, those are gold laner stats. Those are gold laner stats at 10 minutes in the game. And yeah, Akambayev, the rest of the team, they were all at 7 to 8,000, and Kusepov just having that level of farm. You can see why Kapilov just melted in the face of the Suyo, in the face of Salamat as well. There was no way
Even
that...
Mamelon.
Yeah, there's no way that anyone can frontline because at the same time, Circling Eagle was used just plainly defensively.
Yeah. So honestly, at a certain point in time, Tajikistan, they have got no answers. They don't really have got any ways to get out of that. At one point in time, they knew it is GG go next. There was no way out of that. And many people, of course, say draft makes up like 70% of the game. In this case, it kind of makes up like 90% of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of went into the Land of Dawn knowing that you are in a heavy disadvantage because you are just counterpicked down to the ground.
Yeah, this is where the draft really matters here because as we can see, there was really no answer. I mean, the only answer that was there, maybe the bravest warrior for Lapu Lapu. You had to find the perfect slam, but on to 5. But
But
well,
who can come in to help?
good luck finding Team Kazakhstan grouped up as 5 when they're playing a Belleric and a Gore. They don't have to play together.
They don't have to. In fact, they will space themselves out so effectively that it's really going to be very tough to reach the God. And if you are in between of the God and the Belleric, you're kind of in a really tough spot because a taunt may come in, the Wrath of the Giant may come in, pulls you further away from God. Let's be honest here. At that point in time, the moment that you're locked in, unable to use any form of escape mechanism or any form of skill to burst someone down, you are going to get bursted first.
Yeah, and a lot of the times I feel that it boils down to the choice, right? It boils down to having that choice of initiation. And it feels like Team Kazakhstan, they had multiple choices. Meanwhile, for Team Tajikistan, they did not have any singular choice at all.
Yep. So with that all said and done, we've got game number 1 that pretty much is done and dusted. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to this part, this is such a difficult game for Tajikistan to play. And, you know, hats off to them. I hope that they will be able to come back a bit stronger for game number 2.
Yeah, and of course, this is the internationals before the internationals, so we do have the MSC and NWI happening at ESC. So this is happening in Paris from 1st July to 1st August as the group draw results will be announced today on the 18th of June. So stay tuned to the MLBB Esports social media channels for all the latest updates. And the road to Paris is about to begin with the MSC 2026 wildcard kicking off on the 1st of July, followed by MSC 2026 and MWI 2026 at EWC.
So many things to be happening during EWC itself. So you guys would want to follow MWI social media pages if you guys want to stay in the known and of course updated when it comes down to the latest MWI 2026 news about teams, you know, players and, you know, exclusive content. Follow the official MWI social media pages and be part of the entire journey and this entire ecosystem as the world's best MLBB female players competes on the national stage.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Churros, man. He loves MWI, so definitely you'll be seeing him cast on day 3 and day 4. You'll be hearing him talk a lot more about MWI.
I love MWI.
I love MWI, man.
I don't know how to.
This season is so good. This season is going to be good.
I'm your #1 fan.
Oh, yes, definitely. And for those guys, we're talking about internationals before the internationals, right? This is a great chance to get the power levels down, try to get a grasp of where your team stands when it comes down to these regional / national / global standings.
Yep. So we have got quite a lot of days to go, as a matter of fact, and a lot of games to go as well. So to kind of take a look at the standings and to kind of take a look at about the prestigiousness of this entire event is something that, you know, everyone should be really happy about.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just happy that, well, we're here at our 10th anniversary for MLBB as well. And it's finally an official medal event at the Asian Games. So definitely the playoffs. Group A, we have 5 teams that are going to make it to the playoffs.
Yep.
And for now, we're watching Group C. Only 2 teams are going to make it. But of course, only 4 teams in this group. So only 50% of them will make it. So the best of the best will be going through.
Yep. Of course, before we talk a lot more about the games and of course following up with the games, a quick little update, or not update, a quick little reminder that the 2026 Asian Games Esports event, Mobile Legends Bang Qualifiers, are of course proudly co-organized by the Singapore Esports Association and Zenway Productions. In support of sports promotion, we have Sports Singapore, our official integrated resorts partner, Resorts World Sentosa, and of course our official partners, Moonton Games, My Republic, and Secret Lab. We thank all of our partners for helping make this journey to the 2026 Asian Games possible.
Yeah, and with that said, we are going to move on to Game 2 really soon, right? We saw that Game 1, Team Kazakhstan just complete tear-through of Team Tajikistan. Man, they had no chance. But now, Team Tajikistan, they got to take a look at the draft. The draft was completely written in stone there. But now we got it! We got Flying Clouds, the last 50-50 condition.
Yep, that is the true 50-50, you know? The first two series, no, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Those were not part of the statistics. Those were a lie.
Okay.
No. Oh, 5? Really? 5 broken walls in a row?
5 broken walls in a row.
And then now we have like 5 different maps in a row without any overlap.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing Broken Walls was the name of the game for the first half now.
Yep.
Now we have Flying Clouds, the ability to jump into the team fights is going to be much more objective-based, right? It's really much the same as Expanding Rivers, but Flying Clouds, it does affect into that laning stage a little bit as well.
Just a tad bit.
Just a tad bit, but the recall timings will be slightly much more pronounced, right?
Yep.
Whoever recalls better will get the better macro, especially in the first 1 to 5 minutes into the game, where those tiny little adjustments, tiny little like macro modifications to your recall timing into that Flying Cloud back into the lane is going to matter, because that one little creep is going to matter the entire game.
And not only that, this also allows for heroes that doesn't have very strong regenerative power to still be very sticky in lanes. In most normal occasions, going back home and recalling is often very punishing. But with the Flying Clouds, you can actually go back home and still catch up to the waves a short bit after. So poke games in lanes might not be very important in by the grand scheme of things. So assassinations and fast burst damage, fast burst kills generally are going to be more favored in a game of Flying Clouds.
Yeah, now looking at the bans coming through, we got the bans coming in for both sides. The Harley will be the last ban here with the Harif and also the Paquito. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Kazakhstan, the Freya and the Marcel being the bans of choice. Marcel, I gotta say, 100% still has to be banned out so far. Do they ban out the Baxia, the Guinevere, one of the key jungle here? The Fredrin was a problem for the side of Team Tajikistan. Do Team Kazakhstan want to deal with that?
So what else? Okay, there we go. Guinevere is gone. So Baxia, understandably, gonna be a possible first pick situation coming in from the side of Tajikistan. But aside from that, you know, we've mentioned a lot about the other mid laners, for example. But indeed, Tajikistan will go for the Baxia. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, generally we do see the Fredrin being that counterpart, right? Where the Baxia, yes, you do get that ability to have that degeneration on the Fredrin as well, but that taunt just keeps the Baxia away from your key target. So definitely, I would say that would be one of the measures that they go for, but you could go old school as well, right? You could go Barats into this.
Oh, wow, that's very old school.
Yeah, that's something that we have not seen for a very long time, but usually Barats has been the answer for Baxias, and it's been in that meta for a long time. It's just that teams have not been experimenting with Barats as of yet.
I think to a certain extent, it can be said to be a forgotten strategy, right?
Yeah.
Because it's been so far and so long ago that at one point in time, we're just thinking, why was a certain meta prevalent to begin with? And it's only because of the prevalence of another meta. That's why they pop up. So at this point in time, it's all about picking up the old strategies that, you know, is a very good answer to Baxias, for example.
Yeah, going back to what works, but meanwhile, for the side of Team Kazakhstan, it looks like it's going to be Serik's Suyo once again. We see it on a complete tear-through in that first game. So, you know, Suyo is a very mechanically heavy hero where once you get that snowball going, you can carry the game.
Yeah.
Yes, specifically. But for Team Tajikistan, the answer is going to be the Gord.
Oh.
Do we see the Belleric as well? No, they go for the Claude.
Now, of course, picking up the God right now, it actually puzzles me a little bit. Now, of course, the idea of bringing a God in naturally gravitates towards the fact that the opponents are playing more of a tanky composition and something that we would see from a tank jungler, and then you respond to a God. Because God's Mystic Gush deals crazy damage over to players with really high HP, for example. So to pick up a God against a Suyo on the opposite side kind of breaks the idea of picking up a God in the first place during, those meta seasons.
I would say Gord would still do a lot against Suyo because
It would still do a lot.
yeah, despite the
yes.
fact that you're not tanky, Suyo is quite squishy when it comes down to that level 1 and 4. If you get that level 4 ahead of time,
Wow.
okay, once again, the
Same
Bruno.
thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. So it does seem like for Team Kazakhstan, they still want to play a very early game-centric composition. The only thing that isn't too early game is the Phobius to a certain extent. We don't have an idea how Tajikistan wants to play their XP laner as well, so perhaps that is something that Team Kazakhstan will want to think about, how their mid lane wants to play.
Yeah, the Alice, very good ban coming out for the side of Team Kazakhstan. And meanwhile, for the side of Team Tajikistan, they have yet to pick up their EXP laner as well as their jungler, right? So for the side of Team Kazakhstan, well, they can just try and ban out as much of these strong picks. And also, for the side of Team Kazakhstan, they've yet to pick up their mid laner. So yeah, the Tusin, the Eve, there is that possibility of the Lilia as well. Pick your poison, right? Pick your poison.
I think that early game or laning phase is the important part. If we are looking at a Jusin, if Team Tajikistan wants to play a Jusin, then they would need a very oppressive, or not oppressive, they need a fast clearing roamer in order to do decently in the mid lane. So this is probably gonna go down to a fight in the middle lane in order for Team Kazakhstan to set a pace for themselves.
Yeah, they do ban out the Lapu Lapu coming out from the side of Team Kazakhstan. So yes, it means that the Phobius is just going to have a much better time in terms of that 1v1 mechanic. But for the side of Team Tajikistan, right, generally we did not see this much as of yet, but when Phobius was super into the meta, what came to rise against him was the glue in the EXP lane, and it might be the situation here where
It might pop up.
yeah, where it might just pop up again. The glue with the Gord into the Mystic Gush, still a very good combination for the stick into forcing out that Mystic Gush into that burst damage down.
Well, we'll see how that's gonna go, because right now we still don't have the XP laner being picked up from Tajikistan yet. Now, of course, Lilia and Yi being taken away from Tajikistan is definitely pretty darn good. Now, Kazakhstan picks up a Khalid for themselves, still in the very early game-centric composition. They have very good harass, or in fact, containment style from the side of Kazakhstan, where they want to be so powerful in terms of firepower. They kind of force Tajikistan in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, that Belleric pick right there, I would have went for an Atlas. Still, I mean, the Fatal Link's just extremely strong right now.
Terizla.
Yeah, and they do pick up the Terizla for the EXP lane as well. And I'm going to say for Team Kazakhstan, right now, the team pick looks extremely good. Because Fury of the Phoenix into all of this, into whatever that they have behind, especially if they get a lead going, that's going to be great. But at the same time, they can still pick up the Tusin if they want to be safe.
They do have burst potential coming in from Suyo already, but they have decided to pick up on a Valier.
Yeah, very good pick.
Okay, so Valier is essentially a really good answer to Terizla and the Baxia, because if they were to kind of go for a dive or counter engage, at least the Searing Taunt from Valier does give the team a little bit more space to play around with.
Yeah, and also the repositioning on the Baxia as well, the ability to push him away, and also the setup capability coming through with the Phobius Infernal Pursuit. So there's a lot of combinations coming out from the side of Team Kazakhstan, but I gotta say, Team Tajikistan's draft of this part, it looks slightly better, right? They're taking a book out of Team Kazakhstan, going for the Gord Belleric themselves, but I don't see the kind of mid-game potential that they have, especially leading into the Claude, because they're going to need that space with the Claude, that Blazing Duet, eventually in that later stage of the game. How do they build up that advantage on the Claude? And I don't see the Belleric being the key player behind that.
I don't think it is, honestly. The main thing is, or rather, the main question is, how are they transitioning? That is always going to be the main question. This Khalid is going to be number one. Really annoying. Especially since we do want, as a Baxia, to kind of roam a lot faster, right? You want to finish clearing out your own jungle and then move over to the opponent's jungle to kind of spy things a little bit. You want to move from lanes to lane a little bit, but you also require your own team to be fast moving, which unfortunately God as well as the Belleric does not really fit the bill all that well.
Yeah, Fovia is still doing extremely well against that Terizla on that 1v1 as well. Now we do have that 4-member already stacked up on that middle side. Serik not landing the second skill so far, but still, he is behind them, and that's going to be a free first blood coming in for the side of Team Kazakhstan.
Yep, totally understandable. With the amount of damage that they have in the laning phase, they can melt down quite a lot of these members. Even for the side of Morojon, he would just go down if Kazakhstan just didn't care about anything at all.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge problem because, yeah, at the same time, they have that late game with Claude, but it's always about just having that first capability, right? That first in. And that first in is looking like it's going to be a Boxia, it's going to be a penalty zone, and that's not going to be the best way to start a battle. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Kazakhstan, they have multiple ways to force it out, especially the Infernal Pursuit.
Kusepov, of course, valued the kill over his own flicker, went straight underneath the turret's nose in order to secure the kill on over to the Claude. So that is going to slow him down by quite a bit.
Yeah, elimination secured for the side of Team Kazakhstan. So far, they've been doing a stellar job of that first game. We see the skill difference coming in for the side of Team Kazakhstan. And really, gotta say, they've been handling these objectives extremely well. Their timings on these objectives, they're just on point. And Team Tajikistan, they've been one step behind all the way.
Yep. As such, we do have Kazakhstan just going to be pushing the agenda over to the side of Tajikistan. Mamilen doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. As such, he will go down, but it will be a 1-for-1 trade between the two XP laners. Kusepov immediately with the quick send guard. He's going to be safe and sound for now, but the most important thing is that their jungler is the one that managed to get a decent amount of assists from that, brought himself to level 5 as well.
And with that early lead that Bruno has, right, the bullying has started. And once again, we forgot about Bruno. We forgot about Bruno being that kind of heavy dominant gold lane.
You want to know why? Because we don't talk about Bruno.
Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno.
But we were talking about Claude just coming up into the meta with, especially with the fighter emblem, having that having that ability to just have that lifesteal and sustain through, and it's not gonna be enough.
Wait, that was so close. Well, that is the kind of thing that a Mr. Gush can really bring to the team, but so close, yet so far, Serik almost laid waste to the hands of Nematzoda.
Yeah, and right now, it just feels like Team Kazakhstan, they're styling on Team Tajikistan at the moment. 2,000 gold advantage, 3 minutes into the game, slowly ramping up in terms of the map pressure as well. Now it's up to Kavalov to try and find something here.
Well, perhaps they'll be able to get a kill. Indeed, they will. Down to the bottom lane, Claude finally managed to avenge for him, or rather, take revenge over to the side of Akambayev. And hopefully from this point onwards, he will be safer in the lanes, perhaps.
Yeah, still, that was a great macro factor, but Mystic Gush coming through together with Rapid Riot takes out Kusepov. But at this stage of the game, using so much utility just for that roam kill, I would say, not the worst, but this turtle fight becomes object in question, right? If Serik gets close enough, that could have been bad.
That could have been. Mamilen was literally right at the edge there and could have went pretty bad. But Tajikistan understood that taking away one of the main initiators is going to be big. But here we go. Of course, Reggie Sandstorm that manages to land a 2-person, allowing them to pick up a kill. 2 kills, in fact, allowing Serik to pick up a double. Might be able to snowball from this point onwards. As right now, Akabayev, he's been taking all these free hits over to the opponents, allowing Serik to go for a triple kill.
Yeah, the Mystic Gush not there in time for the side of Team Tajikistan. And Team Kazakhstan, they've been doing such a great job of enabling Serik as much as possible. And you can see the synergy that comes through, right? You can see the setup. Serik just goes in, penalty zone, does get caught up. But at the same time, you see Salamat running in to try and set up that space away, pushes that Mystic Gush away with the help of the Valir as well, just to make sure that the damage does not fall through on his jungler.
I'm mostly just curious about the initiation coming in from the members of Tajikistan. But hold on a second, as we now just going to be looking at a blazing duet coming in from Claude. Not going to do too much damage, unfortunately. But that is a choke point for the side of Kazakhstan. They managed to fall back a little bit. Good flicker coming in from Akambayev. This is going to be safe and sound for now.
Yeah, still at this point, Team Kazakhstan consistently keeping up the map pressure, right? On the top side, Serik doing the macro work as they take out the tier 1. And this is the slow macro advantage that Team Kazakhstan was known for in that game number 1. Despite the fact that right now they are not having as flawless of a game, it's still looking good. It's still like winning on their side. Equipment-wise, it's still favored towards the Bruno handedly.
Yep, here we go. A quick crash down over to the side of Salamat, who wasn't able to get himself right out of there with his ultimate. But now it's going to be 2v4, as the amount of members from the side of Tajikistan is just going to be a little bit too overpowering. But hold on a second, take a look at this. Mamalan, he stayed alive for so long. Even when Kusepov and Serik, they made their way to the middle lane to try to take down the middle lane as much as possible. But all in all, Tajikistan, they still lost a lot more from the entire ordeal.
Yeah, great identification of targets from Team Kazakhstan, right? Taking out the Gord first, and Nematzoda being out of the battlefield, no Mystic Gush, meaning that you can take the battle as you wish. Blazing Duet at this stage is not going to deal enough. They take the purple buff for the trouble, great invasion, great enemy resource juggle, and Team Kazakhstan, while this was happening, they took out Nematzoda, and knowing that the Blazing Duet is not enough, Mamala just jumps in, and the rest was wrote in history.
It's really unfortunate, right? Mamalan single-handedly kind of held 4 people and contained them. Well, it was a very slow walk from Kusepov as well as Serik to eventually make their way into the actual team fight, for example. But the game has literally just started, as now Kazakhstan 5,000 gold lead. This is the point in time where Akambayev and Serik, they can go downtown with the amount of damage that they have to their own names.
Yeah, and everybody has to watch out for the Suyo at this point, because he can play across the cross map and he deals so much pressure towards his Claude. But now the rest of the team, they want to force out this tier 2 turret here.
And it does seem like taking down the T2 turret is going to be one of the great parts. But unfortunately, the Nematzoda, when it comes down to the Mystic Gush, was not able to touch on anyone. As such, they will lose one, and slowly losing two, as the Valir is going to be a little bit annoying for them to deal with. Akambayev picks up the kill. There's 2 men down for the side of Tajikistan, forcing them to stay alone at home.
And that was Kusepov reaching that critical mass, unable to be touched in this entire battlefield. Kabalov, he's not going to have a great time here as he does not find any initiation. Team Kazakhstan, they can initially stick as 4 and leave Serik to do the dirty work on the cross-map plays.
With all of the T2 turrets already taken down before the Lord even appears, this is once again yet another one-sided game for the side of Kazakhstan. If whether they can even close out the game with these one-sidedness is ultimately going to be the question. With 3.5 or rather 3.7 thousand gold lead in favor for Serik, I'm pretty sure that his assassination attempts will go completely unnoticed sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the team has been playing so well, especially for the jungler. You can see that Salamat really does complement Serik extremely well in that early game phase to that mid game phase. Make sure that Mystic Gush is never used on the Serik. If Kusepov goes down, so be it. As long as it's not used on Serik, you're winning the game. You're winning the team fight no matter what. And Serik, he has been the bane of Team Tajikistan's existence since game 1. And now game 2, he's proving it even further.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Tajikistan to get themselves kind of out of this ditch, right? They kind of found themselves in a very deep hole, and Kazakhstan is constantly just shoveling more dirt in their faces, and now they are grasping for air to breathe.
Yeah, generally Kabalov would have been that first point of contact, but now with the damage coming through from the side of Team Kazakhstan, he can't even stand in the front line. And Abaxia in the back line, that's not something that you want for these team fights.
As such, we'll see how this is gonna go. The Mystic Gush has already been expanded onto Salamat, but not quite enough to deal any damage, or he managed to bring it down to half HP, but that's about all. That's all that the Mystic Gush can do to another fellow mage. And now they don't have a way to really clear out the wave too well. They can try, but however, they have already lost the T3 turret up in the top lane, and Kazakhstan do have pushing waves down in the bottom lane even. As such, Kusepov doesn't seem like they're trying to go for anything, but Sarik almost landed an assassination attempt.
Yeah, and they gotta consistently juggle that because they have to get these inhibitor turrets now. They know that they're on a clock here. If they don't take out these inhibitor turrets into the next ward, gives Tajikistan a little bit of space here.
Lands all the way to the back with the Raging Sandstorm, allowing them to pick up a total of 4 kills right now. The last member left, Sarik crushes the rest of the members with a triple kill credited for himself. They don't even need to care about the middle lane T3. They will rush it right in and end Tajikistan.
Team Kazakhstan with a very clean victory once again. A bit more scrappy, I would say, but still, they did it in their particular style, right? Go for the macro control, keep that momentum going, get a chokehold, and then don't let go.
Great game coming from Kazakhstan. This is literally a game that all 5 members played a very big part at every single stage of the game, at every single roles that they do.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan, I would say, wow, oh wow. They look really strong in terms of just drafts alone. In terms of playstyle alone, their win conditions are very well set. And also, they have clear idea of how to play the map as well. Team Tajikistan is not like they're a bad team.
No, not at all.
It's just Team Kazakhstan is just way better.
Yeah, so honestly, with only 1 series out of this bracket, it's not exactly a great litmus test. However, it does definitely give us a very good idea that even for these 2 teams to go up against one another, it's still so one-sided in favor for the side of Kazakhstan. It really means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it boils down to the draft as well. We do know that they have a very one-dimensional kind of entry, right? Where in terms of having that Baxia and also that Gore to follow up, yes, you can see it. The stun into the Mystic Gush. So that's going to be their main combination, and all they have to watch out for is the Wrath of the Dryad coming in from the Belarik. But given the fact that Team Kazakhstan played that similar lineup, but they just slightly tweaked the positioning, it was just magical to watch this man, Sarik here.
That pose though, Sarik. Too bad this KDA is not 60. Okay, never mind. 8 is to 0 is to 4 is the current KDA for himself with a great amount of GPM as well, 914 on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks like the Suyo, no? In terms of the pose, yeah. Right, not bad. 804. Like, pretty much. He does look like the studio. He does have the colors going for him as well. Very nice pose coming out for the man Sarik here, as he did an extremely stellar job of controlling game 1 and also controlling game 2 as well. Rest of the team, credit where credit is due.
Indeed.
Mamaland survived for an extremely long time.
Yeah, that guy's a beast, dude. In fact, I actually don't know if whether he's a beast or the fact that Tajikistan just didn't know what to do when he's just constantly flying up into the air.
Yeah, I mean, they knew what to do. They just couldn't do it because while Mamaland was flying up in the air, Sarik was taking out Nematzoda to the side, making sure that the Mystic Gush is not available.
Ah, so that was what they were on.
Yeah.
You know, at that point in time, we were just kind of thinking, wait, hold on a second. Sepov and Sarik, they were just slowly walking into the team fight from the middle lane. And surprisingly, they still managed to catch up and do significant amount of impact in that fight. It's kind of uncalled for, and I think that Tajikistan at that point in time probably just tunnel visioned. 4 men in that team fight with no impact, no damage dealt to Mamaland, because at that point in time, let's be honest, Mamaland should have died.
Yeah, and the consistent juggling of that Mystic Gush, making sure that it does not come through, especially throughout the timings of the game where it mattered, especially in that mid stage of the game towards that later stage of the game. It's just a very hard time for Team Tajikistan at all because they had to buy the space with the Mystic Gush for eventually for the Claw to have enough damage with the Blazing Duet. But that could have come through in time because Team Kazakhstan, they had an urgency, right? The rush for timing was there and it was extremely well done.
And with that all said and done, great game coming in from Kazakhstan once again. Game number 1 was flawless, right? Tajikistan didn't even pick out a single point or a single kill against Kazakhstan. Game number 2 is not as flawless as we have originally expected. However, it is still one-sided enough for them to get a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, well done to Team Kazakhstan. I look forward to more of the games tomorrow, actually.
Indeed.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see more of the games. And yeah, what a pleasure it has been to watch some of the more lesser represented, I would say, especially in terms of esports. We get to see a peek into their power levels. I gotta say, it looks strong.
Yeah, and this is an international stage after all. We don't really get that kind of opportunity to kind of, as you mentioned, peek into the other region's meta, or perhaps to even to take a look at some of these teams from outside of the region. So having a breath of fresh air into these is always going to be fun to see.
Yeah, definitely. With that, Group C, we have seen Group C, and Team Kazakhstan feels extremely strong.
Yeah.
But I believe the next match, we're going to be looking at Group A.
Oh, really? Well, I completely forgot which team is going to be, but you guys will be able to find out which team is going to go up against one another on the holding screen. That said, we're going to go off for a short break, and once we are back, we'll give you guys games from Group A. Take care.
Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
are fated to wither. I'll enshrine your most brilliant moment in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced. What a splatter of beauty! I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are back at it once again for a pretty amazing game that is going to be back for us. And we are finally going to be looking at Group A.
For Abstract, yeah, A for Abstract, hey! And I'm your caster, Moman. Joined with me is Abstract. So together, we're here finally at Group A. This is what everybody has been waiting for. This is the Group of Death. And we have a lot of good teams here. Only 5 will make it, but very familiar teams, very familiar faces will be playing. Maybe the meta will be defined here.
Maybe, because at this point in time, this is where, we are expecting a lot of, international plays coming in from these respective regions. And of course, we've got this game coming up for us. It is going to be Team Indonesia versus Team Laos. I'm pretty sure that everyone out there, you guys have heard of them before, and if you have, if you guys have been, following the social media, you guys more or less have a very good idea. In fact, even if looking up Wikipedia, you would have a very good idea who are all these players. So slowly, we'll get there eventually. Once we introduce the team roster, we'll tell you guys exactly who they are.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I'm very excited, right? Team Laos, also familiar names when it comes in. I believe they are a very good organization as well. Both sides now not representing the organization, now wearing their team colors, coming in with their government-given names, no longer their monikers as we know them. So completely shedding that past identity. Now they're known as something else. So it's gonna be crazy in the land of Dawn where usually you're shouting something else, right?
Yep.
Now you're gonna be shouting their government-given names.
Yep, so you guys might find that a little bit on a foreign territory to a certain extent. You'll be like thinking, who's that guy? But in actual fact, they are very well-known players, and this time you're just hearing them from their own given names.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very cool match indeed. Of course, Team Indonesia, I would say one of the top few regions when it comes down to the game itself, right?
Indeed.
When we talk about the game itself, so far 2 regions have stood on top, and Team Indonesia, of course, one of them in the discussion. Team Laos coming in right now, they will have to take a look at how the top few are playing.
Indeed. Now, at least for Team Laos, they are a region that generally they can play pretty aggressively, and we kind of seen their region as a very aggressive meta. The way that they play is definitely a lot more different than what we would expect coming in from perhaps Philippines or Indonesia. But at least when it comes down to Indonesian style of game, they are also a very micro-based region. They play a lot more aggressively as well. So this is the kind of this is one of those games that we might be expecting, a lot of very brawly situations where they just want to overcome one another from sheer willpower and game mechanics.
And there's one hero that has slipped completely from our entire minds the entire time while we were here, while we were casting, while we were banning, drafting. Fanny has not been in the contention of that top pick at all. So when we talk about Fanny, right, you think about high-level micro plays.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, we're coming down to the regions where
these are important.
Yeah, the names were made from the Fanny itself.
So this is whatever that we have seen drafting from Group C or Group D. All of that is it's just
throw it away.
Yeah, just kind of throw away. We can still take
Keep it in the back of your heads.
inklings of those. Understandably, Marcel ban, Paquito bans. Those are completely understandable. But we gotta have to leave some space for some of these high micro heroes that could make very good. As long as you make really good decisions, they will be able to come up on top of many other heroes on top.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited for this one. We get to see twice of Team Indonesia today, I believe, in this game, and also at the end of the day as well. I believe we have Team Indonesia versus Team Vietnam as well.
Oh, okay. So we are gonna have some fair share of, meta-defining games from this point onwards, I suppose. So we definitely do want to keep our eyes very much peeled in order to find out, if whether, Indonesian players, they are gonna change things up or not.
Oh man, these guys look super familiar.
Very familiar.
Oh man, on the gold lane we have Mr. Dingarai, aka aka Arfi, and we have Alexander on the roam, and he's known as Alec by his moniker. We got Delvin, aka Hijume, on that mid lane, Afan, that jungle, Mr. Yazuke himself, and Nino, Mr. Shauki, on the EXP lane.
So Indonesia is completely stacked, and we pretty much expect that they are gonna go pretty darn crazy. And of course, for the uninitiated, they are the ones, of course, that represents the team Alter Ego. So without a doubt, you guys definitely will know, heard of them. If you don't hear their names before, you heard of their team names.
Yeah, and for the side of Team Laos, also very familiar names. We got Hansana on that gold lane. He is coming from Nightmare Esports. Phone Savat on the roam as well. He is Jasmine. And Latana on that mid lane as well. I believe he is Soso. And for Sin Bandit on that jungle, he is Too Easy for Lexi. And for Pasomse, which is Juviana on that EXP lane. So these guys, they've been playing together as a professional organization for a very long time. And as we said, right, you were talking about Alter Ego organization, and this is their alter ego. This is their alter ego right now. This is their actual names.
Yeah, actually showing us what a nightmare they can be. Well, understandably, Nightmare Esports coming in. So we kind of strip away the team names for now, because all we need to know is where are they from and who they are representing. So in the end of the day, we strip all of their, their monikers, we strip all of their in-game names and their team names right now. Coming in is gonna be Team Indonesia versus Team Laos.
Yeah, and just to give those uninitiated, those people that are new to the world of MLBB, a little bit of a context here. Alter Ego recently in the M7 World Championship, they were the runner-up. So they are currently, I would say, most recently, the second place. And the entire world. So Team Laos right here, they have a huge task ahead of them. And yeah, today we're going to see quite a lot of history being made right here.
Yep, so there's of course a lot of things that could potentially happen, and how the game will eventually work out to be is generally going to be the main question that we always want to find out. You know, when it comes down to their local MPLs as well, we watch them. A lot of you guys definitely watch them. You guys know about how the game eventually transpires and all that kind of stuff. So those people that is out there and you guys know a lot, make sure you guys make full use of the chat box, and kind of help one another for those people that are watching, to give them some information too.
Yeah, you got to give the audience some hype, right? And you as the audience got to hype it up yourself, as we are going into expanding rivers for that first map selection, aka randomization as well. So far so good, but definitely I'm looking forward to see, Coach Zephyr, I believe his full name is Kenny Dio, and also Satafon Kayavong as the coach coming in for the side of Team Laos as well. Now, with the bans coming through, we were talking about it, that not being picked up. Now we see the ban is there. The Fanny finally being banned out, together with the Freya, the Paquito, and also Phobia. So finally in familiar territory here.
Yeah, so this is something that we expect to see when it comes down to the ban picks. Now, Marcel and Baxia currently is still not banned out just yet. Obviously, at least for the side of Marcel, I would want to see that being banned out. While in the meantime, for Baxia, it's kind of like there or not. It definitely increases, or rather, it defines a team as to how they want to play. But, some teams, they don't really quite see that as being prior.
Yeah, this is going to be a one for the road here, as now the Marcel is still in the pool for the side of Team Laos. Whether or not they choose to ban it out and give it to the side of Team Indonesia here. And yeah, definitely, for both sides here, I feel that Baxia does have that place in the meta right now, but I don't feel that it's going to be that top tier, right? I really believe that Freya, Paquito, yes, up there. Fanny should be up there as well, especially since most good teams, they would have a good Fanny. Now, Marcel is going to be that top tier pick coming out for the side of Team Indonesia. And right now, Marcel, I believe he's warranted that top spot.
Yep. With the given changes coming in from Marcel, we more or less have an idea that he's going to be a really annoying roamer who really rides the wind. He runs a little bit too fast and one of the pretty annoying heroes to generally work with. So given that information from the side of Team Indonesia, Team Laos now have got R1 and R2 picks. They have that priority to pick two heroes right off the bat, immediately picking up a Yi for themselves and of course a probability that they will just lock in one of a hybrid or rather one of the more open heroes, Gatotkaca, if they want to deny Team Indonesia from being able to go for a jump taunt onto Eve.
Yeah, and generally we do see the Claude being a very early priority for a lot of the teams here. Claude, I have to say, it's still one of the top tier gold laners, and I not seen it being given enough respect. But now, right now, we see where it's at. Currently, it's going to be in that top tier right now. And for Team Indonesia, right now, they can answer back with a Moskov of their own, probably, if they want to do so.
Harley.
That Harley is going to be one scary factor as well, and Sin, that will be their pick here. Now, for Team Laos, she was on the other foot.
Okay, so now given that fact, Indonesia now have now left with their XP laner and their gold laner. So understandably, it does seem like Indonesia wants to leave some of their, or rather all of their win condition for a later parts of the stage. Harley comes into the equation with a little bit more of that burst factor that will, of course, tilt the game in ways that we can definitely imagine, dependent on how Team Laos wants to draft for themselves.
Yeah, and I was expecting maybe a utility jungle here, but they go for the EXP lane first. The Uranus still extremely strong in terms of just getting that lane advantage. That proxy capability is there for the side of Uranus as well. But right now, with the bans coming through, they will have to think about the gold lanes that are available as well. The Harif are being taken out. That's already a good breathing space. The Moskov, also a possibility. And also, you can take a look at maybe the Bruno as well that we see out of Team Kazakhstan that has been used very well against the Claude.
I do want to talk a little bit about this Uranus pick though, because of the fact that there's already a Marcel and a Harley being picked up from the side of Indonesia. It definitely makes things kind of difficult for Uranus to play any form of proxy, because going too deep into the opponent's jungle is definitely not what you want to do if Marcel, number one, can reach to you really fast, and number two, Harley is the kind of hero that can burst you down pretty effectively, which is something that Uranus is really afraid of. Number one, burst, and number two, generic crowd control, forcing you to unable to number one use consecration and kind of get yourself out of these very tricky scenarios. So more often than not, Uranus is more gonna be that annoying hero in the middle of team fight where Indonesia just don't want to deal with most of the time. You just kind of want to leave him alone and see what he can, you know, really brew for the team.
Yeah, and meanwhile for the side of Team Indonesia, taking out that box here, really good ban coming through. There is still that Fredrin in that pull as well, so definitely looking forward to ban that out as well. Sora being taken out, that would be a huge initiation factor coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. Right now, they will have their pick available of the EXP lane. They can go for the glue, the Lapu Lapu still available as well. With the Bravest Warrior, I still think it's a very good initiation tool, especially against the Claude, right? You want to have some semblance of control, some semblance of lockdown, especially before he can BMI away.
So with the Yuzhong and the Sora being taken away from the side of Indonesia, they are trying their very best to disable any form of hybrid XP laners from the side of Indonesia. So this is a way whereby we're looking at main bruisers who deal very decent damage at level 4. They have their kind of power spikes while still being able to serve as a pseudo tank, or mostly as a tank in the later stages of the game. This is where we kind of contemplate, is this a point in time where we want to see a Ruby that can play in later stages in the game as a pretty tanky and also damage dealer, or do they want to keep at it with a Lapu Lapu, which have seen a lot of success lately?
Yeah, they are going to need some more form of frontline, because for Claude, you do require a lot of meat shield. Uranus is not going to be enough. And with that Matilda ban coming out from the side of Team Indonesia, they effectively kill two birds with one stone, right? You have that guiding wind for the Uranus and also the Fredrin that is still in the pool. So now Team Laos, they're unlikely to pick out the Fredrin, so they do pick out the Khalid for themselves. Still, with that last jungle pick not decided yet, they can go for the Akai if they want. That heavy spin does does a number of that crowd control if they want to go for that. And also for side team Indonesia, yet to pick up the gold lane. Moskov still available.
We'll see how that goes. If the Harif is going to be picked up from the side of Indonesia, I think that the Archive would make very good sense. However, that will also mean that they don't have a lot of early game damage dealer. As such, Laos might want to go for more assassin-style jungler at this point in time. So indeed, it will be a Lapu Lapu. The Bruno being brought into the side of Indonesia. So they do have very good early game power spikes, which might really, or rather really suggest that they will go ham and crazy in the early stages. Laos very likely want to echo that. However, with a Claude in tow, they need to find a way to be able to snowball in the early stages of the game that can go toe-to-toe against Harley.
Yeah, for Team Indonesia, it's all about the guerrilla warfare, right? Taking the sabotages, taking the 1v1s, 2v2s, as much of the segmented team fights as much as possible. Avoid the 5-on-5s until they're strong enough. With the Harley's mobility, with the Marcel's mobility, yes, they are going to have a great time in these lanes, but the 5-on-5 is going to favor Team Laos if all things are at neutral here. And finally, they do go for the Fredrin in the end here. And then Matilda Big now suddenly seems extremely... Matilda Band seems extremely very strong.
So at this point in time, what we are seeing from the side of Laos is that they do have a lot of utility for themselves, right? They have good ways of engagement, and they have quite a lot of things that can play around with counter-engage. But my only question is if whether they are able to hold out in the early to the mid stages of the game, because they don't have that power spike that will bring them forward and overwhelm against Team Indonesia. More often than not, they will be playing with their back against the wall. The Fredrin is definitely going to lose in terms of objective taking comparing against the Harley. So most of the time, the neutral objective is going to be really difficult for Laos, and they can't exactly go out for very strong team fights in the early stages too.
Yeah, they're very ultimate reliant, so I would say Raging Sandstorm, Real World Manipulation, and also Appraisal's Wrath, Blazing Duet. All these, they will need to come in hand when you're playing against Team Indonesia. Meanwhile, for Team Indonesia, it's avoiding those symphony of skills, right? You don't want those skills layered on you. They want to take as many segmented fights as possible, make sure that you're forcing them 3v3s while you're doing the cross-map plays, and you have the mobility to do so. So we're not going to see a Lapu Lapu that's going to be initiating team fights. It's more of a distraction, appealing factor. Use that Bravest Warrior to try and draw the attention away as much as possible.
Yeah, I can't help but think that Indonesia has a very strong win condition right at the start of the game. The moment that we start to see Harley hit it at level 4, he does have, although a relatively small pool of heroes that he can go with, but as long as we've got Lapu Lapu that is enabled and unlocked from his own lane, that is where chaos is definitely going to ensue. You have a Bruiser on the side of Shoki, and as long as he goes in first, there is a lot of targets that the Harley can eventually go for in order to go for these executions.
Yeah, definitely on the Rome versus Rome front, going to be very important as well. Alexander versus Fonsabat, Khalid versus Marcel. And we know what Marcel stands for, right? You let it in the pool, you gave them the first pick. There's going to be that vision, that ability to just go in, get the photograph, get out, and just be an extremely irritating tool, especially when it comes down to these objective fights as well. And what's good about these photos is also the fact that Harley can follow up behind, and you never know when there's going to be a pesky little Harley dealing so much damage behind your enemy's back.
That's the kind of thing that Harley will be able to do, very sly kind of gameplay that you can generally expect. And of course, just like that, we are going to be starting things out when it comes down to Team Indonesia. They're going to be starting it from the bottom side of the jungle, and Team Laos going to be starting on their bottom side as well. So eventually they will finish up all of their jungle rotation by going to the XP lane. Which, speaking of the XP lane, it is once again going to be a pool noodle fight between the Lapu Lapu as well as the Uranus, where Lapu Lapu can't stand to do anything against this Uranus.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tank-on-tank action. Most of the action will be on that middle lane. Dalvin still dealing a lot of AoE damage and really good usage of that early game capability of that creep clear as well. Now this photo is proving to be a menace to deal with as they do get the lead though from the side of Team Indonesia, despite the fact that Team Laos had 3 people there.
Yep. Other than that, we can also talk a little bit more about the bottom lane situation being in the gold lane, having a Bruno as well as the Claude. Understandably, both of them have very different power spikes, and when are they supposed to be expecting to join into team fights? And understandably, the poke coming in from Bruno is always going to be a lot more scary because there's really not much that a Claude could do until he hits level 4, where he could just blazing duet clear out the entire wave at the bottom lane and look for more opportunities in the other parts of the map.
Yeah, generally does well against most of the meta's gold laners. That is the Claude. That's why he has been so powerful as of the late, but people have forgotten about the Bruno, right? We saw that today out of Team Kazakhstan. Now Team Indonesia, they have figured that out too. The Bruno is now back, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good at dealing with the Claude and dealing with that poke damage, dealing with the quantum charge that he has. But look at his first turtle pick here.
It does seem like as though Bandit is not going to be having a good time, as he's immediately going to go straight down to the hands of member from Indonesia. And that kill, of course, goes over to Shelky. While Afan picks up the kill onto the turtle, Indonesia now has got a slight bit of advantage.
Yes, currently so far, Team Indonesia doing a very great job of having that map control. And now Hansana in a lot of trouble. Blazing Duet has been used, and now with the golden hour, he's gonna be in a bit of danger. Has to flicker away though, and that would mean he's safe for now. And that's a flicker gone though.
Yep. It is 120 seconds though, so I think that he should still gonna be safe and sound for the next 20 seconds unless Team Indonesia wants to be supremely aggressive down to the bottom lane. Understandably, it is still gonna be a Harley. A Harley can join in and really just dive the turret as much as he wants because of the hat trick, and he can literally just go around the map, which is exactly what we see in the middle lane. Dealt enough damage, it didn't even have to proc the ulti.
Yeah, and Fosavat has to give a lot of respect here to the Zhu Sin, the ability to just clear out these creep waves alone, and you gotta worry about Afan now. The power spike has been reached. Sin Bandit as well, unable to get any form of map advantage for themselves. Team Laos right now, they do all have their ultimates up, so they are relying on these ultimates without the help of the Blazing Duet to try and stabilize into that mid game. They're not trying to look for kills. They're just trying to bring themselves to a wash before that mid game advantage is reached for Team Indonesia.
Now, while we currently have a situation where, you know, kind of both teams, they're just kind of like slowing things about, but maybe not that slow after all. We do have Indonesia trying to be extremely aggressive down in the bottom lane, and unfortunately, when it comes down to the Raging Sandstorm, it doesn't seem to do too much coming from Pusavat. As such, Hansana brings himself down as there is going to be a big proxy push coming in from Indonesia. 2 men in, brings the Claude down.
And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, the golden hour is a problem for the side of Team Marcel, right? When you saw the Marcel just popping that golden hour just to stop the fight, it's a complete free disengage and also time bought for Team Indonesia to come into the bottom lane. And look at this.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about when it comes down to playing as a Uranus. You might have a little bit of difficulty trying to survive in all of this team fight due to the amount of crowd control as well as burst potential. But regardless, that is going to be the part of that fight. We do have a 2.6 thousand goal lead in favor for the side of Indonesia. While Pusavat goes in, Raging Sandstorm looking for a kill on the Dingarai. And of course, RWM pops right out, immobilized down onto him and trying to get himself a good decent amount of kill. But of course, replacing Duet jumps right underneath the turret, leaving Alexander just by a sliver of HP to fight back and climb back from the side of Indonesia, ensures that there will be no more victims, or rather no more witnesses.
All flickers down, 4 flickers down, and they couldn't even find the finish onto Dingarai at this point. And now, Sin Bandit is going to face the full wrath of Team Indonesia as they try to go for the middle turret. He's not going to be long for life here, and now 5 minutes into the game, they set their sights on even more of the opponent's territory.
This is just heavy artillery from the side of Indonesia. They have got quite a lot of advantage onto themselves now. Of course, Indonesia, they piloted the entire team fight to absolute, precision, ensuring that they are constantly in control of the fight. Despite the fact that a couple of them were literally down to a sliver, they still managed to find a way to crawl back onwards and literally just avenge against Team Laos. But for now, we do have quite a lot that's just going to be dealt on over to the Uranus, but in the end of the day, still did not manage to bring him down.
Yeah, for some say, not able to do anything on the Uranus so far. No macro play had to be had because they were expecting to play on cross-map advantages, but that solo skirmish, 1v1 potential into that 2v2s, very strong from the side of Team Indonesia. They are capable of setting up these team fights by themselves, and just Alexander having so much map advantage, just having so much information throughout this map without being punished. And they can't do anything about it. If they choose to punish him, he can go with the golden hour, and suddenly it looks like a great setup for the side of Team Indonesia.
We also need to remember that Team Laos is a lineup that doesn't have a lot of damage. So even if Indonesia just kind of rush right at them, do they even have any form of punish? As right now, Latana finds himself taken down, and Team Indonesia literally just going to be knocking on the doors of Team Laos. 1 down, 2 down. In fact, this is all double kill for the side of Dingarai as he wants to get a snowball ongoing.
Yeah, this is what it means to go against one of the kings of Group A as Team Indonesia show what they're here all about as they go onto that middle lane turret, completely ignoring the Uranus here as they go for pure objective gameplay. Yes, they lose the catapult, but still getting so much damage and taking out Hansana in the top lane in the process, man.
It doesn't really seem like Hansana has got any form of damage even when it comes down to the Blazing Duet. Pretty nerfed down to the ground, but you know, this is all about, well, high risk, high reward, I suppose. You want to scale over to the later stages of the game, but at this point and the way that this game is going, there's no skilling involved for Hansana, which is really darn sad. The flick is just going to be exposed coming in from the side of Uranus, as of course Consecration used as well. And in the meantime, Punsavat hoping that he'll be able to glide his way out of that. He wasn't able to, unfortunately.
Bad news bearers is when your Fredrin is getting chunked out from the opponent Harley. Arfan is having such a great time in just trying to deal damage as much as possible, and every single ultimate has resulted in a kill so far. And Team Indonesia is because of that insane gold lead that they have right now. 10,000 with the photo going through. This is not going to be punished at all as they get more tier 2s going for themselves. Team Laos has to wait for a mistake here.
Unfortunately, we are kind of at a point where, as a marksman from the side of Dingarai, he deals already so much damage per soccer balls. And unfortunately for Uranus, there's really nothing that he can do, right? He can heal bit by bit, but you can see it takes a large chunk of armor out of him.
Yeah, and just nice, it's World Cup season, ladies and gentlemen, as Dingarai is showing what the soccer player is all about. And Alexander just still proving to be a huge menace as he just dominates an entire half of the map with the information by himself. This is going to be a free lord for the side of Team Indonesia. They are going to continue ramping up and choking away the space. Now, Team Laos, we have not seen any semblance of them trying to use any form of their ultimates at all. They have been the one responding, but it is always one man down.
Yep. For Team Laos, they just trying to, you know, kind of split up the farm a little bit and try to funnel some of these gold. And I think that it is starting to realize that the scaling for Hansana comes in a little bit too late for them to respond to this current problem. It's not about the fact that they want to scale late, but right now they want to scale right now. What is going to be the answer in order for them to stop this onslaught from inside of Indonesia? Who is the one that can realistically give enough damage to force Indonesia away?
Yeah, the sacrifices need to come through for the side of Team Laos, and it feels like your inhibitor turret is going to be the sacrifice here, as the photo has been used as well. Now Team Laos in danger.
Hansana unfortunately has to get himself right out of that with a BMI, while Indonesia forces themselves right into the face of Team Laos. Dingarai literally did not have to care about anything at all. He's just poking right out onto heroes such as a Uranus, and he just can't do anything. While in the meantime, Lord pounces down to the bottom lane, takes a very easy chip off of that. That is 2 of the inhibitor turrets down. When in the meantime, Shelky jumps himself all the way to the back line, got out of it and just gonna pop right out. Latana unfortunately would not be able to do anything to that glorious amount of damage. The next one down, and there is 3 men down already. The entirety of Team Laos, they are unable to hold down, as now Afan picks up a double kill, and Indonesia will finish things off.
Team Indonesia showing what they're all about here at the Asian Games Esports events. Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers as they take the first game of the series in a very, very calm fashion.
It's really unfortunate, I will say, that for Team Laos, I think it's only during the execution they realize that they do have the survivability. However, they Even when they survive, no one is making full use of the time and the amount of space that has been bought. And having a Claude that skills over the later stages of the game and unable to make full use of those timings in the early stages, it just fell, or rather made the team fall to pieces.
Yeah, they're completely outclassed at every single aspect of the game when it comes down to the lane control, when it comes down to the priority positioning of the creeps itself. Into the first objective fight, there was no semblance of control at all. They did know their win conditions, right? They had to group up as 5, they had to play it, but Team Indonesia, they're not giving them any breathing space at all.
Yep.
They know that once they group up as 5, there's gonna be that semblance of breathing space. And this man himself, he consistently denied away that breathing space, making sure that he's always on a target at every juncture of the game.
And of course, congratulations over to Delvin, also known as Hijime, with a total of 5 kills, 0 death, and a total of 13 assists. And even picking up that Sky Piercer by the end of the game, close to the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, he didn't know it was going to be the end of the game.
Yeah,
I didn't know the game was going to end that fast, right? and then suddenly, oh yeah, it ended already?
It ended, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then here we go. What a statement coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. I would say their draft really on point so far. And I would say Bruno is back, ladies and gentlemen. Bruno is back.
Yeah, and it kind of feels as though the game, or rather the meta, is starting to get a lot faster. The moment that you kind of see a gold laner like Bruno coming back, it pretty much means that there is going to be an entire shift in the meta to from a more control-y style into a more aggro style. And even when it comes down to the rotations, we saw at the start of the game, even when it comes down to the previous series, we're starting to see some of these junglers actually starting off in a different part of the jungle space. They're no longer starting at the purple or the orange buff anymore. They're starting at the beetles, they're starting at the lizard, and that is understandable because of the current patch. And as far as I remember, I'm just gonna read it off really, I guess, vaguely. It comes down to the point that as long as you're able to get a single kill on certain of these camps, such as the Horned Lizard, Fire Beetle, or Lava Golem, you immediately level up to level 2.
Yeah, so there is that level of opportunity coming out for the jungle, so jungle rotations are slightly different.
Yep.
But whether or not you still want to prioritize the buffs going in for an easier time, especially since you never know when the invades are coming from the opponents as well. So whether or not that timing, that rock, paper, scissors, right? Do you want to go for the greedier route, or do you want to go for the buff route where it's completely much more safer? So it gives the jungler an illusion of choice, I would say.
And it also kind of comes down to the point where having information is ultimately a massive key.
Yep.
If you have a very fast-moving roamer, such as, for example, a Marcel as well as a Khalid, you ultimately will be able to see, oh, the opponent's jungle is starting at the Beetle, for example, because that is a lot more accessible than checking the purple buff or checking the orange buff. And that will eventually give your team a better idea how they want to rotate based on the opponent's jungling rotation.
Yeah, and the ability to get away scot-free so early into the game for the Marcel as well, it's going to be a huge problem right now. And I just can't believe it left the pool like that, given to the hands of Team Indonesia. Alexander, well, Hijime might have gotten that MVP, but Alexander was there giving the information consistently, right? Delvin did an extremely good job of just making sure that the team fight was there, the presence was there, the space was not given. But at the same time, who was keeping an eye on that space? It was Marcel. And Marcel is going to be a huge problem, guys. It's a huge problem.
He runs too fast, dude. Gotta go fast like a little bit of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
No, honestly, and it's blue too.
Yeah, it's blue as well. So yeah, there we go. But definitely for the same time for the side of Team Laos as well, the Uranus pick coming out a bit too early, right?
Yeah.
In that top 3, I don't believe that Uranus could have been that pick. That Boxia, that Fredrin would have looked good during that point of time. But eventually they did get the Fredrin through, but that Boxia would have served them much better.
Yeah, this currently comes down to the point where the balance is kind of tilted in the wrong ways, right? We already found that the Uranus is definitely going to have a lot more issues trying to do what he's really good at, you know, just forcing lanes out, proxying, and getting out completely unharmed because of the sheer amount of regenerated power that he has. However, because of number one, there's Marcel, and number two, there is a Harley, it's a lot easier for either one of these two or both of them to catch up to a Uranus. So Uranus's main strength, unfortunately, will not be able to be realized in this game. So that means that number one has got no lead in terms of XP or gold on top of the opponent's XP later. And number two, it just boils down to the fact that he don't have damage. And then you pick up a Fredrin, he has no damage. So the roaming trio, together with the Uranus, they ultimately is unable to do anything at all.
Yeah, and for the longest time, the Claude has been a problem in the meta where it slowed things down, right? It put everybody on the clock. And now we feel like we have to answer right now. Yeah, it's Bruno. Bring him back.
Yep.
Because definitely he does chunk up the lane. And to the fact where the sustain with the quantum charge, that problem was the sustain coming out until he reached that level 4, had that blazing duet. Bruno completely nullifies that. We did see, I mean, hints of Clint, those coming out as well, but Bruno does a way better job of just harassing the person out of the lane.
Indeed. So normally when we see the Claude, we would have said, okay, with the Blazing Duet, he can number one wave clear, and he will be able to poke out the opponent, well, respective gold laner. But in this current case, if the Bruno is already having a great time all the way from level 1 to level 4, he's that close to getting the Heart's Claws already, regardless. So getting a little bit of a pinch from the Blazing Duet, it's not going to do anything. He can just stand still, continue poking out the Claude, and he don't care about anything. He would eventually heal them all back. He may have lost his creep waves, but he can just do the same thing to Claude's wave, and Claude needs to recall back home.
Yeah, the amount of damage that you deal just so much that you get the life steal back, you get the sustain back.
Well, Claude doesn't have any of those.
Yeah, Claude is just relying on that quantum charge, right? Making sure that he does get the hits through, and now finally we do see an answer, but now for that Marcel, right? I believe you gotta ban it out. If you're Team Laos, if you're Team Indonesia, you don't want to be playing against the Marcel. Yes, of course, you still want to ban out the Fanny. You still want to ban out the Freyas, the Phovius. But I believe Marcel takes a higher priority over all these.
Honestly, at this point, we need to weed out some of these fast, number one, fast rotating heroes, and number two, very early game centric heroes in order to kind of shut down such aggression. Because we know, as a matter of fact, that Indonesia, they play very good aggressive gameplay. They are very, very aggro region altogether. So Marcel comes into such aggressive team comp very well. We take that away. As you mentioned, some of the other heroes such as the Fanny, very aggressive in the early stages as well, and even to a certain extent Guinevere, because Guinevere is one of those other heroes that we constantly talk about. Very non-committal kind of jump. You can jump in, you may whiff, but nothing's gonna happen to you realistically.
Yeah, and I would say right now I gotta put Marcel as a problem that no team can deal with yet.
Number one priority.
Yes, number one priority in terms of ban or pick. If you let it through, Marcel's gonna come through no matter what. And we are finally back at Broken Walls, but it comes full circle here, right? We get to see Team Indonesia playing Broken Walls against Team Laos. So far, Team Laos on the ropes as Team Indonesia had a clean first game so far.
So, what are we gonna expect to see Broken Walls? Well, let me tell you guys, it's walls that are broken.
Wow. Wow.
Philosophy.
Wow, that's amazing. Oh my god.
Oh man, I know. I come up with some of these good old words of wisdom.
Oh man, I never expected that.
You never knew that, right?
I never knew that. I never knew broken walls were broken. Oh man, that's a crazy map.
Damn.
Never knew. Oh man. Now, with the Freya and the Fanny being banned out, do we see the Marcel being a priority here?
Yep.
Because I believe for Team Indonesia, maybe right now they might let the Marcel slide and just be like, hey guys, we got a way to deal with Marcel. But for Team Laos, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. We're not gonna take Marcel. You're not gonna take Marcel.
Yeah, no one's gonna be touching Marcel for now. I mean, this is still, remember, this is still day number one, right? Technically speaking, we can always look at day one as a no pressure kind of day to a certain
Yeah, yeah.
extent, right? This is a place where you kind of figure yourself out and figure out where you are in the groupings itself. Are you the top half, bottom half, middle ground? And you will be able to prepare accordingly to your opponents moving on forward. However, going up against Team Indonesia, you can't help but feel the pressure.
Yeah, the pressure, man. The pressure coming in from the side of Team Indonesia here as they do ban out the Kalea. And still, right now, with a lot of good bans, a lot of good picks in the pool, the Phovius being one of them, that is a very solid starter pick. Their Guinevere as well, still very strong in terms of that non-committal jump. There is also the Claude. No, it's not going to be that top priority ban.
I
But
don't
we
think that
did
we
see
count
the
Claude.
Harif being one of the
Yeah.
top priority ban for
I think-
especially Team Laos.
If you do have a team that can actually help to accelerate the growth of the Harith, I think that Harith is undeniably still a really good hero to play around with, because understandably, magical items are a lot easier, or rather a lot cheaper to max out. So Harith comes into play pretty effectively, and he can make full use of each individual magical items to the best of his ability.
Yeah, and the Zhu Xin as well. We did see Afan playing Delvin playing that Zhu Xin to a very good degree just now for the side of Team Indonesia. And now for Team Laos, right now, they will have that first pick available. Now, finally, Team Indonesia, with the last ban, they got to decide what they want to let through here. That Guinevere's still in that pool, very good in terms of that flex first opener. But I believe, what's that sound? I'm not too sure if they banned that out. That's a diggy, right?
That's all the diggy. But there's a cat. That sounds like that sounds like digging.
Yeah, that don't sound like diggy, but they
But
banned
that's too far out.
they banned out
banned
the
the
veteran. All right, they
Okay.
banned the veteran.
Well, that is a massive curveball thrown at us. But you know what else is a curveball? Not the Paquito. Because the Paquito is something that we should definitely expect.
Yeah, but at the same time, I believe teams have figured out how to deal with the Paquito. There is that slight nerf coming in. Yes, that capability coming out from the side of the Paquito to have that ability to jump in and out as he wishes. Still deals extremely good damage in terms of the lane clear as well. But the Zhu Xin, the Boxia there, having a
Nice.
good utility jungle, ignore the Paquito as much as possible, go for the good team fight. And Team Indonesia, well, they love their team fights.
Yeah, so this is, once again, still back to a very aggressive start, right? Boxia generally means that you want to be ahead of rotations. Team Laos, they can definitely echo that and try to go for someone that is really fast in rotations, such as the number 1 Suyo and number 2 Nolan. I think that Nolan is going to be one of the wow picks that we could very potentially see from Laos, because he has fast rotation, and number 2, he's got really good burst damage in the early stages of the game too.
Okay, so similar to what the Marcel brings to the table, right? The Cho was the original Marcel, I would say. Very hard to catch with the Jeet Kune Do. Very hard to just kind of lock down, and also having the ability to have that one-person lockdown with the Way of the Dragon. Now combining that with the Gourd. Now, for the side of Team Indonesia, right now, they will have a lot of entryway into answering back on that EXP lane. And with that Paquito pick, well, do you want to go for the lane clear and match him speed for speed, or do you want to go for something else that can frontline into the team fight as well?
So right now, with the Cho and the God being picked up on the side of Team Laos, together with Paquito, they do have ways to make full use of the Way of the Dragon, so this is more or less likely to look like a pick-off card. But we'll talk about that in a bit, because the Sora comes in from Team Indonesia, very hybrid kind of XP laner that can do very well in the late stages as a very strong tank and initiator, while in the early game can still pull his weight very well as a damage dealer.
And very smart timing coming out with the Sora right now after the Gourd has been picked up, because the Valentina is no longer a threat, right? No longer able to take away your shifting skies. And yeah, you're not expecting an EXP lane Valentina. Well, we do see that in certain ranked games. Really, Valentina?
You can still...
Yeah, it's still possible.
Yeah.
It's still possible, because you take the shifting skies, you're definitely a Sora at that point.
Hey, let's not forget about the possibility of Valentina jungle.
No, that's not gonna happen. That's cap, man. That's cap.
Well, we kind of did see that in, professional plays before. quite some time ago. Let's just put it that, as that, right? Very long time ago. And we kind of have flash in the past. No. Blast in the past, rather. Blast in the past kind of situations that we've seen before, such as, yay, look, it's Bruno kind of situation.
And now we do have the Akai and also the Harif being taken out from the side of Team Indonesia here. And from the side of Team Laos, feels like they want to take out the possibility of the Fredrin being a thing. No, I mean, that Matilda is just for the Baxia alone. I don't feel that the Matilda would have been that huge of a problem. They had to think about the enemy gold lane as well. So they themselves have yet to pick up the gold lane and also the jungle. So that jungle pick coming in from the side of Team Laos right now, they have that Fredrin available. Are they shooting themselves in the foot here by not picking up that Matilda?
I don't honestly think it might be a problem from Team Laos. They don't really quite need that much of crowd control or rather escape coming in from a Matilda that can give them with the guiding wind. So ultimately, I think that what they need is a little bit more front line heavy kind of situation, right? Their jungler and their roamer, okay, roamer is chill, right? So their jungler gotta have to be someone to be tanky enough. Unfortunately, the Fredrin is currently unavailable, and looking at the fact that it's Atlas, Sora, honestly, Akai could definitely work. However, it kind of does seem as though is a bit conflicting to what God wants to do.
I think for Team
Oh
Laos...
wait, Akai's banned too, damn.
I think for Team Laos right now, Guinevere would be a very strong pick. They can go for that solo, just playstyle alone, mobility. Same playstyle that Team Indonesia based off of, right? Macro playstyle, play off of the Paquito, play the macro, play the cross map as much as possible, chose uncatchable. Gord will be the only factor where it doesn't really synergize well with the playstyle. The Moskov, very good pick. Okay, they go for the Nolan.
They actually went for Nolan.
Okay, they actually went for Nolan.
So they don't have anyone that is really very tanky per se, but they want to match the pace of Indonesia in the end of the day. They want to ensure that, okay, Baxter can be fast in his own jungle, we can be fast in our own jungle as well. So this is a race against time, actually. Who is the one or which team can reach critical mass earlier?
Yeah, and now for Team Indonesia, it's all about, do you want to secure the team fight, or do you want to go for map control, right? And for Team Indonesia, it's very team fight centric. You got a Sora, Shifting Skies, you want to fight no matter what. Zusin, you want to fight. Baxia as well, you want to go for the team fight. They're not playing for the macro. And Atlas with the Fatal Links going for the team fight here. And Team Indonesia going for the Obsidian. Not really one of my favorites, but we're going to have to see how they do here. Because for the side of Team Laos, very good in terms of macro, very good in terms of mobility. I do like it in terms of just execution alone. Team Laos, they do have an easier time executing, and for Team Indonesia, it's going to be harder, but at the same time, it's high risk, high reward. If they get a good team fight, Team Laos are going to disappear off the face of the map.
Well, we're gonna see how this game is gonna look out to be, because Team Laos, they have an idea that they want to execute. They are very bursty, they are very pick-off. As much as possible, they want to create space and create a 4v5 situation. But if whether Indonesia is gonna allow them to do that, that is generally the question, because Atlas is gonna be pretty darn annoying whenever he kind of splits himself up, trying to look for opportunities. Team Laos, they want to take advantage of the fact that Baxia wants to be fast roaming, and Baxia wants to be the one that initiates at the end of the day. So it really boils down to if whether, number one, God can stun, or number two, where the dragon actually connects.
Yeah, I mean, name of the game here for Team Laos is just pickoffs and try and take as many segmented team fights as possible. It's the same playstyle as Team Indonesia was playing in Game 1, right? With the Harley, with the ability to jump in and out with the Zusin as well.
Yep.
And for Team Laos, right now, they will be using the Gourd off the back of that. I would have felt that the Zusin might have been a stronger pick, but of course, they were on that other side where they did not have that choice available. Zusin, Baxia being picked up from the side of Team Indonesia. Now for Team Indonesia, they have a plethora of entryways. Fatal Links, they have the stun coming in from the side of Baxia as well. The Lantern lift up coming in from the side of the Zusin, and also Shifting Skies. Now, the Obsidia is where things start to get a little bit wonky here. Do you go for the team fights here? Do you go for the ultimates? And I feel that looking at Team Indonesia, you don't go for the bone shards. You're using Obsidia to try and get the lockdown, try and force out a 5-member engage as much as possible.
To be fair, for the side of Indonesia, at least for Obsidia, you don't have to care, or I mean, skilling is still very important. But because of the fact that Team Laos, they are such a fragile comp where they don't have a proper frontliner per se, and someone that can, kind of hold the Lord, I think that is going to be the main thing that Indonesia is banking on. Indonesia constantly will be able to kind of hold the Lord and be the one that really puts themselves in the face of for the side of Team Laos. So I mostly just want to know how Team Laos wants to react and respond to this the fact that they don't have a very strong frontliner.
And here we go into game 2 of Team Laos versus Team Indonesia. Currently, Team Indonesia ahead 1-0. I feel that Team Laos, they want to play that heavy mobility playstyle. They want to emulate what Team Indonesia brought in game 1. But can they tie things up here?
This is yet another game where the balance kind of feels a little bit off. This time, too much damage. Not a lot of sustain. While game number 1 is too much sustain, not enough damage.
Yeah, so completely going the other way here. Instead of flickering, he is going to go down here, and Simbatif going down early, so early into the game. This is not Team Laos' game plan at all. That lethal was too greedy coming out from inside Team Laos.
He thought that he will be able to. And unfortunately, as a Nolan, you want to be fast-paced in your rotation. But hold on a second, Afan, he's just walking away from this team fight. It would have been great. Simbatif is able to get that kill, but he wasn't able to.
Yeah, not level 4 as of yet. And Shauki, aka Nino, he's going to have a great time, especially once he hit that level 4. But the Paquito will have that advantage for now. And really, just Dalvin doing just a good job of getting that mid lane prio as well. But this Paquito has been a huge issue. Now coming in is the Atlas though.
Is it really going to be an issue? We'll see about that, because all 2 other members from the roving spot jumps right in onto Paquito, where he's got no answers at all. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the opportunity to flicker out of the way.
Yeah, every single one of them can initiate. That's the crazy part for the side of Team Indonesia, right? Even the Obsidia, right? You can lock someone up effectively for that 3 seconds. Now you gotta worry about this man coming in right here.
Literally just gonna be jumping themselves right onto the members of Team Laos and invading over to the jungle. Dalvin picks up a kill and moving on forward. He's just gonna be sticking himself down on the Putsapat, bringing him down pretty effectively as well. Simbandit, he can't go down right here. If he go down, that is gonna be really painful.
A masterclass in resource denial coming out from South Team Indonesia as they continue to go on a tear through towards enemy backlines here. And Dalvin Sander, well, you're taking too much.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Okay. Let's talk about what they did well, all right? They were able to take away the purple buff from the side of Nolan at 2 minutes into the game. And that's completely what they came for. And that's a complete W in Team Indonesia's books right there. Because how do you beat someone who's trying to farm his own jungle then faster than you? You take away his jungle.
You take away his jungle as much as possible, man. And the main idea about picking a Nolan here is so that he will be able to match the pace of Afan. But right now, there is no pace for Team Laos. Taken down twice for an early game assassin is not great at all. And unfortunately, the trend is just gonna go completely bearish from here.
Yeah, Nolan is all about mobility and damage, and you need to be ahead to get that mobility. You need to be ahead to get the damage. Because if you can't kill your opponents fast enough, you're just going to perish in these team fights. Now, looking at Team Indonesia, they want to go for something.
Will they be able to lock down a Punsabat? No, it's not going to. However, this is where Team Indonesia manages to take a really good spot where they are just pushing the rest of Team Laos away, forcing them in a very uncomfortable spot where they will have a chance to take down the turtle. But unfortunately, Putsavat, he was a little bit too bold, trying to go a little bit of a Jit Kun Do, but it's in the end Jit Kun Don't.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic Gush onto almost every single member of Team Indonesia, and it did nothing. It tickled them. It was a water gun coming out from the side of Team Laos, and Team Indonesia are just showing the advantage that they have, right? Consistently just invading the jungle, making sure that this is how you control Nolan, right? We thought that Nolan is going to be good. I didn't really like the idea of Nolan. I really would have preferred them having a Guinevere, having some semblance of control. At least they could have initiated. Now, a Nolan with no farm. What are you going to do for the side of Team Laos? Because you went lethal ignition, you expected to have the damage by now.
Yeah, but unfortunately you don't. So right now, Team Indonesia, they will take whatever that Team Laos is gonna give over to them. Their creep, their wave, their turret, they will eventually take everything that Team Laos holds on dear. And it's currently 5 minutes into the game. Team Indonesia, they can just kind of get together and be a menace.
Oh my god, Team Indonesia is reading Team Laos'
Shouty?
movements as like a book. Shouty right here, he can just go in with the shifting skies if he wishes to do so. And you don't want to fight this cloud form Sora. I mean, he might be flickering away, but it might be a bait.
Oh, Shouty taking a little bit too much damage, and of course that flicker did not go too well either. But it's not that big of a deal, because in the end, they still managed to fight back. Shouty with a total of 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, and Hansana did manage to get the better of Dingarai in that top lane as well. There is a bit of recovery coming in from the side of Sim Bandit, but Team Indonesia once again not giving any space to breathe, as this purple buff has been a hot zone for contest so far for the side of Team Indonesia. And this is their win condition, right? Consistently taking away the purple buff. Nolan with no purple buff is the same as Fanny with no purple buff, right?
Yep.
You don't get the rotations through, you don't get the cooldown reduction, you don't get the cooldown, the skill reduction as well.
And you don't get extra bars, which is actually super important. But take a look at this. Finally, a Whale Dragon that connects down onto Alexander with the Mystic Gush eventually takes him down. But unfortunately, Dingarai just gonna be tattered down over to the side of the Paquito. Takes him down effectively.
And this is the psychology behind that Obsidia pick, right? Usually Obsidia, we don't like it that much because you have to farm up the bone shards, but this is them saying, if you are going to initiate, we are going to keep you locked in, because every single one of us has a method to lock you down. Lantern lift, shifting skies, we have the Boxer stun, and once again, Shouty, he's just going ham on the Sora at the moment, and they have no response.
Yep, that's the kind of power that you get as long as you're kind of in the storm form, right? Literally so much damage. But speaking of damage, down in the middle lane, that is what they want to do right now. And the two-man fatal lanes connect down, and this is nowhere for any of these two members to stay alive in.
Yeah, that was the pile driver that could not be answered for from the side of Team Laos, as Team Indonesia right now, they have every single method. Everybody's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Even Dingarai, he's 5-1-1 at this point. He's joining the team fights even, and this is a different look on Obsidia.
Yep, Sim Bandit don't even have any place to farm. The lane is not for him. The jungle is not for him. There's nowhere that he can go, unfortunately.
Yeah, currently, of course, for those of you that don't know, Team Indonesia are sitting in the top right now. And now with that,
Infamose doesn't seem like he's able to do anything with the Mystic Gush. He's right in the middle of that fight.
I believe Mr. Gush right now does not deal damage to the side of Team Indonesia at all. They're at this point,
A little bit. It's enough to bring one person down.
Dingarai, maybe the only one.
It managed to bring down Alexander once. So I hope that they will be able to do a little bit more from this point on. But remember, this is even though we are looking at, the Mystic Gush is indeed a splash or AoE skill, but Team Laos is not a lineup that have any form of AoE crowd control.
Yep.
The only thing that they have is a single bouncing ball from the side of Infamose and a single kick coming from Putsavat.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for, right? Way of the Dragon, Mystic Gush, find that
That's
pick
all.
off, get that map control going, but the map control has been consistently denied for the side of Team Indonesia so far. And now with the next objective being spawning up on the map, 6,000 gold advantage, 10 seconds in towards that next Lord, and double flicker still available. So Fatal Links, something to watch out for.
Crashes onto Punzavat, but he will be able to Jikundo himself right out of there. The Lord is just going to be spawned down in the bottom lane, and Shelky hoping that he will be able to also just kind of zone the rest of the members away. 1v1 between Hansana as well as Zingarai, but unfortunately a quick little proxy coming in from Delvin. But will be able to get a kill down on Hansana, but the rest of the members coming from the side of Indonesia, they're just going to be coming crashing in. 3% down already, and they're literally just going to be creating a storm right in the doors of Team Laos.
And 5-man play could not be answered from the side of Team Laos. We saw the Paquito doing what he could, dealt the damage onto Alexander and Delvin, but almost is not enough. If they're a sliver of HP and you don't get the kill, you don't get the kill. And look at that going in. They were so close. That Fatal Links into that flicker out straight away, and every single one of them just collapsed.
Honestly, the fact that Alexander still stayed alive throughout the entire team fight is essentially just them styling against Team Laos. Even if Alexander were to die, he actually didn't even need to use that flicker because they're just so far ahead. 8.9, in fact 9,000 goal lead as of now. Every single one of these players in their own respective role, they are pretty far ahead.
And guys, this is not easy to do, especially against a team like Team Laos, Team Indonesia. They're playing out of their minds right now. They might be good, but they are just playing stellar gameplay today because the fact is, they have been consistently just punishing together as a team, and also they are very aligned when it comes down to these win objectives. Sure, you might go for the invade thinking that it's easy, but suddenly a one kill from the side of Team Laos, it sends you guys spiraling. But Team Indonesia, they've been making sure to cut their losses every single time and collapse on every single play that Team Laos can make.
That's going to be a massive spine coming in from Delvin as he picks up himself a pretty big item right now. So as much as possible, Delvin will definitely put himself right in the face of the enemies as much as possible. He did manage to get a nice pick on the Punzavat. As such, he will be not going to escape from the grasp of Indonesia. The middle lane T3 turret will now be destroyed, and now the top lane is going to be destroyed as well. No way from Team Laos to even come back from this. None of the members from the side of Team Laos will be able to do anything. Shoki! That's what we want as it goes in and pulls 2% in. Even when it comes down to the Fatal Links, get another more. Team Laos, unfortunately, will not be able to get themselves out of the situation, and Team Indonesia styled onto Team Laos and get themselves 2 wins in a row.
Very clean gameplay. Once again, methodical, surgical coming in from the side of Team Indonesia as they finish 2-0 against Team Laos. And Team Laos, by any means, they're not a bad team. But Team Indonesia, wow, they were playing out of their minds today.
This is amazing gameplay coming in from Team Indonesia, and let's be honest here, there was only 1 or 2 proper kills coming in from the members of Team Laos, because I think 1 or 2 deaths was just, you know, Team Indonesia just kind of trolling around. And remember that Atlas in the top lane? No, let's not talk about that. But, but you know, there's only like 2 combos that we managed to see, right? Or rather 2 in a similar combo. We had a Dragon, Mystic Gush, boom, 2 kills.
Yeah, that's all that they had, and there was the ability for Team Indonesia. How many combos did we see, right? We saw Fatal Links, we saw Shifting Skies being used, and also the Obsidian Ultimate every single time for that punish. Just disgusting. And once again, our MVP of the game, Mr. Hijume, Mr. Dalvin, as he is able to just be a monster on this 2-sin.
Twice in a row. 4 kills, 0 death, and 14 assists is, of course, the situation that we see coming in from Delvin, and of course, great plays coming in from him.
Yeah, very good itemization. They're not going for the Sky Piercer this time because he knows that, yeah, there is going to be a different itemization coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. They will have that ability to just try and fight every single time. Once the Fatal Links are up, once Afan has that stun up, there is just so much fear in the side of Team Laos's eyes.
Oh man, In the end of the day, it is currently, or rather, by the end of the day, right? Indonesia manages to get themselves, what, 12,000 gold lead on top of Team Laos. And the draft coming in from Laos for game number 1 and game number 2 was just not balanced well. There's so much firepower coming from Team Laos, but we don't have a proper frontliner to enable some of these strong firepower mage or assassins to give them the space that they need. The previous game, they have too much space and they weren't able to do anything about it. Right now, they have no space to do anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, the clock was ticking on the side of Team Indonesia, right? They had a date to go to. I'm not too sure what they have planned afterwards, but definitely we still have one more game out from them. So,
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah. So you saw that in the early stage of the game, Team Laos, your game plan is set, right? Try and get early lead on the Nolan as much as possible, force out the macro gameplays, try go ahead, head-to-head with the Boxy as much as possible. But that's when Alexander is like, no, my friend, no. I am Mr. Atlas, and I am in your jungle. Protect your purple buff. If not, we take it. And then, yeah, we got a Boxy rolling in, takes the purple buff away, and they never got the purple buff again.
Yep. At that point in time, it was just Indonesia constantly just saying, yep, here is option A and here's option B. Choose one or don't. They don't care because they will stomp through everything.
What do you mean choose one? They took everything.
Yeah, there was nothing to choose because at that point in time, it's either you make the choice to defend it or you don't at all. And most of the time, we did manage to see that, Punsabat, which is playing as a Cho, he tried to defend, but understandably, he's just kind of Jeet Kune Do-ing in the middle of the team fight, which is not what you want to do as a Cho. You kind of want to prep your Jeet Kune Do and then go for the final Jeet Kune Do, land on someone, kick them behind, but he was trying to deal as much damage as possible with each Jeet Kune Do dashes, which is actually something that he don't really need to.
Yeah, and there was just a master class in space denial coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. This is why they're consistently one of the top few regions to watch, especially when it comes down to team fights, when it comes down to resource management. Man, oh man, there's so many things to break down here.
Now, of course, we're going to go off for a short break, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you guys for more MLBB action.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
in crimson splendor. Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
good can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement!
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in once again to the 2026 Asian Games qualifiers, of course, for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name's Abstract. With me here is Bowman. We are going to be looking at one heck of a game upcoming, and I'm pretty sure that the arena behind us is completely filled to the brim.
Yes, oh yes, we are going to have the headliner match for day number 1. It's going to be Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines. And yeah, familiar names across both teams so far. I would say not too famous, you know, not people that you want to take photo with, not the GOATs, you know,
It's totally fine.
totally fine.
Yeah, it's not like they're in Singapore or anything.
I'm shaking, man. I'm literally shaking as I say this.
Right now, go on
Oh
over.
man, I want to take a photo with them so bad, man.
Oh well, but unfortunately, it's going. They are going to be pretty separated away from us, and they won't be able to hear us yelling, shouting, and you know, kind of going fanboying on them. But you guys kind of get the deal. But of course, this is going to be one heck of a game because we are talking about Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines, and both of them are equally really good within their own regions. And even when it comes down to the international stage, they are definitely one of those teams that can definitely climb really darn high.
Yes, and it's going to be a star-studded lineup, especially for Team Philippines. I would say they did bring most of their team here of that particular organization, and one particular substitute player that is also known as the gold standard. So that moniker itself, you know, it speaks for itself. I gotta say, Team Malaysia right now, they got a lot of work cut out for them.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that they are really excited to even go up against them, right? Because it's definitely not their first time going up against them. They gotta have some strategies going up for them and just kind of, you know, kind of mess around a little bit, find out how their games is gonna look like by the end of the day.
Yeah, in terms of power levels, they are the top few, right? And in terms of just the uninitiated alone, for those of you that don't understand what Mobile Legends Bang Bang is about, well, currently for that World Series, where we talked about Team Indonesia just now, they were the runner-up. These are the champions. Team Philippines, they have been consecutive champions.
And undoubtedly so, they have constantly held on to the crown year after year after year. We're talking about the region itself, by the way, not particularly the teams, because the teams will always kind of be shuffled around. Different teams just kind of sat in onto the throne, and then they move on to the next.
And now going up against this kind of pressure will be Team Malaysia. We have Ilton on that gold lane. I believe this is Lolia. We have Akif on that roam. I believe this is Zekif as well. We got Amar on that mid lane. I believe this is Martizi, and Nazan on that jungle. This is Chibi, and also Razif on that EXP lane. This is Sizka.
So with that all said and done, they are one of the few teams that we really need to look out for. And Team Malaysia, we have seen them, of course, from across the bridge time and time again. And MPL Malaysia, MPL Singapore, you know, it kind of happens here and there. You know, we're close together. Even for you know, some of these games, we are, you know, sometimes we get some nice little screams with one another. And understandably, for the side of Team Malaysia, it is I would say a mixture, yeah, a pretty nice mixture of different teams that just kind of comes in together. Most notably, we've got 3 members from Team Ray.
Yeah, and 1 from BTRMY, and also lastly Zekif, of course, from Monster Fishes. But looking at the boys that they're going up against, the boys in blue, Team Philippines coming in the gold lane. This is the government-given name of Viana, which is Teddy Cutie, and we have De La Cruz, also known as JP, and Pabico, also known as Mr. Sanji, and Nepo Musino, also known as Mr. Carl, and Vinuya on the EXP lane, which is none other than Sanford.
Wow, they have been headliners for, you know, seasons after seasons, and of course, as you mentioned, extremely star-studded. And for many of the Singaporeans that is out there here in Resorts World Sentosa that filled up the seats, they are definitely here to look out for some of these players on the Philippine side and even for the side of Team Malaysia. Now, of course, we're gonna strip them off of their names. You know, it's no longer about, you know, who they are. You know, it's not about which team that they're from. Yes, starts out a lineup, complete TLPH coming in here. But for now, we're just going to be focusing on to their names because, once again, they're not representing any organizations anymore. They are representing their region.
That's right, Eugene. That's right. So he's no longer abstract on this table. He is now
That's so
currently
weird, dude.
Eugene, right?
That is so
So
weird.
this is the exact same thing that's going to be happening for their players because right now they will be using the government-given names.
That's right, Mosaong.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Eugene Yu.
Well, that's why we ain't players.
Oh, yeah.
Well, technically speaking, my government name is not Eugene, so you gotta try it out. You gotta try it again.
Oh man,
No,
man.
there's no way.
I forgot about your Chinese name.
Yeah, you can't. You can't reach that.
Mr. Yu Yen Song. Okay, there we go. You know, now that we have the players set in, oh man, this is gonna be one headliner of a series. We did see how Team Indonesia took out Team Laos in such a clean fashion. And it's in the same way where the micro was so good for the side of Team Indonesia, Team Philippines, they have a very good mix of the micro and the macro. So if there is a team fight that does not suit them, they're not going to take it.
No.
They're going to take their time, but somehow you're going to feel like you're losing the game.
That's kind of like the power of Team Philippines, right? And I always come down to talk about how different regions play a very different Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? So notably, we have always been seeing in a very macro view or top-down approach is that, oh no, not again. But okay, we'll talk about this a bit. But when it comes down to the regions itself, Philippines and Singapore play very similar, whereby we, kind of look at things in a more macro view. Well, from Malaysia and Indonesia, they look at things a lot more of a micro view. That's why whenever you look at Indonesian or Indonesia gameplay or Malaysian gameplay, a lot of people look at it and it's like, yeah, that's Brawl server.
Yeah, that's Brawl server indeed, but when you look at Team Philippines, right, it is a very good mix of that macro. The things that define what a MOBA is in that MOBA category. That resource control portion of controlling the lanes, controlling the resources, and the objectives in the map. And speaking of the map that's selected, once again, Broken Walls.
Why am I just not surprised? At the start of the day, we saw 5 broken walls in a row, and we are back on that track. But you know what? We're gonna move that aside. We're gonna be taking a look at this very game for ourselves. We do have Chip, Guinevere, and Glue thrown into the batting pool from the side of Team Philippines, while for Team Malaysia, decided to take away the Juicin and the Freya.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of stable bans there. The Marshall still in the pool, and Team Malaysia right now, they need to decide whether or not they want to play with Marshall in that pool as well. So they actually let it go and they choose to ban out the Phobias instead. Now, this is a great move from the side of Team Philippines. Oh, they go for the Paquito instead, representing their country.
Now, of course, getting a Paquito for themselves is undoubtedly a very powerful pick for themselves, right? They will be able to kind of play a lot more into the early stages of the game if they want to go for a more aggressive play and just kind of go into what Malaysia is very used to, and that is very early game aggro style, if they are going towards that direction.
Yeah, they can potentially go for the Marshall. The Zusin is no longer available, but the Eve is there, so they do go for the Atlas. But at the same time, the Marshall is still in the pool, right? You give that back, you give that control back to the side of Team Philippines in terms of the draft here. And now, if they want to go for the Marshall together, the Paquito does not really synergize well, but with the vision that you get from the Marshall, the Paquito can actually macro very well as well. So whether or not they want to have that in their playbook.
At this point in time, picking up Marcel for Team Philippines undoubtedly will allow them to kind of go neck and neck against Team Malaysia when it comes down to the drafting sense. However, they are not going to go neck and neck. They want to go above and beyond, and they want to excel in what they are good at, or rather what they have drafted for themselves, right? Paquito is really good at bursting someone down, and they want to capitalize on that. So picking up a Cho on their own end, being able to single out one player in order to play a more macro-intensive game to win in a 4v5 fashion, Cho comes in pretty effectively.
And we've seen Claude being one of the top priority picks and bans coming through for both teams so far. And now with Claude on the side of Team Malaysia, they will have that late game capability with the Blazing Duet. Of course, you do need the farm to get there as well. And we've seen all the Claudes struggle so far in the qualifiers today. And so far, I gotta say, Claude has not been good on that statistics, but it's still a very strong pick in terms of that survivability alone. And versus the Harif, it's the standard counter.
Still relatively early, but the second phase of the bans has been zooming us past, and these are the bans with the Leomod, Arlot, Lilia, and the Valentina. Very much expected to see Valentina being thrown into the banning pool due to the presence of Atlas as well as Yve. We throw the ball over to the side of Team Malaysia. At this point in time, they are playing for a lot of AoE crowd control and generally just looking for area denial. So what they're looking out for is an XP laner and a jungler. Very likely they want to leave the jungle for the final pick and kind of look at what they can play around with when it comes down to the EXP laner.
Yeah, but the box is still in the pool though. They do pick up the Fredrin instead. This gives the opportunity for the side of Team Philippines to go for the box here if they wish to do so. Now currently, Cho is going to be on that roam role, Paquito on that EXP, and this is going to be most likely an Akai jungle as well, right?
Yep.
Trying to zone away the Atlas as much as possible, just not getting the Fatal Links off. That would be a good avenue of gameplay as well. Now, going for the Gourd.
Yep, Gourd is a very good answer considering that we are looking at a tank jungle this time, back onto Fredrin, melts down the Fredrin and the Atlas very effectively. As such, right now, they don't, for Team Malaysia, they don't have a very good, early game to mid-game kind of transition. So picking up a Sora does kind of double down for them in the late stage durability. And at least in the early stage, Sora will be able to come in with support with quite a lot of these damage. However, if we want to kind of look in a durability matchup, Team Malaysia has it. Well, in terms of damage department, Team Philippines definitely have it.
Yeah, definitely for both sides, the drafts look extremely square here, right? 50-50 in terms of just having that late game presence with the Claude, but in terms of that team fight pickoffs, it's for Team Philippines, it's going to be looking better on winning the lanes.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Team Malaysia, it's about winning the team fights. And you can see the signatures of each server coming in out, right? Rearing its ugly head here as we head on into game number 1 of this banger of a series, Team Philippines versus Team Malaysia.
I'm so excited to see what is gonna come in for us. And we jump right into the land of Dawn. And of course, this is the brand new rotation that we were talking about. By the time that they are done with their respective Beetle and their respective Lizard, they will go straight to level 2 as per what the patch note says. So by the time that they reach over to the buffs, that is when they are generally gonna have a pretty much faster time to clear off, especially for the purple buff, because it is 2 minions right there.
Yeah, and that gives you also a brief buffer of timing to go for the lethal here, and already we see Team Malaysia on the case, forcing the flicker away from the side of De La Cruz, who will not have it for the next few skirmishes.
And just like that, Akai manages to snatch away that Little Wanderer in a quick little moment, and he's trying to look for some other avenues to play around with. And they also understood what is going to be the rotation coming in from Team Malaysia. So just like that, stole yet another one coming in from Team Malaysia. The jungling side from Team Malaysia is just not having a really good time at all.
Yeah, forcing out that retribution early, and Azan not having it at that period of time would just mean that Nepomuceno, right now, he would be way ahead in terms of that curve as well. In terms of that buff clear speed, into that objective clear speed, slightly ahead, but both teams, in terms of net worth, still neck and neck, nobody giving up first blood just as of yet. And we know Team Philippines, at this point, if they don't find a team fight that suits them, they're not going to take it.
It's really unfortunate that Team Malaysia, in the early stages of the game, they don't have enough firepower to realistically be able to kind of push any of the members from Team Philippines away far enough. Like, Nepomuceno can just literally walk in, which is why he was able to kind of steal that jungle creep away from the Fredrin in this case. Time and time again, this is going to repeat as long as Team Malaysia do not find a way to kind of get themselves a decent snowball, as Nepomuceno is already at level 5, as opposed to Nazan at level 4. There's no way that they will be able to fight for this. Akeem finds himself taken down, Vinuya as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, it is going to go towards the side of Malaysia a little bit more.
Yeah, but Razif does get the better of Vinuya in that EXP lane, taking out the Paquito, trying to go for that over-aggression with that flicker usage coming out from the side of Venuya as well. So gotta say, in the grand scheme of things, yeah, does still favor Team Philippines because they got the turtle. They got a very good usage of that heavy spin in that early game as well. You don't really see that often coming out because the team fights will be kind of avoided till that heavy spin is out.
Most of the members coming from the side of Team Philippines, they're looking for something. Amar opens up the RWM, but unfortunately would not be enough to keep the Atlas alive. As such, Akif loses his life while De La Cruz just going to be putting himself right in the face of Nazan. This is not going to be an easy take for Team Malaysia, and in fact, there could be a very high probability that they might just lose this orange buff.
Yeah, and we do see a lot of the jungle prio come through for the side of both teams here. Nepomuceno, he's not going to be in a lot of trouble. He's in a Kaya after all, but still getting chased down with Appraisal's Rapier.
Uh-oh, never mind. With a heavy spin, he will be able to just kind of bump everyone away. He should be safe for now, unless De La Cruz do something about this. Double flicker just for a kill down onto Nepomuceno. He is a level 7 though, so in the end of things, it's a worth it one.
Yeah, it's Carl, man. You got to do that. And with the Mystic Gush coming through, they have been putting on the hate onto Akif. And this is what you need to do against an Atlas, right? Trying to bring him down as early as possible. Make sure that he does not have the availability of the space to make sure that you cannot get the Fatal Links off. And once you keep threatening his HP, Akif, he cannot go in freely. And that's why Atlas dropped off in popularity so far. And with Nazan unable to frontline for now, Team Philippines are playing it very perfectly when it comes down to the space control.
Once again, at least in the early stages of the game, we really need the power of Amar to really just pop up as the Eve. Akif and Nazan can always set up for the team, but if we don't have Amar or Razif to come in to make full use of the space given and that opportunity brought up by either the Fatal Links or the or anything else, then it's not going to go anywhere. At this point in time, we do have Team Malaysia. They're just going to be wrapping themselves right in the hands of Team Philippines. Well, in the meantime, it is going to be quite a lot of spinning going on downtown for Team Philippines. It's a 1-for-4 trade, and it is an absolutely free turtle for the side of Team Philippines.
Pivotal wipe coming in from the side of Team Philippines. Great use of the heavy spin. Managed to find two members of Team Malaysia pinned up against the wall. Akif being taken out very early. Despite the usage of the Fatal Links, there's no damage coming through from the side of Team Malaysia at this point, right? If Razif is not able to land the Shifting Skies, this is what's going to happen. And that is a huge damage buff coming out from the side of Venuya at this point.
It's really unfortunate, but Team Malaysia, they do not have got what it takes to realistically, I mentioned before, to kind of push the members of Team Philippines away. They are tanky, but Amar, I don't think that he's got much damage for himself. While in the meantime, his opposite side, Papico, he's got so much out of his Mystic Gush. He may have used it already, so Team Malaysia, they're not too afraid of re-engaging.
Yeah, and the damage tools coming out from the side of Team Malaysia. In that early game, it's really one-sided onto that Sora alone, right? Amar, he's not going to have the damage. Ilton, he's not going to have the damage on the Claude as well. Blazing Duet with a Demon Hunter sword. At this stage of the game, it's not enough. Meanwhile, that Paquito, he does have that level advantage on that EXP lane. He's able to deal that damage with just one item alone.
Just like that, 6 minutes into this game, and we are already looking at a 5,000 gold lead in favor for Team Philippines. Team Malaysia, let's take a look at things, right? Or what exactly is going to allow them to get themselves out of this difficult spot?
They need a great Shifting Sky from the side of Razif, right? And he's not able to get it because look at where Venuya is playing, right? Consistently making sure that Shifting Skies is wasted on him as a solo target. And once Shifting Skies is gone, well, they can take the space as they wish. And Team Philippines, they know that. They know that. That's why they're just playing for the Sora to use his utility. Because the rest of the other team members, they don't have the damage. Fatal Links into what?
That is realistically just playing around Razif as much as possible. Make him waste up a little bit and make him make sure that he's unable to get decent amount of farm to kind of stay alive for extended periods of time. Team Malaysia, they want to group up as much as possible. However, they still have to be really careful because a lot of these damage dealers from the side of Team Philippines, they can do quite a number, especially for the side of Mystic Gush. You don't want to get together, get hit by the same starting ball from the side of that gold as much as possible too.
And once again, that Pressure mounts up as we see Razif get taken out early in the start of the fight. Fatal Links is not going to be used at all. Flicker away. And without the shifting skies, right, you see the lack of initiation coming out inside of Team Malaysia. And they needed that early game advantage, hoping that the Sora and also the Fredrin are able to buy them the space for Claude. And this is the problem with Claude so far, where teams have not been able to make it work.
Yep, he's constantly going to be behind and he needs time to eventually skill. The moment that your team is unable to, kind of be on par with your opponents from the start of the game, then there is no space for the Claude to farm. Nowhere for you to even just BMI in, blazing duet and get out of it. There is no form of passive farming for the side of Claude. So it's really going to be difficult, and at this point in time, the only time where Ilton will be able to kind of pop off is probably down the line 10 minutes later.
Yeah, 8,000 gold lead already at 8 minutes into the game here. That's going to be a heavy-handed advantage for the side of Team Philippines. And if you take a look at the problem here, right? The main problem is the Akai, the Nepomuceno man that can just walk up straight to you, just spin away, and there's nothing you can do about it because there's the lack of damage coming through. Are you going to Shifting Skies? Someone who can potentially spin out of your ultimate, a huge ultimate for just a heavy spin. And I believe Team Philippines at this point, they've been threatening that trade ever since they knew that there's only one way. And look at this, once again, Nepomuceno straight away in front, no punish at all.
I mean, Team Malaysia, they are trying. They're really trying to punish. Of course, they do not want to use up every single one of the resource because of the fact that the Lord is going to be popping out in under 5 seconds. However, even if the Lord does appear, Nazan is only at level 9 as compared to Nepomuceno at level 13. There's just no space in between for Nazan to kind of squeeze himself in to just land that free retribution. The retribution fight and the quality of retribution from Nazan is just completely low and cannot be countered or cannot be, used to fight.
Yeah, Team Malaysia, they did have the correct idea, right? Early game, Razif did get that early game advantage. Now, De La Cruz in a bit of stifle here, but he is a Cho after all, still has to flicker away, and he's one tanky boy as he goes back into the real-world manipulation here.
He's eating up everything, and in the end, he took 4 ultimates in his face only for him to die. But unfortunately, after all of that, it is just a Roma trading out against an XP laner, which is a massive trade-off for the side of Philippines.
Yeah, still pushing the advantage inside of Team Philippines. The macro lead grows as they do get the Lord. They will get this tier 2 turret as well. And that's the point, right? For the side of Team Philippines, they know that they don't want to go into that late game as much as possible, especially against a Claude. Claude versus Harif in that late game scenario, it's not someplace you want to be as the Harif. That's why they have Vinuya consistently threatening the opposite side of the map. And if Ilton does make a misstep here, he can potentially get shut down out of the map.
And the heavy spin is just going to be wreaking havoc onto Akib. He's stuck in the walls and unable to do anything. While De La Cruz is looking for an opportunity, trying to go for a king on the Razif. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem like they will be able to do anything at this point in time, as now they're just going to wreaking havoc throughout the entire map. The Lord is still alive, though. The entirety of Team Philippines, they will do what they can. Amar opens up the RWM only to get kicked and punched right in the face. And Team Philippines completely takes this all the way from downtown Malaysia. Unfortunately loses game number 1.
A complete wipeout coming in from the side of Team Philippines as they secure a surgical first game for the side of Team Philippines. And Team Malaysia, gotta say, good try, but Team Philippines still stand on top.
To be honest, they ended the game in sub 11 minutes. DLPH is undoubtedly doing whatever that they can in order to close out the game as soon as possible. Due to the fact that we are looking at the quality of gold laners, the Harif is well accelerated into the late stages already with the amount of items that he have. We're not exactly in late game territory, however his item speaks for itself. It is a late game build already, and if as much as possible, they want to end the game as soon as possible before they have diminishing returns.
Yeah, and the win condition for Team Malaysia was very simple, right? They wanted to win the lanes no matter what, especially on the side of Sora. You saw them using the flicker extremely early with the Fatal Links as well. They did get very good catches in the start of the game, but the timing was slightly off, where they got the kills, but there was no objective to trade after the kills were done. So The macro play was not behind that micro, and that just came to bite them in the back because they couldn't take the next few fights when the turtles were up, when the buffs were up.
There's also a very telltale sign that you're able to see from the side of Team Malaysia that they know that they need to play a game of catch-up. We'll talk about that in a bit, because right now we need to crown our MVP of the game. Understandably, it's gonna be Pabiko with 3 kills, 0 death, 11 assists. Definitely something that we can expect to see from Sanjay.
Yeah, 93% kill participation as well, straight away going for the blood. What's that item again? That's the blood wings, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the blood wings, and that was a good survivability item coming through just to make sure that, yeah, you don't get any form of shutdown coming your way. Razif, he wanted to aim down Pabiko no matter what.
Yes.
You saw that Razif was trying to make the play go through, but for the side of Team Philippines, they play defense very well, especially on the side of Carl. Nepomuceno does a great job of the heavy spin, just pinning Akif into the wall early into the game. Fatal links, never a problem because Akif was 90% down.
Speaking of Razif, right, he's actually the telltale sign that Team Malaysia isn't doing well in some of these team fights. If you know that you are ahead as a Sora, or you know that your team has got each other's backs, then understandably the Cloud Form is what you need in order to, number one, be a lot more utility, and you'll be able to set up for your team a lot better. The moment that you see that he's gonna go into Storm Form, you know that they are lacking in damage, and they need to find a way to make up for it. Amar, unfortunately, at one point in time, he wasn't able to keep up anymore with the amount of items that he has for himself. They realize they need more firepower.
Yeah, and this is all in the hands of De La Cruz as well, right? In terms of having that roam advantage, just forcing out the rotations, you can see how aggressive Mr. De La Cruz was when it comes down to chasing down these kills. It does not matter if he gives up his own life in the process, but Way of the Dragon, the threat is always there. Even if he gives up his entire HP bar, he uses it well as a resource.
Yep, and in the second last fight in Team Malaysia's jungle, I'm pretty sure that you guys saw it wholeheartedly. That was a single that's a single Cho that literally ate 4 ultimate. He didn't die, by the way, only until we've got the Sora that decided to flicker on forward just to get a kill, and that was not a very good trade at all.
Yeah.
But at that point in time for Team Malaysia, they're so far behind that any kill could potentially be worth it.
Yeah, a lot of the times you see a good Cho player, a hallmark of a good Cho player is when you can use the iframes perfectly in time as well, right? Just having that micro sense on top of the macro sense. It's not just about that gold lead alone that affected the game. It's all about that Jikundo timing, and he played it to a T, man. He was just standing there. Are you gonna hit me? Are you not gonna hit me? If you're gonna hit me, I'm gonna dash, you know? And yeah, there was that timing where Team Malaysia were unsure. Do we go for him?
Skill shots became non-existent over to the likes of a really good Cho.
Yeah.
And understandably, that is something that we will be able to witness, or rather, we have already witnessed in that very, well, talented play coming from Team Philippines. However, that is only game number 1 of the best of 3 series, and we can definitely expect to see some, revenge from Team Malaysia.
Hopefully we rightfully see some, right? Because in the same time that Team Philippines, they are very strong. Team Malaysia, they are also strong as a region, but
Yes.
maybe they have not had enough time to gel together as a team. Because when you think about Team Philippines, all 5 of them,
All 5 of them are in the same organization.
the same organization.
They have a lot of time to train, and they are the main 5 of Team Philippines after all.
Yeah.
While in the meantime, for the side of Team Malaysia, yes, they are the main 5. However, they all come from different organizations, 3 of which from Team Ray, 1 of which from BTR, and another one from Monster Vicious. So they have, in some sense, limited time to train together, and especially since they just completed the MPLMY.
Yeah, as well, right? So definitely a lot of playoffs fever that we see from a lot of these teams as well. But definitely coming into these Asian games, coming to represent your team, coming to represent your national colors. There's a lot of pride and stake involved when it comes down to just national ego, when it comes down to MLBB, right? You just want your country to do well.
Honestly, there's just so much patriotism coming in, right? So eventually, we shall see Singapore coming up. We'll see.
We're not gonna.
level of patriotism.
We're
No.
not gonna see Team Singapore today.
Not for today.
We just had bad news.
No.
Okay. We won't talk about the bad news, but the good news here is for Team Philippines fans out there currently 1-0, looking extremely clean, looking extremely surgical so far. If you're a Team Malaysia fan, don't fret just yet. This was first game out of a best of 3, so game 2, maybe something to the draft, some pep talk here and
eureka
there.
moment, perhaps.
Yeah.
After all, this is still day number 1, though. Even though Team Malaysia is going up against a titan like, Team Philippines, at this point in time, it is still considerably low pressure. They're not at the point in time where they know that there's a lot of pressure and they are on the verge of, not being able to make it to the top 5, that kind of situation. At this point in time, they still want to, kind of cruise. As much as possible, cruise.
Yeah, and as much as we say it might not happen, well, anything can happen in Mobile Legends, right? Who won MPL ID? Oh my god. Oh my god, anything can happen. So right now, anything can happen here at the Asian Games qualifier as well as we head into that next map randomization here, and we do not have broken walls this time.
Thank God. It is going to be expanding rivers, and this is going to enable the junglers, or rather, junglers and the roamers, to really get from one place to another a lot quicker.
Yeah, definitely, and we're going to see that Harif once again. I believe it's going to be either top ban or the top pick, because with that Zamon's Force, with the ability to traverse the river at breakneck speeds, that first objective take becomes much more pronounced, especially since you have that ability to join that gold laner into that first foray. Now, going into the bans, Boxia, Fredrin, and Phoveus coming out from inside Team Malaysia. They don't like the tanky boys.
Yep, so take that all away. All 6 of the heroes have been banned out with the Boxia, Fredrin, and Phoveus out for the picture. While in the meantime, Team Philippines is looking out for the Glue, Freya, and Chip, which will allow Marcel, Guinevere, Fanny, and of course Juice, and let's not forget about that will be collected by the side of Team Malaysia.
Yeah, so far, Zusin will be that first pick coming through. And right now, both teams have not picked up the Marcel. Will Marcel be a problem here? I still believe very strongly that Marcel is a very strong problem. And now, once again, the Paquito has made it through.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Even as second pick, second ban, you still get to pick up a Paquito? That's not usually a very good news, especially in the hands of Sanford.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hard deal indeed. Once again, Team Malaysia, they do go for that Atlas, right? And now going into a different build, different play style that you want to go for. No longer on that Akai. Now it will be the Harley. The threat is going to be real. There's going to be way more damage coming out. If you thought heavy spin is going to pin you down, well, how about pure damage right now? And now we do see the Arlet ban coming out. Now, with the side of Team Malaysia, they already have their jungler set. So right now, it's all about damage mitigation against the Harley.
So for Team Philippines, they are very damage-oriented at this point. So Team Malaysia, what they want to do is just remove as much tanky heroes from the pool as much as possible that would fit in the roam position. And understandably, Hylos being one of the tank heroes that have the highest HP within the entire tank role will be taken out. And let's not forget, the Gata Kacha will be taken away too.
Yeah, so now with that Obsidia being taken out as well, that would have been a great goal laner to punish the Harley as much as possible, try and catch him during these rotations. Right now, they do pick up the Claude for themselves. And so far, right, Claude has not been good for any of these teams. But Team Philippines are here to show you, right? Guys, right now,
chill out.
We're going to play Claude.
This is how you do it.
This is how you're going to do it. And for the side of Team Malaysia, they responded with Moskov and a Sora. And this is also a very good pick coming out from side of Team Malaysia. But once again, they're very reliant on getting the Fatal Links through.
However, I do like the balance coming in from Team Malaysia, right? They have a very good balance in between durability, utility, as well as damage altogether. But Team Philippines, they don't care about tankiness. They're going to go all in. This is all strike. They don't necessarily have someone that is realistically very strong enough to kind of hold down the Lord or kind of be the one that kind of dances to the Lord. This is one of the situations that we see that is all about damage. So for Team Philippines, as much as possible, they want to make Malaysia sweat.
Yeah, they're going to be playing cross map. They're going to try and make them rotate across the map as much as possible. Meanwhile, for Team Malaysia, they want to take the truest of true team fights, right? With the fail links, catch as many as possible. At the same time, land the Spear of Destruction, and have an honest 5-5 team fight. But Team Philippines, they don't want that. They don't want an honest 5-5 team fight. Only if they have a 5,000 gold advantage, yes, they are going to jump in. But if they don't, then Team Philippines, well, rest assured, they're just going to play Claude one side, Paquito one side, and Harley is going to be threatening you from anywhere that could be a bush.
If the game really goes well for Team Philippines in this case, Team Malaysia, the one that will suffer a lot is going to be Akif, as one of the main roamers, or rather the main tanky guy who wants to open up the map as much as possible to give information to the likes of Suyo. The moment that you kind of enters any of these brush, you might be expecting either going to be the Harley, or you could just potentially see the Paquito. And Team Philippines, they have so much damage in their midst where they're not afraid of throwing any of these skills onto a frontline heroes, because this is the situation where if Team Malaysia, they lose their tank, that means that they lose their utility, and it just became 5v4. It becomes so difficult for Team Malaysia to kind of hang on.
Yeah, for Team Malaysia to win one of these team fights, it has to be an early burst, right? Within that first 3 seconds of the team fight, you got to burst down either the Harley, the Yeep, or the Claude, or the Paquito. Either one of them.
Yep, very mechanic style, right?
Yeah, very mechanic style. You got to get down that Fatal Links, you gotta get down that stun, Spear of Despair, into that Lantern pickup, into that Shifting Skies as well. So you gotta lock down one person with all 5 of your utilities. And while that's happening, rest assured, Team Philippines, well, one member might go down, but everybody has the ability to farm here, and everybody has the ability to clear the lanes here. So I can see the macro gameplay just going slightly in the favor of Team Philippines here.
I honestly just want to know how they're gonna do this, because in the previous games, of course, I think in either Group C or Group D, we have a very similar kind of lineup coming in, whereby they are just all strike, all damage. No one that can realistically be able to hold down the fort against a Lord, hold the Lord, and just take some of these blunt force damage. Team Philippines, they're here to kind of show us a masterclass. How do you run a composition like this? How do you play a fast game?
Yeah, now we head on into game number 2 of Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines. Right now, Team Philippines 1-0 ahead with a very clean first game so far. Now, with a completely new look on their lineup, not having the Akai this time, instead picking up the Harley on Nepomuceno. Wonder how it's going to go as they're playing a very guerrilla warfare kind of playstyle.
As we move on here, let's take a look more about the lading situations. It is going to be the Claude and the Moskov. So they are just going to be going back to back and neck and neck with one another. It's not going to side to anyone at this point in time. But looks like we're looking at something over here. Nazan hoping that he'll be able to open things up onto De La Cruz, but unfortunately, he does have the quick sand guard, so he should be a-okay. Nepomuceno flickers himself on forward, tries to get a kill onto Akif, and he will be able to successfully do that.
Yeah, and that's a flicker usage coming out from the side of Akif. So we do see that early game just priority onto Akif, even onto game 1 as well, right? Just try and threaten the Atlas as much as possible. He might be a tanky boy in the later stages of the game, but right now, as of level 1 to level 2, there is no capability of him being able to soak up the damage.
We do have the turtle that eventually spawn up in 10 seconds. And Team Philippines, at this point in time, they have the general control of the river line. And there's really not much that Team Malaysia could do, because once again, the main guy that opens up the map a little bit here is really just going to be the Atlas. No one else until Raziv can open the map with him. But right now, we just want to see him deal more damage rather than to really open up the map.
Yeah, once again, Team Philippines, they will try and take these segmented team fights as much as possible. If they have the man advantage, they will try and rotate Viana over. Currently has that Blazing Duet in that mid stage, but now Akif not having that fatal links here. Nepomuceno takes the turtle though.
Really fast pace, and in fact, Razif finds himself taken down already. The rest of the members for the side of the Team Philippines just gonna remove themselves onto the face of Amar, and he will go down.
Yeah, just early rotation, right? This is the key play style of expanding rivers, where you're able to rotate your gold laner into that first turtle skirmish. And Viana on that BMI Claude using hero, where you're able to jump in and out of the fight as he pleases, the extra Blazing Duet just goes a long way.
Already 3 kills credited to the side of Team Philippines. Understandably, the pilot really changes how these kind of composition plays out. As such, they move on to the middle lane. In fact, even Turret diving onto Amar, and they don't care about anything at all. They may have lost a life from the side of De La Cruz, but it's a 1-for-1 trade between the roamer and the mid lane that is well worth it.
Yeah, at this point, De La Cruz, he's going to play the same playstyle that he has been playing the Cho as well. You're trying to open up the map as much as possible, right? And for now, we do see the Claude able to farm up the dual lane as well. He is farming up the top lane as well as the mid lane. And this is before that pre-5 minute into the map. This is going to accelerate the farm even more. And him joining the team fights, him having that ability to have that Blazing Duet, that's going to deal so much more damage if he has so much more farm.
Unfortunately, we are already 4 minutes into the game, and Team Philippines have got a 2,300 goal lead. So that means that the main idea of Team Philippines is already, or rather their main strategy is already on the way. They need to have that snowball, and they need to be able to be on top of Team Malaysia in order for their damage to not be, brushed off easily. Every single one of these hit points or every single one of these damage from Team Philippines will mean a lot.
Yeah, if you take a look at the minimap, the creep priority has been fulfilled, right? Keeping Razif at the bottom of the lane, making sure that the Shifting Skies is not there. Venuya taking the map space to proxy, knowing that Nepomuceno is able to assist and chasing Razif all the way because the vision on that mid lane is secured as well. Team Philippines!
Venuya just gonna be flickering right in the face of Razif. Takes him down pretty effectively while we move on to the top lane. Team Malaysia wants to fight back against Team Philippines. They manage to take down Viana. De La Cruz joins into the fray and hoping that they will be able to just push the rest of Team Malaysia away. Papico comes back in, gets a kill on Akif, and opens up the RWM. Double kill on top of Ilton. And now Nazan hoping they will be able to run away, but unfortunately the Void Crystal slows him down, picks him off, and De La Cruz takes that kill.
Any lesser team would have disengaged from that team fight, but no, Team Philippines does not back off. You know why? Because they used everything onto Viana, and they know for a fact they are so good at the utility cooldowns. They know for a fact that the enemy does not have this ability available, and that's just top tier MLBB that we're seeing right now. And for the side of Team Philippines as well, Binuya just giving up his life for Viana to somewhat come back into the game as well.
That's the lead that we want to see from Team Philippines in order for this lineup to eventually work out. And it did work out very well. With 1,500 goal lead from the side of Nepomuceno, and now all the way down to the bottom lane, what can they do? Razif! Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he will be able to do too much from here. He wanted to get a kill down onto De La Cruz. And wait, hold on a second, they managed to! With a good fatal links that connected down to De La Cruz, and Papico down over to the hands of Razif.
Yeah, that's the problem with the side of Team Philippines lineup, right? They don't excel when it comes down to a straight up man fight. If Team Malaysia, they do get that lead, they do get that man advantage. Team Philippines, well, they don't do well. They want to take these 1v1s, they want to take these 1v2s and spread them across the map. But Venuya, man, oh man, he's putting a lesson on the Paquito so far.
The masterclass. He understands that there is no need to immediately just burst the opponents down because he can't exactly. He needs to land a couple of those auto attacks in order to really get a kill on Nazan. Waiting for the S1 to appear from Nazan. Once he creates space, then there's gonna be a quick little punch from the side of Paquito in order to close up the gap and get a kill.
And this is where you start to play against Team Philippines, and you are like, oh, I'm getting the kills, I'm winning the team fights, but why am I still down so much in gold? It's because of the cross-map plays coming in from the side of Viana. Yep. He's been using the Blazing Duet so well in trying and survive.
And unfortunately, right now, he might go down. Wait, never mind! Viana! The BMI brings him all the way to the back, and he eventually managed to escape a complete masterclass. And now back to the main team fight. Team Malaysia, they're looking to pick up a little bit more kill. Papico will go down, but here comes Vinuya. It doesn't seem like he has got enough damage to do anything, but never mind. Take that back. Immediately with a good flicker, he puts himself right in the face of Mar, takes him down, and Nagoya joins into the fray as well. Not quite enough to bring Razif down, but they do have a little bit more to continue to push it down.
Yeah, completely exhausting every single flicker here. And that should be a situation where you use everything on Viana. You're expecting a kill, but no, the BMI coming out at the perfect timing. Yes, with the rest of the team members just committing all that utility on the Vienna, they had nothing else for the rest of the members. That is Team Philippines that convened on them on that top lane.
At this point, with 5,000 gold lead from Team Philippines, it's not necessarily even about team fights anymore. Team Philippines will be able to whittle down the members from Team Malaysia one after another as long as they have got a very good
Oh no.
Oh man. As you can see, they are just trying to do their very best to go from one player to another. And Team Malaysia, they would like to respond in kind, doing the same thing to Papico.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Team Malaysia needs to play as a death ball. Meanwhile, Team Philippines, they can play as individual commandos where they are taking Vinuya on one side of the map, Viana on the complete opposite, Yupu Nepomuceno in the center because he has that capability, and also De La Cruz just to get that map vision. So consistent creep pressure coming from opposite sides of the map, 6,000 gold advantage. Yes, you might be winning the team fights, but you're slowly losing your outer turrets. And for Team Philippines, they have all their outer turrets so far.
Unfortunately, if we are talking about the frequency of skirmish versus team fights, the amount of skirmishes definitely is maybe 2 or 3 times more than, you know, some of these team fights out there. So Malaysia, they may win some of these team fights as you mentioned before, but when it comes down to skirmishes, Team Philippines definitely takes the cake. And overall and over the long periods of time, Team Philippines, doesn't matter if whether they lose some of these team fights, it doesn't really matter. But in the meantime, there we go. It's gonna be a big team fight, but the Lord Sand Sweepers are flying up to the air right within Papico's RWM. And that's more than enough for Team Malaysia to take 2 L's to their name. Razif hiding inside of these brushes, and there's no way he's gonna get himself right out of the hands of Viana.
And you can take one, you can take Nepomuceno out, but we're gonna make you pay, right? This is what Team Philippines is all about. Because right now, Team Philippines, Viana is at critical mass. Look at how much damage the Blazing Duet does when a good Claude player is given the farm. And this is why Claude is still so dominant as one of the top tier gold laners. It's just that teams have not been making him work. Now Team Philippines putting on a masterclass.
To be honest and to be fair, it does seem as though Team Philippines, they have very strong control of the lanes and of course the river lines. As long as you have good control of the river lines, Viana can literally go anywhere that he wants to farm either in the lanes or in the jungle. And that will help him to proportionately grow together in time. With 7,000 gold lead in favor for Team Philippines, Malaysia is way, way behind. And despite the fact that this is a very well-balanced team composition with good tank... Oh, wait, hold on a second. What was that? As the Raging Sandstorm lands, De La Cruz unfortunately will sacrifice his own life, and he's taking a lot of enmity coming from the side of Team Malaysia. He may sacrifice his life, but managed to allow his team to take a keep and Razif down. As continuously from this point onwards, Zan looks to get a kill. He managed to pick up a double, but Papico will take him down once and for all. While Vinuya goes for a little bit of style onto the side of Team Malaysia. Ilton now, as of course the Moskov, he do whatever they can to push out the waves and to survive.
One more creep wave coming in from side Team Philippines. This might be the end here as they're trying to go for it. Ilton does go down. Team Philippines, they go for the throat here as they know they are on that clock as well. They don't want to give them any space to breathe as Team Philippines takes this 2-0.
This is absolutely scary of a game from the side of Team Philippines. They are doing whatever that they can to ensure that they will put the opponents down under.
I gotta say, Team Philippines, they look super friendly when, you know, they're not in the game, but when they smell blood in the water, this is the kind of players they are.
Honestly, at this point in time, the moment that we go into the game, Philippines looked at the game and they focused it, like shooting fish in a barrel at this point.
And this is what that play style is going to be about, right? Where a lot of teams, they are taking the guerrilla team fights, but they want to play the Nolan, they want to play the Claude as much as possible, but sacrifices need to be made. And for Team Philippines, they're using their HP bar as a resource to start these fights, to force out these fights. De La Cruz, he might go down, but what do they gain out of it? And looking at Pabico as well, he died 3 times, but doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter because in the end of the day, it's all about trade. You may go down, but someone else gets the kill, and then someone else will make full use of the economy that they have gotten. Well, in the end of the day, Pabico, also known as Sanji, with 6 kills, 3 deaths, and 10 assists, crowned the MVP of the game.
Yeah, definitely for all the Team Philippines members putting on a show here. Team Malaysia, they did what they could, right?
They did what they could.
Won the team fights. They fulfilled their team comp perfectly. But when it comes down to the art of battle, Team Philippines, they won that war.
This is the kind of situation whereby Team Philippines would not give you a grand dream. They're not going to sell you all of that. They're just going to be like, look, we have one person here, make your choice. Do you want to send Akif all the way into Fatal Links on the one guy? Or do you want to wait it out for a perfect opportunity for Razif to go in and out massive amount of people? Unfortunately, that dream was never sold to Malaysia because for the side of Team Philippines, 1 person, 2 person may get caught. However, it does not matter to them because every single one of these members from Team Philippines, they have ample amount of damage to punish Team Malaysia.
Yeah, and it's not like Nazan was in a bad situation, especially with the Tsusin and the Suyo combo as well. They did find a lot of pickoffs onto Pabico and also onto Nepomuceno as well. But the main villain behind all this, Vinuya, right? Behind all this on the Paquito, we can see why this is one of the top tier bans that teams have just been banning out. And now, can you agree with me that Claude is good?
in a winning situation, Claude is great.
Yeah, but even in a losing situation,
we need a litmus. We need a proper litmus test for Claude. You know, playing from behind, how good Claude will be. Technically speaking, it's technically speaking easy to win. What's the word for it?
I know what you mean.
It's easier to win harder.
Yeah,
but it's not exactly easy to win slowly.
Yeah, it's what I always say. That's what I always say. Every good team knows how to play when they're ahead, right? But when you're behind, that's where the decision making matters.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, forget what I said. Yeah, just take what he said.
Yeah, so congratulations to Team Philippines for taking a 2-0 victory here at day 1 of the Asian Games qualifiers so far. What a treat that we had so far. We saw Team Indonesia going up against Team Laos, Team Philippines going up against Team Malaysia. Well, still early days. There's a lot of time to reset here. As we said, Team Philippines, there are 5-member stack that have been playing together for a very long time.
Indeed. In fact, this is, in some sense, and to a lot of the fans out there, this would be an expected outcome. But of course, I guess the training arc happens, and this is where the training arc for Team Malaysia will eventually come in. This is only day number 1. Pressure is not that high as of yet, as we mentioned time and time again. Eventually, we might see Malaysia coming in as a powerhouse, and I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, and for that next game, we're going to have Team Indonesia versus Team Vietnam. So that's something to look forward to, guys.
That is going to be the last game of the day, so make sure you guys look forward to that. We're going to go off for a short break, and we'll see you guys in a jiffy. Take care.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hirana? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now.
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Hinata? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
most brilliant moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
moment. In crimson splendor! Even something so crude can be graced with a splatter of beauty. I'll get you out! You finally come to me, Hanabi-sama!
This madness ends now! Yeah!
At last, I'm shivering with excitement! Such killing intent. Does this mean Hanabi-sama finally understands Kirara? So warm. So beautiful. We can finally embrace eternity in hell. Just the two of us. Allow me to release your eternal bloom.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. And of course, we are now at the final game of the day. It is definitely going to be a big one, and we've been waiting for a long time until we finally reach this stage.
Yes, definitely. We are on the cusp of the ending today, as we are going to have Team Indonesia grace the stage once again, but this time they're going up against Team Vietnam. And I've heard good things coming in from the side of Team Vietnam. They do have a bit of international experience here and there. There are going to be some familiar names. I believe Jauga is playing as well in that jungle role into that. They were actually from, I believe, Xeno Zenith. So Xeno Zenith, kind of an organization that we are familiar with. They have 3 players from Xeno Zenith that are currently in Saigon Phantom right now. So they will have a bit of, MSC, M6, but not really at the playoffs level. They're mostly at the wildcard stages.
Right. Now, we do have some time to talk a lot more about the teams and, of course, the players in a short little bit. But before we go down to the nitty-gritty, I would like to take this opportunity to thank every single one of you guys that is watching online, be it hardcore MLBB fans or general sports audience. We'll talk about that in a short little bit. Now, but of course, before we jump right in, I would like to take this opportunity to thank... you know what? Let's talk about the standings first.
Yeah, standings for Group A as we speak right now. Team Indonesia currently at the top 1-0 with Team Vietnam and Team Philippines following closely behind. Now, with the side of Team Cambodia and Team Myanmar also at 0-0. They have not played any matches so far. I believe Team Myanmar and Team Cambodia, they just finished the match. Now, Team Laos 0-1, Team Malaysia 0-1, and Team Singapore also 0-1. So they're at the risk of not making it. Only top 5 makes it through to Group A so far.
But don't worry, it is just day number 1. Well, in the meantime, let's jump right in and take a look at Group B, where at this point in time, we got Team Saudi Arabia that's at the top of the list. Every single one of these teams have played at least once. Well, in the meantime, Team Iran 1-0. They have got 2 points for themselves. Well, in the meantime, Team Jordan, they are currently 0 point as they went 1-1.
Yeah, and for Team United Emirates and also Team Oman, they are currently sitting at the bottom of Group B. And mind you, only 2 teams will make it, with the 3rd place having to play that last chance qualifier.
Now, with that all said and done, I believe that we have groups standings for Group C as well. I really hope we get that. But of course, once it comes up, we'll... There we go! There we go! Okay, so for Team Kazakhstan, which we saw how strong they were in that game against Team Tajikistan, it is literally only them that has played thus far. So 2 points for Kazakhstan. -2 for Tajikistan, unfortunately. Uzbekistan as well as Kyrgyzstan have yet to play yet.
Yeah, we'll find out more about them in the days to come as well. Definitely, I'm looking forward to see what Group C has in store for us. Team Kazakhstan played a very clean game, but I've heard good things from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan as well. So definitely looking forward to this group in general. And finally, we are going to take a look at Group D, if I'm not wrong.
Well, eventually we'll get there.
Yeah,
eventually. There we go. All right, for right now, okay, Team Mongolia as well as Nepal, they are currently at the top of the leaderboards. However, Mongolia with 2 points for themselves and Nepal with 1. It does seem like they went. Oh, right, we watched that game. They went 1-1. So to a certain extent, they get 1 point for themselves. And for Team Pakistan, they went 1-1 for themselves. Get themselves 1 point as well because of the, they won 1, they lost 1, but at least the game that they won, if I'm not wrong, is it a game one? Either one of the games that they won, they managed to get 1 point.
Yeah, definitely. And Team Sri Lanka and Team Hong Kong, China, still not looking too good, but this is just day 1, right?
Yeah, just
There's
day
still 3 more days of group stages that they've yet to play out. And speaking of yet to play out, Team Indonesia, Team Vietnam, well, we're loading that up really soon.
Now, of course, the 2026 Asian Games Esports events, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers are, of course, proudly co-organized by the Singapore Esports Association and Zenway Productions in support of sports promotion by Sports Singapore, our official integrated resorts partner, Resorts World Sentosa, and, of course, our official partners, Bunton Games, My Republic, and Secret Lab. A huge shout out and thank you to every single one of them, of our partners, for helping to make this journey to 2026 Asian Games possible.
And a huge shout out to the fans that came down live in the audience as well. Hope you guys had a great day so far. And we're going to have even more of a banger of a finish as we go into Team Indonesia versus Team Vietnam, and all those that are watching online as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed the days of MLBB so far, but we're gonna have much more. This is only the beginning so far, and now power levels have been set, right?
Yep, it is just the beginning, and at this point, anything could happen still. We don't really have very good litmus tests on every single one of these teams as of yet, even though we saw Indonesia already went up with one game. It was nice and dandy, but how are they gonna fare against this upcoming team here?
Yeah, of course. Right now, for the side of the gold lane, we're going to have Dingarai, and we are on that roam. Alexander Delvin on that mid lane, Afan on that jungle role, and Shoki on that EXP. Of course, these guys are all from that similar organization. They will have the monikers, but they shed them away right now as they are representing Team Indonesia.
So once again, I believe that we saw in the chat multiple times, a lot of the viewers were kind of puzzled as to why are they using different names. It's not different names. This is their name.
Yeah, this is a real name.
This is their real name.
This is their actual name, guys.
That's their government name. Well, in the meantime, the names that you all know them by, you know, Nino, Yazuke, Hijume, Arfi, and Alec, it is all their handle name, their in-game name, which unfortunately would not be used here because right now they are representing their region.
And meanwhile, on the side of Team Vietnam, we are going to have Yeon, we're going to have Ngoc Trang on that on that roam lane, and on that mid lane we're going to have Van Dat, and also on that jungle we have Todo, and also Tan Lam on that EXP lane.
Okay, so slightly not what I was expected when it comes down to the names, because let's be honest here, you know, our time in the Asian Games, at one point in time, it was just nguyen.
Yeah. There
was like last names, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of last names, but for these guys, they have much more unique names. So definitely, there's a bit more diversity when it comes to just having that similar names alone.
Yeah, so I'm glad, you know, it is a lot easier for us to be able to identify some of these players this way. So at least we've got that working for us. And to every single one of the audiences now watching, be it online or on site, I hope that you guys thoroughly enjoyed this upcoming game, being our last one. We still got more coming in tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and even on Sunday, all of which are all gonna be group stage game that will be a lead up to the main event down at Japan, Nagoya.
Yeah, and definitely for now, right? We do know that Team Indonesia is sitting at one of the top few seeds coming in at Group A. Now, coming in as a contender, Team Vietnam, I would say they are on that sunrise, where they are a very strong region. I believe they took that victory over Team Singapore, and that's a very respectable victory because Team Singapore is quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you which, you know, kind of tune in to Singaporean meta and Singaporean plays, you guys more or less have an idea some of these players that have, you know, kind of, you know, float in, float out kind of situation. One of the players, Team Lord Vanix, and of course, Diablo recently rose to fame from his, you know, recent appearances in the international stage and even in MPL MY. But unfortunately, Team Singapore did not do so well against Team Vietnam. So that was actually a pretty good litmus test coming in to understand how Vietnam would be able to come in to fare against Team Indonesia.
Yeah, and very strong in terms of decisive macro decision making as well. In terms of the entire gameplay itself, I would say Team Vietnam have a very good understanding of the game, but now that understanding is going to be fully put to the test, right? Because we saw from that previous game that they played against Team Laos, Team Indonesia are very prepared to shut down whatever comes their way, and it's going to be the map of broken walls once again.
Oh man, I'm just staring at production right now. It's like, guys, what is this? Just staring at them. Hey, you know, who's gonna do? Who did this?
It is what it is right now, as it is a map randomization, and we rolled Broken Walls quite a lot of times in the mainstream here. And for the Broken Walls itself, definitely you will have a lot more capability to traverse into the crevices and also play around with terrain, a lot more choke spots as well. So definitely you're going to see heavy AoE coming out from both teams, but given how the meta has been playing so far, there are teams that favor that guerrilla playstyle over that team fight as well.
As such, without further ado, we're going to be jumping right in over to the draft with Volvius. Volvius, of course, is going to be thrown right into the banning pool. Kalia alongside with the Freyr. Nice to see that Marcel is going to be taken away together with Fanny.
Yeah, so Marcel has been a problem until as of late, right? Team Malaysia versus Team Philippines. I feel that they just ignored the Marcel problem by just not looking at it. That hero doesn't exist for them. And right now, it's finally back in the server, and it feels like it's going to be banned out. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Indonesia, banning out the Freya as well. And Freya, we have not seen any play today so far because it's been consistently on that ban ladder.
So what else are we going to be expecting when it comes down to the banning pool? Some Paquito.
Yeah, Paquito is a very huge pick here, but they do ban out the Fredrin. So for the side of Team Indonesia, they can actually pick up the Paquito for Shauki if they want to do so.
Yep.
Yeah, that's going to be a very strong opener, especially if they want to go into that macro playstyle.
A punch for a punch, indeed. Paquito going into the hands of Indonesia, that just means that they have very strong early game presence right off the bat from the XP lead, all the way to the start to the end, right? Even once you hit level 2, that is where there are a plethora of ways that the members from Indonesia will be able to start up a team fight, or perhaps even to just slam dunk in the XP lane.
Yeah, one of the dark horses coming through for the side of Group A, Team Vietnam. Now, with their batting and drafting pattern, I would say it's still pretty set in stone of what they want to do. I do believe they have a method to deal with the Paquito. That's why they let it through in the first place. They rather not deal with the Fredrin at the moment. Now they do pick up a Harif at this point, right? Now with the Atlas as well. And this is what we see teams usually do versus the Paquito, right? It's either you favor the guerrilla playstyle or you favor that team fight. And now for the side of Team Vietnam, they're really going to lean towards that team fight with the Zaman's Force and Fatal Links available. Now for the side of Team Indonesia, it's about playing in units, in short little units, get the macro as much as possible, and we see a play out of the Claude and also the Tusen.
Okay, so we'll see if whether this is a Claude that plays the game and win harder for the team, or would they come down to a point where they, kind of have a little bit of difficulty in the early game and kind of come back to the game thanks to a Claude. That's the kind of thing that we want to see. But in the meantime, let's take a look and talk a little bit more about Team Vietnam, because right now they do have a Harif and Atlas. So at this point in time, it doesn't really quite suggest anything as for now. But yes, you did mention about the Eve. I would definitely say that Eve comes in pretty well. Drags anyone into the RWM as an Atlas. Is very open.
And this is actually a very strong pick in this current meta right now. Ling is actually very favored. It's very strong in terms of that rank gameplay as well. We have not seen it resurfacing in competitive, but a lot of theories out there that Ling is back. And we talked about Bruno coming back as well. And Ling, together with the Harif, with the Zaman's Force, we saw the combinations coming through, especially when it comes down to 2025, right? In terms of MSC, the gameplays, Ling was all it. And now it's time for Ling to just show its little prowess here, back again here in this current meta.
Yeah, I do kind of want to find out a little bit more about what brought along the idea of picking back a Ling here. Does the battlefield change between the jungle creeps actually make a difference here?
Yeah.
And that's mostly the question.
Yeah, the ability to get that level 2 slightly ahead when you get that early creep gives you a slightly better rotation, right? And Ling, if you can optimize that movement, especially with the ability to just traverse across the walls, once you get that purple buff after that level 2 timing, you can get very early snowball in, especially since you have a very good iframe and also a very good ability to jump into these team fights. But of course, you require a very good setup. That's why the Atlas and the Harif are ready there. Now, for the bans coming through, they have the Hilda and the Khalid being banned out, and being taken out is going to be the Eve and the Sora for the side of Team Indonesia. And that Eve is going to be a huge issue issue, especially with the Ling and Atlas and Harif. Now, taking a look at the mid lane, will they be able to go for something with a lot of mid priority? Hopefully, they want to go for something like a Lilia to kind of secure that priority push. They can go for a Gourd if they wish to do so right now for side Team Vietnam.
Just for a heads up, it does seem like Ling did have a very small buff onto him with an increase of basic attack speed. The cooldown for skill 2 has been slightly reduced for the mid stages of the game, and the ultimate does have a nice little utility where it reveals the position of enemy heroes hit.
And now with the
14 is
EXP lane being picked up from the side of Terizla as well. And Team Vietnam really leaning into the team fight, right? But in terms of just team fight alone, they have the individual capability coming out from the Harif. With the Zaman Force, he can actually take skirmishes alone. Ling can take skirmishes alone, but Team Indonesia pulling out the Guinevere and the Hylos. So having a semblance of control versus that Ling is going to be key, right? I was expecting something along the lines of a Kaja, and now that Hylos, yes, it does fit very well into that blazing duet.
So now looking at the fact that Team Indonesia, they have a very tanky front line in the name of Hylos, while Team Vietnam, they don't necessarily have someone that can really whittle down this Hylos as much as possible in a quick span of time. So a really beefy
Here gets jumped on, does have the ability to push the assailant away, trying to push the
Purify
Keto away.
too.
Yeah, and with
Yeah.
Purify as well. So definitely you want to just have that bit of individuality. So I really like the draft coming out from the side of Team Vietnam. This is going to look like a great match.
Yep. So with that all said and done, we are going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn, and of course, this is quite an interesting matchup. At least when it comes down to the draft from Team Vietnam, we haven't seen the Ling in a long time. And albeit picking up the Ling in the first phase is, of course, unfavorable, at least for me, but the very fact that the Claude has already been picked up from the side of Indonesia with no chance of a Moscow pickup, it doesn't really become a deal breaker for Team Vietnam after all.
Yeah, and in the same time, right, Team Indonesia, they're going for that skirmish lineup as well. So meanwhile, for the side of Team Vietnam, it becomes the onus on them to try and instigate these fights as much as possible, right? Try and force them into these clump situations because you're in broken walls. That penalty zone becomes bigger. That fatal links becomes much more fatal as well. And that Zaman's Force is going to slow down a lot of these choke points.
Well, we'll see how this game is going to look out for all of us. If whether Team Indonesia is going to get a really hot early game start with that Paquito and the Guinevere, and in fact, pretty darn scary if you ask me. But Team Vietnam, they should have a lot of utility within of their needs in order to, you know, deconstruct some of these composition, or rather deconstruct some of these team fights with the help of Terizla, with their penalty zone, and of course, a lot of disengage properties in Vietnam's lineup.
Yeah, there's going to be very good team fight capabilities coming out from side Team Vietnam. And meanwhile, for the side Team Indonesia, right? Macro-based gameplay, still having the choice, the fluidity of that Guinevere. I still gotta say, this has to be one of the top few picks that is available in the pool. And right now, they have the Paquito to combine with that. So the damage factor can come in, it might not come in. So for the side of Team Indonesia, that's what they have. They have the choice to commit and not commit as well. Of course, that glorious pathway can be used as a saving mechanism. Also, at the same time, it can be used as an initiation mechanism.
Yep. In the end of the day, I really don't like the Guinevere pick. This pretty much dictates in Team Indonesia, like you mentioned, right? Committal or non-committal, which is something that can be played as kind of like what's the mind games against a lineup like Team Vietnam. As we mentioned, they do have disengage tools and resources that allows them to, you know, break out a team fight. But ultimately, if a Guinevere just showed into a situation whereby, hey, do I want to fight? Do I not want to fight? Do you want to use your resource to break out of the fight? That is your problem.
Yeah, going into the last match of the day here, Team Indonesia versus Team Vietnam, as we head on into series number 7. And Team Indonesia currently still looking to further themselves in the brackets, and Team Vietnam also on the top there, right? Actually getting a lot of points. So this will solidify them if they do manage to get a win over the side of Team Indonesia.
I mean, they did manage to get, I think, yeah, they managed to get a 2-0 victory on top of Singapore. So for Vietnam, they already have 2 points for themselves.
Yeah, so now early game extremely important in terms of that rotation where you are trying to match up Afan against Todo as much as possible. And on that Ling, well, definitely you're going to have a slightly better time in that late game into that mid game rotations. But these objective fights, you have to worry about the initiation capability coming out from the side of Team Indonesia. And that's when the Guinevere jump becomes much more pronounced.
There we go. 4 members from the side of, 3 members from the side of Team Vietnam. Looks to be very aggressive down in the middle lane. Unfortunately, the Ling did not have any opportunity to go in, while Guinevere, on the other hand, found the opportunity onto the side of Van Dat.
Yeah, and I'm surprised, right, that Valir did not go for the Purify against a Guinevere, and this is going to be hurting so much as we see Tarizla almost getting taken out here, and Xiaoqi in no man's land will be eventually taken out. As Team Vietnam, they do get a great response for the troubles.
Yep. It's really unfortunate that Xiaoqi was not able to get a kill down on the Tan Lam, but in the end of the day, the main thing is Tarizla is still stuck at level 3, allowing Afan to pick up the turtle, which is actually the main idea that Team Indonesia wants to do, to send Tarizla back home, which they did, but unfortunately not in the fashion that they wanted to by sacrificing Xiaoqi.
Yeah, very scary early game momentum coming in from the side of Team Indonesia at this point. I gotta say, having that Guinevere available, ability to jump here is going to be very scary for the side of Team Vietnam, as they have to consistently keep in the back of the heads, right? If they're playing near a bush, they need to have the vision, and they currently don't have it because Fatal Link's still not up for the side of Ngoc Trang, but at the same time, they need to make sure that these Fatal Links are not wasted.
At this point in time, we're 3 minutes into this game, and Team Indonesia, they do have about 1,000 gold lead. Well, as we kind of talk about the junglers in this case, it does seem like for Ling that's playing, that is Todo, he don't really seem to be really up on the XP curve, as he's currently still stuck at level 5, slowly get to level 6. But Afan is definitely way above all of that.
Yeah, now with the initiation coming in, Violet Requiem not able to catch because there is that disrupt coming out from the side of Van Dat at this point.
Yep, he's not gonna be caring about too much of that because the ultimate is essentially a free cleanse. Now he right now down to the bottom lane, Todo trying to get a kill down on Afan, but unfortunately wasn't able to get a final hit in, and he went all in for that. The rest of the members coming from Team Vietnam wanted to come in to help things out. Unfortunately, now they're in a tough spot, and Tan Lam will go down together with Todo.
Yeah, that would have been a great news for the side of Team Vietnam if they were able to take out Afan over there during that orange buff take. But now with him out of the picture for the side of Todo, it's going to be back to the drawing board here with no buffs into that next objective take. Now this second turtle currently still 3,000, close to 3,000 gold ahead for the side of Team Indonesia.
Oh, that's a stun, and that is a Violet Requiem on the Todo. Once again, this is a game where Team Vietnam, they are unable to control their own jungle. This is the kind of situation that you would see if you don't really have very good lane priority in the middle lane to kind of hunker down your own jungle, where it is so easy for Alexander as well as Afan to just casually walk right in.
Yeah, and now it becomes a question of whether or not they're going to keep that macro control, especially if they're able to play cross-map coming in from Satodo, but now with the Glorious Pathway.
It's really tough for them to do anything at this point in time, as now another one sends up to the sky, and there's going to be Ngoc Trang. He fell down and fell hard indeed.
Yeah, there's so much lockdown coming in from the side of Team Indonesia. They're just getting CC'd. They're just getting consistently stunned, knocked up, unable to fulfill any action, right? In that position, Ngoc Trang, he had that perfect timing for that Fatal Links, but you can't even press the button.
At this point, Team Vietnam, they're on a really difficult spot. Todo does not have any farm, and unfortunately, oh no, not another one of fun. He is just not caring about anything at all. Well, the penalty zone did manage to come out, but that's not going to do too much to Afan. And it finally went down after that Fatal Links, but that is a lot of utility used by Vietnam.
Yeah, great response coming out from the side of Team Indonesia to just get the macro play going on that top side. Todo in a lot of trouble here as Dalvin, he's just going to dive in here, not giving a care into the world, just playing behind the enemy lines.
This is unfortunate, right? Vietnam, they lost control of their jungle, they lost control of their lane. They don't have anyone that can really push Indonesia away, as Indonesia, they are literally taking the reins of the game, and they have got their hands wrapped around the throats of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, and at this point, right, there is an ugly creature called the Claude sitting in the back of everybody's mind here. This is a late game monster that has been scaling and has been given a lot of space to work with. Now, Delvin might be in a bit of trouble here.
They're trying to greed out right now for the side of Team Vietnam. They're constantly just trying to join into these fights and hoping that they will be able to get something. But right now, the Fatal Links are going to be conducted down, and in the meantime, it's just going to be Delvin just constantly just waving up the lantern onto the opponents as much as possible to see immunity coming in from Noctrang. He will be able to get away. While in the meantime, middle lane, Vietnam not being able to get himself right out of the grasp of Delvin.
And the thing is, the Harif did have that Purify for the initial initiation from Afan, but he underestimated the damage that could come out from the Guinevere. That left him in a sliver of HP. And that's the side of Team Vietnam, just overestimating their current capabilities right now. Now, they don't have a lot of battle spells to work with. They're down 7,000 gold 7 minutes into the game. And that Fatal Links, well, the farm is too far gone for the side of Team Indonesia. And this is the critical mass coming through from the side of the Claude as well. He's going to start picking up his items. Blazing Duet is going to start hurting a lot more here.
The turtle goes down to the hands of Afad. At this point in time, they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to eventually jump onto Vietnam. But at this point, Team Vietnam, they shouldn't try to control their own jungle. Right now, the rest of the map is coming from the side of Indonesia. They will take the reins and take down Noctrang. While Team Vietnam, they're hoping that they will be able to fight back. The Blazing Duet coming from all the way from behind. Right, takes one down for himself. But finally, Toto picks one for himself. 2-3 is to 1 is the current scoreline for this Ling. He gotta have to hop away. But will he be able to successfully do that? Doesn't seem like it. Delvin takes one for the team.
Very heads-up play coming in from the side of Delvin. That trade was actually favoring Team Vietnam until Delvin got that finish onto Toto at that point. Now, with that lead, Dingarai is able to make use of that map space to consistently shove in the lanes, get that creep priority in, at the same time, make them think about that top lane. If you take a look at the team fight, and Team Vietnam was trying to force their way into that wall, and it was successful, right? In that back play, Toto with that Tempest of Blades coming in at that perfect time onto Afan.
Big Winter Truncheon though, coming from Afan. Wasn't really quite expecting the Winter Truncheon coming in from Afan though, because that is a lot more defensive. It's a very defensive item for him to pick up at this moment in time, because they are way, way ahead. So I thought that they will want to double down in the damage department, and just so that they will be able to find good ways to really bring Vietnam down one fell swoop.
Yeah, I mean, a very good player once said, when you're ahead, you start to build defensive because you don't want to give away the gold lead. And Afan just going with that Winter Crown at that period of time, well, doing an extremely good job of trying to just play with that initiation timing. Now, for the side of Team Vietnam, right, they're still in this. They have that late game capability, that macro coming out from the Ling. That's what makes Ling so special. But, of course, they gotta worry about the consistent threat of engage that the Guinevere provides for Team Indonesia at this point. So they aren't gonna be able to fight for these objectives unless they get vision of these bushes.
And unfortunately right now, Team Vietnam is unable to get control of their own jungle. And you know what they say, a Ling that does not have a buff is essentially half of a hero.
Yeah, a lot of these heroes need these purple buffs, man, and really, at the same time, Team Indonesia, good job of controlling it so far. Shoki just providing the threat of death from the bush so far, and you still don't know where the Guinevere is. So Team Vietnam, they have to play this so extremely safe, and without any outer turrets, feels like Team Indonesia, now they have a complete choco of the map, just needs to wait for the next Lord.
The Lord now appears. He's gonna be marching down the middle lane though, so it's gonna be a little bit rough when it comes down to syncing up the waves, but it's Team Indonesia. They're not gonna have a lot of problems with that. Middle lane will slowly make its way down while Shauki moves all the way to the top side. But they manages to kind of sync up the waves pretty effectively. And I think that Team Indonesia, they should be able to run away with at least 2 inhibitor turrets. As now Team Indonesia looking all the way down to the bottom lane. Delvin trying to get a pickup onto, indeed, he did manage to get a pickup on Nocturne, and also another one. Right now, most of the members coming in from Indonesia, they are just from the bottom lane, but now that they have lost all of the creep waves, they move themselves back to the middle lane, which is possibly going to be a direction that they may want to try to go for.
Good initial defense coming out from the side of Team Vietnam. We saw Todo on that top side using Synchro Fissures on that bottom lane as well. But now that second wave will be coming through, whether they can deal with Shoki and Alexander on both sides.
Wow, Alexander literally just going to be walking right underneath the turret, but he's just going to be wrapped right in chains due to the fatal links. They will be able to take down the inhibitor turret down in the bottom lane as well. Glorious Pathway pushes the rest of Team Vietnam away in fear of a fast moving hasted Indonesia.
And now Todo is still trying to make his best out in that back line, uses the Tempest and Blades, will be able to get away, but Dingarai is on that job so far and takes out Todo. And unable to get that macro gameplay, unable to get that cross-map gameplay as well. And we saw the Nocturne using Atlas, getting that fatal links, not committing the flicker actually, only onto one target. And that might be just too little too late here.
We've got to conceal. They're looking for an opportunity, but here we go. Even when it comes down to Glorious Pathway, they wasn't able to get themselves super deep into that fight. But at least they do have Nocturne, and they try to bring him down. Brings him all the way down to 1/3 of a HP, but did not want to completely go too far.
Yeah, at this point, Team Indonesia, they know what they're fighting for. They're not trying to make these errors anymore, not diving into the enemy back lines. They know that the Lord is coming up in that 24 seconds. So definitely just trying to play that tri-lane pressure, push out the creep waves, get the vision through, secure the objectives. Then we take the inhibitor turrets. And this is very disciplined gameplay coming out from the side of Team Indonesia so far.
For Team Indonesia, they're not trying to end the game as fast as possible because they understand that right now it's not about the fact that they would have a slower curve or the fact that they are not afraid of late game. In fact, they are a little bit afraid of late game. However, the speed of which Dingarai is going to get bumped versus, both Vietnam plus Todo is just non-existent. Indonesia will be well ahead and super accelerated because we're talking about Claude after all. The entire team comp of Indonesia would not be afraid of Vietnam all the way until 18+ minutes.
Oh, look at Shoki.
It does seem like Shoki is trying to go for a little bit here, but he's all the way at the back line trying to go for a tap in of Proxy. Flickers in, but unfortunately the steering turn will push him back a little bit, but it's going to be a-okay for now. But here comes Alan and Todo all the way down to the bottom, goes for 3 swords, but unfortunately wasn't able to do anything with any of those swords as Fan pushes himself right into his face. 4 members down, and Dingarai cleans it all up with a quick blazing to it, and Indonesia will march it right down from the top lane, and they will end this game with no problems at all.
Perfect map presence to end the situation there. Clean sandwich from the Paquito player Shoki, aka Nino, and pulling it off from the backside. You saw Delvin just going ham, making sure that Harith is unable to deal any semblance of damage towards the team. Once the Lantern was there on Harith, no Zayman's force, and the entire team fight was set in stone.
It's all about zoning, and Indonesia, they managed to zone really well, right? The moment that we kind of see the Juicin is just kind of untouchable, there's just you kind of require a little bit too much resource in order to take that Juicin away. Taking the Juicin away undoubtedly will open up a wide avenue for your team to be able to rush in or, continue on to the fight. However, that also means that you will use a lot of resource just to deal with the Juicin and what's left after that.
Yeah, and that's a very key marker in terms of good players as well, right? In terms of learning how to play the Juicin, the more ahead you are, the more Juicin can go for in terms of that space, in terms of that takeaway, where usually we see when the arrival of the CC came, the ability to just make use of the farm into the space. Now Juicin, you can do that on a much higher level, especially on that mid lane, and teams, they've been learning how to play against that Juicin, but it was not enough, right? There was no flank capability. There's no way to punish that Juicin. The more farm Juicin has, the harder it is to play, and that's why it's such a heavy-handed hero to give into the hands of Team Indonesia.
Extremely pivotal over to the lineup of Team Indonesia. Not for Juicin, then the zoning gameplay from Team Indonesia will not be as one-sided as we had seen. Of course, congratulations over to Delvin for playing as the Juicin, the MVP of the game, with a total of 8 kills, 1 death, and 5 assists.
Yeah, so far, so good. And I gotta say, right, the pressure coming in for the side of Afan on that Guinevere was just ever so present on the map. You can see that once you start to lose that early game where you start to lose it because of a very well-placed jump coming out from the Guinevere. And starting, you gotta play so scared. And you become even more scared, and you start to lose space because of that, because you don't have the vision to deal with the Guinevere.
So the Guinevere has constantly just put out a lot of presence all the way from the start of the game to the end parts of the game. You constantly have to be really afraid of the of number one, the magical thumb that will just come in anytime, and you can just spatial migration out of it. So it's a really annoying skill set coming in from the Guinevere, a very non-committal skill. What I mean, Delvin opened things up together with Alexander. At one point in time, you know, Delvin is not afraid of anything. With the pauldron, he's literally just out there, just waving his lantern onto literally anyone that comes in. And most of the time, it was Nocturne that is unable to do anything because he's constantly had stacks on top of that Atlas.
Yeah, and there were very little committal coming out from the side of Team Indonesia as well, right? You can see the amount of utility that they had towards the end of the fight. Team Vietnam, they had to throw everything and the kitchen sink at Team Indonesia just to make these team fights stick. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Indonesia, they could have held on to that blazing duet until the end. They held on to that glorious pathway into that end as well. And really, much more of that threat of the damage coming through from the Paquito and the Guinevere that's just consistently keeping them on their toes.
Yep. In a very ideal setup for the side of Team Vietnam, they definitely want to play a more poke style gameplay for the for the entirety of the game. They would definitely rely on a lot onto Valir if the game pretty much goes neck and neck. Look for opportunities for the Terizla to penalty zone in, or perhaps even an opportunity for Atlas to go in with the Fatal Links. And after all of that shenanigans is out, you pretty much will be able to take out a lot of resources out of Team Indonesia, which will bridge a really nice path for either the Harif or the Link to eventually come in and sweep in for the rest of the kill. That is, of course, the main idea that Team Vietnam will want to go for, but unfortunately, the first factor of that composition just did not work, because those pokes were literally just...
Yeah, and at the same time, I would say that that early game just not favoring as well, right?
Not at all.
Just completely one shutdown into the next, and after the first turtle was taken, I mean, that Ling pick looked good on paper, really good in terms of that macro play, but when it comes down to the execution, the amount of control that Team Indonesia had, that Hylos pick, I mean, at that point, Hylos pick, you might think it's not intentional, but from Team Indonesia, it was completely intentional, because one particular stun into that setup from the Guinevere, that really set the snowball going.
Indeed. And there was absolutely no imminent threat coming in from the side of Team Vietnam. So the moment that Team Indonesia have done, kind of checking the opponent's, maximum damage output, they know how far they can take things. They know when do they, kind of pull back after a certain period of time within a battle in order to not overextend. And for Team Indonesia, they know they can go damn far with that, no problems, because number one, the Link just don't have a lot of damage to work with, and in order for the Link to realistically be able to get any form of gratification in terms of good amount of damage, that will come in only if the Bruises is able to survive. And in this case, Terizla is not able to do anything.
Problem is, Atlas also in that early game, not really too much of a beefy boy. And yeah, definitely for Team Indonesia, they just made use and exploited that fact. But that was game one, ladies and gentlemen. As we head on into game two, what kind of strategies need to change here for Team Vietnam? They did have a good theory on paper, right? In terms of execution, just falling apart at the slightest hint of disconvenience. And Team Indonesia, I feel that right now, they're very good at punishing their opponent's mistakes. One slight misstep into that bush was completely off.
I really like the thought, the part where you literally talk about exploiting people's mistake and taking control of all of that, and this leads to a discussion over to Team Vietnam being using a composition like this, which is actually kind of high skill or have a high mechanics where there is a lot of margin of error that could appear. As such, Team Vietnam should generally look towards a certain direction where it's a lot easier to execute, but that also means that Team Indonesia, they gotta have to play in their own game instead of playing into the opponent's mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. And it really feels as if trying to get that individuality in for the side of Team Vietnam. Yes, you have a lot of outs available, but at the same time, you have a lot more room for error. And now the room for error is going to be enhanced on this dangerous grass here, because there's going to be multiple patches where you aren't unable to see the map in general, and dangerous grass, no longer broken walls.
Okay, so dangerous grass over here. So we talked about that very fact that it had minimal impact to how you pick your heroes at the start. Oh no, sorry, right now. At a point in time when dangerous grass first came out, everyone was looking at, oh, Hilda's gonna be so good in this and that. But it became very telegraphic that the moment that dangerous grass comes in, most of the teams will kind of draft in a way where they expect the Hilda to come out, or expect some of these very annoying assassins to eventually pop up too.
Yeah, and now we will have that staple ban of the Marcel and also the Freya, the Fanny, and the Phobius as we head on into the banning and drafting stage. But this time, Team Vietnam will be the opener here. They will get that first pick in first. So right now, they can force out the Guinevere if they want to. But meanwhile, for the side of Team Indonesia, I believe they know how to deal with that.
So right now we've got most, if not most of the most out of all, that is the important ones that are already taken out. But Paquito though is still the one that is currently floating around. Team Indonesia is actually a ban for them. They need to ban out the Paquito for the fact that Vietnam can first pick that.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel that Team Indonesia, they can let the Paquito go. They know how to play against the Paquito, right? They were playing that team fight-centric lineup, and they played it extremely well against the Paquito as well. So definitely, to them, I would feel that this is not much of a priority to let the Paquito go. But in the same time, do they want to test themselves in the current meta where Paquito is so strong right now?
Do they really want to give it away? Well, it kind of seemed like it. Unless Team Indonesia is, kind of being a little bit cheeky here and thinking, hey, you know what, Vietnam might not play the Paquito, so we'll take the Paquito for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, at
Not
the
like a
same
gamble.
time, yeah, Team Vietnam, they
There we
have
go.
to pick it up.
They have to.
pick it. They leaked it through, and if they give it to the side of Team Indonesia, it's going to be a Paquito Claude following through for the side of Team Indonesia once again, right? So right now, I believe for the side of Team Indonesia, they're going to look at the team fight options available. I would say they can go for what Team Vietnam went for. They go for the Atlas themselves, they go for the Harith themselves, and show them that this is how the team fight lineup is meant to be played.
So there is definitely some merits to getting those heroes out immediately, but you also gotta have to be careful with what Vietnam brings on over to the board. Understandably, the moment that you kind of show your hands onto the Harith, you can definitely expect a possible Archai coming in. So for the side of Indonesia, how do they want to prepare for a possible Archai jungle from the side of Team Vietnam? Because Paquito is already picked out for XP lane, a tank jungle is very likely to happen.
I would say a tank jungle with a Paquito. Yes, at the same time, you are going for the best of both worlds, but you want to bank everything on that movement, on that macro, right? And we see Paquitos really do well if, let's say, you're given the space to do so. And I feel that more space is given from macro characters such as Claude over the Akai as well. So I would say great counter, but at the same time, they're gonna just prioritize that individuality, make sure that Guinevere is through, get that utility jungle through, make sure that, yeah, you have that threat of the jump.
Okay, so at least when it comes down to Guinevere, it's still going to be picked up as one of the best junglers right now and around. Yif going to be picked up as well, so they do have got pretty good area denial against a Harith that is just, happy farming around inside of his own Zaman force. So they do have an answer to that. It's not so bad. So now the question is, what is Vietnam going to do in order for them to transition themselves in the early stages, to the mid stages, to the late stages. I'm pretty sure that Paquito should be able to do a relatively good job in that early stage, but who is he going to pass the baton over to?
Yeah, and now with that Sora pick as well, right, coming through for the side of Team Indonesia. Now they make it so that that team fight is totally inaccessible for the side of Team Vietnam. And with that ban coming through, yes, there is that Valentina still available in the pool, but they don't really need to think about it because Eve has been shown. Now take out the Claude, make sure that the possibility of the macro is not there, and possibly the next ban you take out the Moskov as well. Just make sure that Harif has a great time scaling into that mid game.
In the meantime, for Team Vietnam, what they're going to be looking out for is going to be a jungler hero as well as a roamer hero. So anything, honestly, at this point in time, tank junglers are good to ban out.
Guinevere's jungling.
No, as going up against Indonesia, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so they would want to ban for tank junglers in this case, or anyone that is tanky at this point in time.
Yeah, the box here already out. The Fredrin would be a good ban here as well. I mean, even the Akai for the side of Team Indonesia, they might want to pick that up. It is a very good counter mechanic, especially against the Guinevere. If you can force a jump into a clump spot, that heavy spin pin the Guinevere into the wall, and yeah, suddenly that initiation can go Ari.
But this is a point in time where I think that the Akai in the hands of Vietnam can still be good rather than an Akai in the hands of Indonesia. It kind of defeats the purpose of what Sora would want to do, number one, and it kind of punches everyone else away from the Zaman Force on the side of Harif. It might be more detrimental to Indonesia for them to pick up rather than for Team Vietnam. There is still quite a bit of merits for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, at this point, still banning out the Hylos. They don't want that glorious pathway, and for Team Vietnam, they just take the Akai out of the discussion. It's still a very good pick, I would say, even with the Zamon's Force and also the Sora. Doesn't matter, that Akai, that heavy spin, that utility is a very good disengage tool that they can use whenever, and they can choose when to use it. But now they go for the Atlas here. Fatal Links now in play.
Okay, so we still have a jungle role that Indonesia needs to look out for. Team Vietnam now, though, they need to look out for a gold laner and a roamer. At this point in time, they don't really have someone that is able to, kind of hold the Lord. That's number one. So having some tanky front lines is understandably going to be great. No Hylos, no Baxia, no Fredrin, no Akai. We definitely don't want to see the Valerica. I mean, Grok might still come into play.
They can go for an all-out mobility clear here with that mid lane. They can go for the Cho, they can go for the Khalid as well. That's going to be a great option. But they go for, and the Melissa as well. Okay, so Melissa, I mean, in terms of the buff, that mythical honor battlefield, yeah, you do get the buff in, but I'm not too sure in the tournament mode whether or not you get that same buff. So yeah, so for the side of Team Indonesia right now, still left in their roster is potentially that final EXP / no, jungle probably.
So Team Indonesia, we're looking at the final pick. At this point, it could go anywhere. It might not even need to play a tank jungle at this point in time. What is the weakness coming in from Team Vietnam? There is a Melissa. It's not going to be very easy to assassinate at this point. Feels a lot more divey for Indonesia.
Yeah, they still need something to just kind of have the damage.
There we go, the dive.
Yeah, so they go for the Harley. Yes, I kind of like it, but at the same time, it goes against what they want to play, right? Where the Zamon's Force, yes, it's going to be a great tool, but they don't have that typical front line. So they're really, really relying on the Shifting Skies. If this was a team that really knows how to play against the Sora, once that Shifting Skies is gone, Team Vietnam can go in for that just execution because that tank capability is no longer there.
I think it all boils down to who is gonna be the main scapegoat of each team, right? For Team Vietnam, understandably, they want the glue to be taking up most of these damage and to be the one that literally have the enmity from Team Indonesia. Well, Indonesia, same thing. They kind of want that from the Atlas, roamer for roamer kind of situation. But realistically, for Team Indonesia, they want to lock down onto Paquito as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, when we go into the game number 2 of Team Vietnam versus Team Indonesia here, I would say there is still a slight gap in synergy when it comes down to Team Vietnam. They did pick up the Guinevere and the Paquito, which has very good mobility, very good damage, very good individual gameplay, right? But in terms of that team fight, I would say Glue, you require that AoE, you're running into something, and that real manipulation, I don't think it's going to be enough.
So at this point, the way that Team Vietnam is doing is, of course, the old style of jungling. That means that you still need to go over to the River Crab in order to hit level 4. Well, the way that Team Indonesia do is that they will take all 5 of the creeps within of their own jungle to hit the level 4, so they don't even need to talk about getting the jungle crab for themselves. So the jungle crab, understandably, will go over to Shaoqi, and this elevates the northern part of the map. This elevates Indonesia in that kind of extent.
Ready, early game skirmish coming through from the side of Alexander as he puts in that flicker, that first blood, really thirsty for it so far.
Oh, immediately with a flicker coming from the side of Noctrang, goes straight in and gets a kill down onto Dingarai. Not going to be able to do that over to Alexander though, but that is a big win.
An overextension coming in for the side of Team Indonesia as they thought that, yeah, Inspire Melissa, yeah, you know, doesn't really have that capability to escape. Well, slight bit of arrogance there as they really jumped into that kind of gameplay without the ability to burst the Melissa down. And that's going to be a problem, right? When it goes into that laning phase, Melissa is really a very good lane bully versus the Harith.
As of now, we've got a turtle that's already been popped right out, and Alexander is looking for an opportunity, although only at level 3. Turtle takes down the turtle with no problems whatsoever, but Indonesia does seem like they're not going to allow Vietnam to run away with that. They bring Noctrang down, and now up to the northern side, we do have the shifting skies down over to the side of Guinevere, but unfortunately, the fight is going to go completely on the opposite end. As such, is it going to be a 1-for-1 trade? Make that 1-for-2 trade. Team Vietnam is actually having a pretty good time on top of that. Alexander puts his face right in the face of Tanram. I don't know how that happened, but we are starting to lose more members from the side of Vietnam.
And Team Vietnam, they respond extremely
crafty.
well against the utility usage. Now, they are showing their prowess here, right? This lineup is extremely good at taking these scrappy fights, especially when the burst is not around. And
As possible, but you can see Team Vietnam, they're trying to put up quite a bit of pressure to the side of Team Indonesia as well. They are being pretty methodical and actually pretty good discipline as well, almost.
yeah, they are going to have to split the map a bit harder for the side of Team Indonesia. And for Team Vietnam, they've been doing a great job of keeping map presence so far. Noctrang now in a position to fight here.
They do have Delvin who will be able to walk himself right out of the team fight. He's going to be fine, all right. RWM popped right out. Van Dut hoping that he will be able to stay alive, but unfortunately would not be able to do at all. Shaoqi was a bit too annoying for him, and in the end, it is going to be a pretty good kill that will be credited in.
Yeah, Toto trying to get out, but Dingarai is here on the scene here, and that's going to be 3 kills the way of Team Indonesia as it swings towards their favor. And that's the problem with the Melissa, right? Melissa, yes, very good in terms of that lane bully, but at the same time, yeah, you're just stuck in the lane for so long. And that's why the Harith is so good. In these objective takes, that Zaman's Force is always ever present.
And to be fair though, it is definitely unprecedented to see and expect a Harith in this turtle fight, because normally when it comes down to gold laners, they will appear in the third turtle fight, and then they will start to swap over to the different lanes in order to make full use of the fact that they have one full lane and of the fact that they will be safe as well.
It's the second turtle now because 5 minutes, right? Then you get the catapults in as well. So definitely for the side of Team Indonesia, I would say it's just another day in the life for them, as it's still more manipulation coming out from the side of Team Vietnam, but slightly not enough. And now Melissa in a lot of trouble here, not able to get out. And that's the problem with the Melissa, right? You have the Inspire, you don't have the survivability. Now we do have the stick coming through from the side of the Glue, trying to do what they can. They will get Dingarai down for the side of Team Vietnam so far.
Yep, pretty good. But now Noctrang, he really needs to run back and really help Vandad, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case at all. So right now, the mobility of Nocturne is not going to do anything. In fact, it's going to be difficult, but hey, at least it is Tanglami. He's got a lot of damage for himself, and that's fine and dandy. Right now, without Alexander, this might actually be a really good fight for the side of Vietnam, but unfortunately, the Shifting Sky coming in from the side of Xiaoqi will be able to do quite a lot of damage over to the side of Toto. Brings him down, while in the meantime, Vietnam, I don't know how, but he manages to take down the turtle as well.
Yeah, so at this point, this is an all-out brawl coming in from the side of Team Vietnam, as they know that to win these fights, they have to take these meticulous trades no matter what, and slightly favoring their favor as they bring the gold swing back into the favor. Now from 2,000, drop down to 1,000 as well. And for Team Vietnam, I would say that mid-game slightly favors them, especially if they can keep a control of that mid-lane turret, if they can keep a control of these purple buffs. And Team Indonesia, they've set their sights on the purple buff, trying to take away from the Guinevere as much as possible.
Yep. Unfortunately though, this game is very different from what we expected to see in game number 1, because Team Indonesia was a lot more methodical in that fight and a slightly bit more disciplined. Right now, the fights are a lot more scrappy and it feels like they're throwing caution into the wind. They are trying to get kills because, why, I can kind of situation. But it also means that they are throwing some of these fights out of the window and being like, you know what, we can sacrifice a little bit here, we can sacrifice a little bit there. But ultimately, we gotta have to discuss, where are all these kills actually going to? 3 to Afan, 3 to Alexander, and 4 to Nigarai.
And that's good news for the side of Team Indonesia, for sure, but definitely it's because of the fact that there's still a gap in the lineup, right? We expected them to go for a tank utility jungle to just secure the team fight as much as possible against a Paquito, but now they have kind of a weird pick-off lineup and they're still going for it.
What a burst, but wait a second, Unlove, he will survive from all of that. Well, in the meantime, the RWM is going to be popping right in the middle of the fight. That's not going to help him at all. Delvin picks him down pretty effectively and yet another pickup over to the side of Vietnam, thanks, of course, to the Lanterns.
Yeah, Todo unable to initiate the fight for their very good initiation coming out from the side of Alexander and also Afan. Did not find the finish onto Tan Lam, but did not matter, right? Rest of the team was over there to be the target, and Dingarai just able to deal the damage down.
With the Lord now currently available for Indonesia to pick up, and Team Vietnam, I don't think that they have got a way to really stop this. Technically, if they will kind of walk right in, it might be a possibility. However, Toto is only at level 10 as opposed to Afan at level 12. So the quality of retribution is definitely not quite there in order for Vietnam to have a good steal.
Yeah, Winter Crown timing now up for the side of Team Vietnam, especially on that Guinevere. We're going to start to see trying to just force out these Purifies as much as possible in preparation for these next team fights. But we do have Team Indonesia. They're just falling in here. Toto might be in a lot of trouble here.
Well, he overextended, or rather not overextended. He overstayed his welcome down to the bottom lane. Technically, he should have expected that he stayed, you know, more than 2 seconds, a little bit too long, and everyone just comes flooring down.
Yeah, and there was great movement coming in from the side of Team Indonesia. Now with that Lord capability up in that mid lane as well, that Holy defense is going to be put under breach here as Team Indonesia.
Oh, unfortunately, the Holy defense was not able to blast that Lord, and that is actually going to mean quite a lot. So now the Lord will be tanking up quite a bit of the damage, while in the meantime, Team Indonesia, they will be focusing quite a lot of their firepower up to the top lane, bring Tan Lam down. The fight is going to be continuing, while in the meantime, the Valiant Requiem lands on over to the side of Delvin, while Blue possessing down over to the Alexander. And I'm not too sure whether this will do anything at all, but once he comes out of that, Nocturne is in a bad spot. With the Zaman Force, it brings him down.
Yeah, currently they're still trying to deal with the creep wave problem that is in their base. And we did see the combo coming out from the side of Tan Lam, almost taking out Dingarai, but almost is not enough. They did get the consolation kill onto Delvin at that period of time, and with that, they do kind of stabilize. So Team Vietnam, they're still in this. If they make more mistakes from the side of Team Indonesia, that Melissa pick suddenly becomes very good here.
So with that all said, 6,000 goal lead in favor for Team Indonesia. But going back to a point where both teams are gonna be a little bit more on the calm side. Indonesia don't want to be too far in, or maybe on the other hand. As you can see, it is gonna be 1v3, and Indonesia looks for the opportunity and will jump in and proxy out, ensuring that this fight will be split into two, and making sure that Tanlam would not be able to come in to help out. Alexander lands onto the fatal links and being able to get a kill down to Tanlam, while Dingarai went so far and deep in all by himself, while the rest of the members from the side of Team Indonesia, they will focus down over to Noctrung, bringing him down once and for all, a complete wipeout.
A great split fight coming in from the side of Team Indonesia. If you notice where the Zayman's force was, it was in that inhibitor turret, taking out 2 members, and now Team Indonesia, they will have nobody stopping them, as Vietnam is 2 seconds away, and that's 2 seconds too late, as Team Indonesia will be taking a clean 2-0 victory. Looks scrappy, but still clean 2-0.
Yeah, it is really scrappy, but hey, it's not about the process, it's about the result. And Team Indonesia, they managed to get themselves the win, and honestly, they are a strong team after all. So taking away a 2-0 victory, we kind of expected from that. But of course, when it comes down to Team Vietnam, we have high expectations from them, and we really want to see just what exactly they are entirely made of, and perhaps will be able to show us more about, you know, what are the hidden strategies that they may have, or if whether they have well prepared against Team Indonesia.
I would say, given that show during that game number 2,
at least game number 2,
yeah, they are looking competitive for the side of Team Vietnam.
Yeah.
In the fact that they are making one of the top seeds bleed, and yeah, they are consistently getting the trades through. So I gotta say, Team Vietnam, they're finding their pace here.
Yep, and honestly, when we are talking about the pacing, there are of course 2 heroes that really made it possible, being the Paquito as well as the Guinevere. The presence or the prevalence of these 2 heroes ultimately kept the team in check, whereas they always will be able to find a way to, number 1, pick up kills because of a very non-committal pickup from the side of Guinevere, and number 2, a Paquito just have so much mobility and of course burst explosive firepower to be able to catch up and catch up in fights.
Yeah, sadly for them, Alexander was on the case here. That's the MVP of the game on the Atlas. We did see the amount of damage that he's able to soak up during these team fights. In that early game, well, we talked about Atlas just beating people down. He was that guy. He was that guy. He was 2-0, right? At the start.
He was 2-0. In the end of the day, he got like 3 kills, and we were just like, huh? What did this guy do?
Yeah, this guy, man, this guy with the fleeting time as well.
Oh, man.
That fatal link combination, just so much threat coming through, and it was always at the perfect time as well, making sure that he's there to save the Harif, especially when the Zayman's force is down. He's never pulling it prematurely, as we see with most Atlas players coming in today. It's a very hard timing to get that fatal links correct. You don't want to pull it straight away. You want to do it for a cause. You got to have intention with it, and Alexander, he did have a lot of intention.
Intention indeed, as we can, kind of rewind and kind of remember what happened at the bottom lane. It was, after all, Alexander that split the fight into 2, which resulted in such a fabulous game-ending play in order for Dingarai to be able to take 2 kills, and he was even jumping into the opponent's base in order to secure that. And because of how that fight was completely split up, Tanlam was at no point in time was able to do significant amount of damage over to Dingarai, which is going to be Dingarai's number 1 issue, dealing with Tanlam.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for the side of Team Vietnam, very good show, especially in this game 2, where they did manage to get 10 kills for themselves, over to 22 for the side of Team Indonesia. They did have moments where they were able to stabilize, and it looked like anyone's game, right? And that's the point of MLBB so far. You gotta make sure you can even things up, even when you are down. It's all about learning how to play when you're down, and Team Vietnam, they look like they know how to do that.
Now, after all, I would say that Team Vietnam, they did whatever that they can. It is a valiant effort going up against Team Indonesia, but they're gonna have to go back over to the drawing board once again to really figure out what's wrong. Why are they unable to beat Indonesia? At least for game number 1, I think it's pretty obvious. They don't really have proper control of the map. They don't have ways to shove down the middle lane and kind of bolster around the different entry points of their own jungle. I think that is quite understandable. But game number 2 is where they started to bleed a little bit here. They give and take, to the point in time where, in the end of the day, Indonesia just had a better skilling, and of course, they just had better trades altogether.
I gotta say, in terms of draft as well, they really put Team Indonesia on the ropes, right? Forcing them into that last pick for the Harley as well. That was not the prime pick that they wanted to go for. With that Akai ban, I gotta say, they had something. They knew it. They knew that was going to be one of the options as well. So with that ban, maybe a Barrage would have been good. No, not against a Guinevere at least. Yeah, so definitely gotta say, for the side of Team Vietnam, one of the dark horses for Group A so far.
Now, Group A is consistent of a lot of teams in there, and only the top 5 will be able to make it over to the main event at Japan Nagoya. So it is going to be a cutthroat competition. However, today is only day number 1, and we have completed 7 series of games on stream, covering different kind of groups from A, B, C, and D. Ultimately, we've got 3 more days to go. We still got 3 more days to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of timing for these teams to kind of settle in. And of course, we talked about Team Indonesia, Team Philippines today. These are full throttle teams. They've been playing together. They are from organizations together. Now they shed their titles and they come in as the government-given names themselves, but they have been playing together with their coaches.
So honestly, at this point in time, the game could go to literally anyone and literally any region. Because, you know, when it comes down to resources, it may be completely split up. You know, different regions may have different kind of resources put in over to, you know, different tournaments, as a matter of fact. So now the question is, who will get away with the Asian Games, and of course, who's gonna be the top 5 within of Group B?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, top 5 Group A, you mean, Group B,
sorry, Group A, yes.
Group B, we only have 2. Group C, we'll only have 2, and Group D, we'll only have 2
as well.
Yeah.
The only difference is Group B and Group D. They do have an LCQ slot, though. The teams in Group, there will only be 1 team in B and 1 team in D, the 3rd place, as a matter of fact, and they will go up against one another, if I'm not wrong, at the final day. So total up, we have a total of 2, 4, 6, 11, 12. We have a total of 12 slots. They'll be going up to the main event.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a great day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang here, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an amazing time to watch all these teams try and find their place here, right? And some of the teams formed for the first time over here at the Asian Games qualifier. And for a lot of these teams too, a lot of expectations, a lot of hopes as they carry on that team jersey and the team colors. And going into that playoffs, going into the day 2, well, we're going to have a lot more games lined up for you guys. I mean, definitely, we did see today the amount of gameplay that's going to come through. We're just going to be excited for tomorrow as well. This is the cusp of a new patch. This is a cusp where people are still finding themselves. What worked? Is Bruno back? I mean, there is that capability, right?
And not only that, there is still, of course, a point in time where we could see some, you know, very different things to happen. But, you know, let's talk about the standings right now. When in Group A, Team Indonesia at the top of the list. They are the team that managed to play a total of 2 games, though. Some of the other teams, only Vietnam and Team Indonesia played the total 2 games. But regardless, you get it. 4 points for Team Indonesia. Team Philippines, 2 points because they only played 1 game. Cambodia as well, 1 game for themselves, 1 point. Team Vietnam went for 1-1, and unfortunately 0 points for themselves. Team Myanmar currently -1, and from this point on, we're just looking at -2s all the way from Team Laos, Team Malaysia, and Team Singapore.
Yeah, and if we were going to take this on the last day, right? Top 5 makes it through to Aichi Nagoya. So at the risk of elimination from the first day is Team Laos, Team Malaysia, and Team Singapore, respectively. So that's how you're going to take a look at the standings, especially when it comes down to Group A. So all these teams so far, they've been performing extremely well, and I'm looking forward to see more of the performances coming out from the teams that we have not seen yet, right? Like Team Cambodia, Team Myanmar, and also the Team Singapore as well. And now looking at Group B, Team Saudi Arabia, we did see them dominating all the way at the top with 2 match wins. And that puts them at 4 points. Team Iran followed secondly with 1-0, putting them at 2 points. Team Jordan 1-1, and Team United Arab Emirates 0-1 at -2, and Team Oman at -4. Now, looking at the standings here, Team UAE and Team Oman, they are in danger of elimination.
And Team Jordan, at least they have the opportunity, at least if things go on this way, they will have the opportunity to play in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
As things stays.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's going to be that interesting match that we're going to have for that last game as well. Definitely for the last day, right?
Yep.
Because that last chance qualifier is where it becomes from group stages to suddenly a best of one.
Yeah, to be fairly honest, anything could happen, and this is really difficult for us to do anything about because this is just day one after all. Now, standing for Group C, we do have Uzbekistan as well as Kyrgyzstan that have yet to play any form of games. While in the meantime, Kazakhstan had a great showing going up against Tajikistan, allowing Kazakhstan to get one win on top of Tajikistan. They have 2 points, while Tajikistan have -2.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan looking extremely clinical in terms of just mechanical gameplay alone. They understand the map, they understand the gameplay, micro, macro structures all down. And I feel that, yeah, looking very good, but I'm hearing good things about Team Kyrgyzstan as well. So definitely this is going to be one of the groups to watch because when we go into playoffs, these groups are going to mix. And looking at the side of Group D, we have Team Mongolia currently sitting at the top 1-0 with 2 points. Team Nepal 1-0 with 1 point. And Team Pakistan 1-1 with 0 points. Team Sri Lanka 0-1 with -1, and Team Hong Kong China at the bottom 0-1 with -2. So this means at the same time, right, if we take the last day, Team Pakistan will be playing in that third match, last chance qualifier.
So understandably, with all of these standings in play already, we are definitely going to be expecting quite a bit of fight coming in for, you know, every single one of these teams, right? A, B, C, all the way to down to Group D. And with that all said, that pretty much brings us to the end of the incredible day here at the 2026 Asian Games Esports event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Qualifiers. In fact, we've seen high-level gameplays, intense teamfight, and crucial victories that are beginning to start to shape the path towards qualification. Today was all about momentum shifts. Some teams definitely did manage to strengthen their position in the group stage to a certain extent, while others now find themselves under pressure heading into the next day of the competition. The level of play continues to rise as teams quickly adapt to the meta and fight for every possible advantage on the road of the Asian Games. And now we'll take a look at tomorrow's schedule.
Yeah, now for tomorrow's schedule, we are going to have Team Iran going up first thing against Team United Arab Emirates. And now we have Team Iran once again going up against Team Jordan. So 2 teams that we have seen yet to play. Team Sri Lanka going up against Team Hong Kong China as well. Very interesting match because right now, Team Hong Kong China, they are at the bottom, but still, anything can happen here. This is going to be day 2 tomorrow as we head on in. And I believe we're going to have a total of 7 matches as well. So yeah, we're definitely going to have much more for you guys in store. I mean, on the next page, I believe we have Team Uzbekistan versus Team Kyrgyzstan. And looking at that,
match number 5. That is yummy, yummy, yummy. Team Singapore going up against Team Indonesia. We've been looking at a lot of Indonesia games so far. Let's hope that we don't choke out too much. Now, of course, in match number 6, we're going to be looking at Team Malaysia going up against Team Myanmar, while the final game of that day that will be happening at 8:30 p.m. We should be expecting quite an attendance for this. Team Philippines going up against Team Cambodia.
Yeah, definitely. We have a lot of good games here for you guys here today and tomorrow as well. But thank you guys for staying tuned so far. And thank you to our organizers for having us here at the Asian Games Qualifiers. Firstly, I would like to thank our co-organizers, Singapore Esports Association and also Zenway Productions. And in support of sport promotion, we have Sports Singapore and our official integrated Resorts World partner, Resorts World Sentosa, and our official partners, Mountain Games, My Republic, and Secret Lab.
Yep. With that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, we still have 3 more fun-filled, action-packed days going down for every single one of you guys. And honestly, we've got a lot of games. Both of us will be covering today and tomorrow. And for the weekends on Saturday and Sunday, we'll be nicely greeted by Jays as well as Churros, which will bring you guys all the way down to, kind of close up the entire group stages itself.
Yeah, today has been a roller coaster ride of emotions for a lot of the teams as they try and get settled down here in sunny Singapore, here at Resorts World Sentosa. And tomorrow we'll be at the same venue as the group stages heat up.
Looking to establish consistency and control. We'll see you back here again for day 2 of action. Take care.